Alright, it's time to tackle this behemoth. A game series whose story is utterly absurd, but nonetheless, is still a work of absolute genius. Also, this video has been a long time coming, so I'm sorry for the delay.
Kept you waiting, huh?
In this video, we'll be looking at the entire story of Metal Gear, or at least its core saga, anyway. Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1 pretty much defined my childhood as a gamer. Coming out on the PlayStation in 1998, Metal Gear Solid was a follow-on to two previous games from Kojima and Konami, Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, which were originally released on the MSX2. Then in 2001, Metal Gear Solid 2 came out for the PlayStation 2, which saw a different protagonist for the majority of the game, Raiden. After that, the franchise went all the way back to the beginning of its timeline with Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater in 2004. The next generation of consoles then saw Konami and Kojima develop and release Metal Gear 4 Guns of the Patriots in 2008. After that, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker released in 2010, which was initially on the PSP, but later came to other consoles via the HD edition. We then got Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes in 2014, and that itself was a short prologue to 2015's Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain. Then came the bitter breakup between Metal Gear mastermind Hideo Kojima and Konami. Their 3-decade partnership had come to an end. Kojima had to leave Metal Gear behind, and Konami did try to make their own Metal Gear game, Survive, which was interesting. But we do have a Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater remake coming soon. It'll be interesting to see what Konami do with that one. In terms of Kojima, well, he went on and developed and released Death Stranding, and we are getting a sequel, Death Stranding 2, at some point. But anyway, we're here to talk about Metal Gear. This video will explain all the plots and story points of all the game and their events, apart from Survive, for obvious reasons, and Portable Ops won't be in this video either because of some issue with timeline and canonicity. A follow-up video will be coming too at some point explaining the story of Metal Gear Rising, as it's a spin-off title. Finally, please be aware that there will be spoilers in this video for the entire Metal Gear franchise, but with that being said, grab a drink and some snacks, and let's begin. Let's start by introducing ourselves to Jack. Jack was born in 1935, and fresh out of his teens, Jack joined the military. He fought in the Korean War and eventually fell under the mentorship of the Boss. The Boss fought in World War II with the 22nd SAS Regiment, which he actually formed alongside fellow soldier David O. Anyway, Jack and the Boss worked closely together and developed a fighting style known as CQC, which stands for Close Quarters Combat. Jack would view the Boss as a sort of motherly figure. In '54, Jack was a test subject and present at the testing of the H-bomb detonation on Bikini Atoll. Most of his friends and colleagues developed cancer and radiation poisoning as a result, but Jack did not. However, Jack did become sterile. He parted ways with the Boss in 1959. He served in Vietnam and in the US Special Forces and learned various methods of urban survival. During his years in the Green Berets, Jack would earn many commendations. He would then join the CIA's covert ops unit called Fox, earning himself the codename Naked Snake. And this leads us into the first game in the timeline, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. It's 1964, and the USA and the USSR are in the throes of the Cold War. A CIA operation known as the Virtuous Mission is taking place, and Snake, under the command of David O, codenamed Major Zero, is being supervised by the Boss and supported by a Dr. Clark, codenamed Paramedic. After completing a Halo, which is a high-altitude, low-opening jump, the first of its kind ever attempted, Snake lands in the Soviet region of Tselinoyarsk. The region itself is crawling with KGB. Snake is there to extract a Soviet scientist named Nikolai Sokolov. 2 years prior, in 1962, the US government had learned that the Soviets had deployed nukes inside of Cuba, but the Soviets ended up withdrawing them 12 days later as part of a deal with the US. Now, the deal was for Sokolov, who had previously defected to the US, to be sent back to his homeland, but the US underestimated the skills that Sokolov had that would be very useful. Avoiding crocodiles and Soviet soldiers, Snake makes it to Sokolov's location, an abandoned factory. He sneaks into the factory and finds Sokolov. He's burning some papers. He mentions a Colonel Volgin of the GRU, which is Russian military intelligence. Volgin is someone who is known to the CIA as Thunderbolt. Now, it's important to know that sometime before this, Volgin had learned of something called the Philosopher's Legacy. The Legacy was something that was held by a secret society known as the Philosophers, who themselves used to be called the Wise Men's Committee up until World War II. The Legacy itself is a secret fund to, well, fund illegal activities. It was a fund made up from the money of powerful people all over the world, including China, the Soviets, and the US, and was collected during World War II. At the time Operation Snake Eater takes place, it was thought to have been worth around $100 billion. Volgin's father was actually the man who was in charge of managing the Philosopher's Legacy. During World War II, the Philosophers lost track of these funds due to the chaos of the war, so Volgin Sr. took them for the Soviets and laundered the money through various banks around the world, with the transactions being stored on a microfilm. And Volgin Jr. found the microfilm and inherited the funds illegally. It's not exactly clear what the current status of the Philosophers is at this point, but at some point Volgin had learned of the Philosopher's Legacy through the microfilm, and of course, he learned about the huge amounts of funds. He used these funds to construct a massive fortress in the mountains of Solidus and called the fortress Groznygrad, which means terrible fortress. He also used the funds to bankroll the development of weapons and tanks, and he also converted an abandoned prison into a weapons design facility, hiring a Soviet weapons scientist named Alexander Granin. Now this part is crucial. Granin was hired to bring life to Volgin's designs for some sort of walking tank. However, Granin struggled to bring this to fruition, so after Volgin learned of the development of a weapon named the Shagohod, he wanted that instead. Since the Cuban Missile Crisis in '62, First Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev, had been trying to pursue a peaceful policy of coexistence with the West. Naturally, certain sections of the Russian military were not happy with this policy, but despite this, Khrushchev had managed to suppress any opposition. However, failures of other policies, along with the assassination of JFK, his biggest partner, had seen his tenure come under threat. One particular group, the Brezhnev faction, are using the opportunity of Khrushchev's waning influence to take power and are planning to overthrow him. Volgin himself is the mastermind of this plot. As I've mentioned, the reason Volgin is there in Solidus is for a weapon, a tank known as the Shagohod, a nuclear-armed tank, and it's a weapon that could effectively end the Cold War. Sokolov had been developing it under the orders of Khrushchev and had become terrified about the potential of this weapon and its uses, to be able to launch an IRBM into the United States of America, and that is why he is seeking to defect to the US again. Volgin wants the weapon, and Sokolov, hence why the soldiers outside are so plentiful, to prevent Volgin from taking Sokolov. That gives us some context. Now back to the story again. Sokolov compliments Snake on his Russian, to which he responds that he learnt from the boss. A call with Major Zero sees him state that they've lost contact with the boss. Nonetheless, Snake is to escort Sokolov to the rendezvous point. Someone is there with them though. They end up surrounded and someone else shows up. One of the soldiers identifies him as being the commander of the Ocelot unit of the Spetsnaz. He's Gru and his name is Major Ocelot, and he's there to capture Sokolov. A face-off occurs, and Ocelot takes out all of the soldiers, showcasing some very good shooting. Ocelot calls for his men and they surround Snake and Sokolov. He recognizes Snake's stance as one he's seen before, from the boss. Ocelot's gun then jams, a rookie error to use a strange technique with a Makarov, and Snake gives the young man some advice to use revolvers instead. Snake then incapacitates Ocelot and his men. Sokolov has run off, so Snake needs to catch up to him. A little further along, he reconvenes with him.
You okay? Those men were from the Ocelot unit. Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best crew has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished.
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod. The treading behemoth. A tank capable of launching nuclear IRBMs.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No, this is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2.
The weapon's true form. If it is completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it, it will mean the end of the Cold War.
The end of the Cold War?
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it without my help.
Got it. Let's go. Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Hornets!
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back, boss.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself. It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Ah, what a joyful scene.
Colonel Volgin.
Welcome to my country. And to my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift for my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads. These will make a fine gift for me.
This can't be happening.
Who is he? Another one of your disciples? Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras. He has not yet found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
Think you can pull the trigger?
He's seen my face. We can't let him live. If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him.
Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
A badly beaten, bruised and injured Snake comes to on the bank of the river with his commander trying to reach him. He tells them about the boss's defection to the Soviets, and they help him get himself patched up. A little later, Snake sees a group of helicopters airlifting the Shagohod and taking it to Volgin's fortress. He has everything he needs now, the Shagohod and Sokolov. Ocelot is on board and he smells something. It's the perfume of someone else on board, Tatiana, a KGB operative, and Sokolov's lover. Volgin takes a kiss of death off of her, a firearm disguised as lipstick, but then gives it back to her, stating that they can use her. Using his gift from the boss, the Davy Crockett launcher, despite pleas from Ocelot not to kill their countrymen, Volgin launches the US nuke at the research facility where the Shagohod had been developed up to that point and completely destroys it. Snake's lift arrives and then he is taken back for debriefing. The CIA seriously consider executing Snake along with Major Zero for what they deem to have been a catastrophic outcome, coupled with the fact that they believe that Snake may have been involved in the boss's defection. With the Soviets wanting full assurances that the nuclear bomb directed at their research facility was not fired by the US, since the aircraft and the nuke being fired from it was a US nuke, Snake would be sent back in to eliminate the boss. The stakes are higher this time, as if Snake is unable to eliminate the boss, then he and Zero will both be killed. But while Snake is on his way back into Selenoyarsk, let's cover a bit of background on the boss. The boss is known as the mother of US Special Forces. Remember I mentioned the Wise Men's Committee earlier on? Well, the boss is the daughter of one of the higher ranking members of the committee, the last remaining child of the Philosophers. Later on in her life, the boss would become an instructor at what was now the Philosophers' charm schools, training camps that developed spies with the idea of infiltrating foreign countries. During World War II, the boss became an advisor to the Special Air Service, the SAS, and that was where she met Major Zero, with the two forming the 22nd SAS Regiment. In 1942, the boss would then lead a new unit during the Battle of Stalingrad. This unit would become known as the Cobra Unit. There'll be a bit more on the Cobra Unit later on in the video. In November 1951, the boss was participating in atomic testing in the Nevada desert, and what she witnessed affected her. Snake being a test subject on Bikini Atoll is what drew her to Snake. They were both slowly being eaten away due to other people's karma and won't ever get the chance to die of old age peacefully. In 1960, the boss saw what she deemed to be a perfect future. This was after the Soviets had managed to launch their Sputnik satellite during the space race. She speaks of the USA's panic and NASA's subsequent Mercury program, in which they experimented using chimpanzees in rockets. Meanwhile, the Soviets were planning to send the first man into space. The US wanted human data, so they secretly sent a human being into space, beating the Soviets to it. They chose the boss. Her being sent there meant that she would be exposed to high levels of radiation. Since she was involved in the atomic testing in Nevada, she was already irradiated. Anyway, from space she saw the planet, and she realized that space exploration is just another game in the power struggle between the USA and the Soviets, as was the entire Cold War itself. She thought that in terms of the Earth itself, communism and capitalism aren't really that important. But the people in power couldn't, or wouldn't see it the same way. The following year, the boss had been sent to Cuba, and this was during the Bay of Pigs invasion and part of Operation 40. The boss saw the US government betray the Cuban exiles by refusing to send in air support, meaning that the Cuban exiles were obliterated and she could only watch it happen. This made her question why the country she'd sacrificed so much for would betray her, so she went underground. But that's enough about the boss's background for now. Let's get back into the story. Following a tense week of interrogations and recovering from his injuries, Snake successfully enters into Soviet airspace via drone on the 30th of August 1964. Snake's mission is now to kill Volgin, destroy the Shagohod, secure Sokolov, and to kill the boss. And during a bumpy landing in Selenoyarsk, Snake's immediate objective, however, is to make contact with Adam. Adam being one of two former codebreakers for the National Security Agency who both defected to the Soviets in 1960. Sneaking through the jungle, Snake comes across a horse. He is then surprised by the boss, who comments that death wasn't ready for him yet. She easily disarms Snake, kicks his ass, destroys his weapon and the drone, and tells him to go home, mentioning that the border is 16 miles south of there. Before she leaves, she tells Snake that she didn't defect, but that she's simply loyal to her purpose, to the end, and that he, Snake, needs to decide whether he's loyal to his country or to her, his mentor. Given that the smoke from the destroyed drone will attract scouting parties looking for an intruder, Snake pushes on and makes it to the rendezvous, the same place he'd previously met Sokolov, and to his surprise, Adam is not there. Remember I mentioned there were 2 codebreakers that defected? Well, this is the other one, Eva. Eva says that she's the replacement for Adam. She takes out some soldiers and gives Snake a replacement weapon and a scientist's disguise, which will help Snake gain access to the lab where Sokolov is being held. After giving him directions, Eva tells Snake that he should get some sleep, and he does so. While he's sleeping, Eva is outside being shifty. When Snake awakens, he discovers that the building he's in is surrounded by Ocelot's GRU unit. Eva escapes while Snake stays and dispatches the entire unit. Hearing gunshots, he investigates and finds Ocelot holding Eva at gunpoint. He notices her perfume. Ocelot, who took Snake's previous advice and got hold of a single-action army revolver, commits another rookie error and has miscounted his shots. So Eva attacks Ocelot and she vanishes into the jungle on her bike, saying she needs to get back before he does. Snake then sets off for the lab. On the way, he encounters Ocelot again and a tense standoff occurs. After he shows off a bit, Ocelot battles Snake. The young soldier is no match for Snake though and is easily and swiftly defeated. Snake is then attacked by a swarm of hornets, as are Ocelot and his men. Ocelot runs off and Snake, desperate to escape the hornets, jumps down into a chasm, and he ends up in a dark cave. It's about time we look at who the Cobra Unit are. So remember earlier on in the section discussing the boss, that she was involved during World War II, I mentioned that she led a unit called the Cobra Unit. This unit was created by the Philosophers to help combat the Axis powers of Nazi Germany, Italy and Japan. They would be used during the war for the most horrific operations, top secret operations that no one could ever find out about. Due to this, the Cobra Unit members would carry a hidden microbomb on them, which would destroy their body if they were ever compromised and would also be detonated upon death. Truth is that, as we saw earlier, the members of the Cobra Unit are special. They have certain powers. This is because they are superhuman soldiers that were created as a result of the Philosophers and their experiments with parasite therapy. There were 7 members. Well, there still are, kind of, but let me explain. Back in the war, the boss, whose Cobra name was the Joy, and another member called the Sorrow were in a relationship. They had conceived a child. During a rather intense battle, the boss was distracted by her pregnancy and got shot, and she entered a 3-day coma. She recovered, and whilst heavily pregnant in another battle, she got shot again, and then went into labour right there on the battlefield. The baby had to be delivered quickly, so she was cut open, which resulted in a large scar on her torso. The child was then taken away by the Philosophers, and that child was Ocelot. The Cobra Unit then disbanded due to tensions inside the Philosophers. The Sorrow went back to the Soviet Union and the boss was sent by the CIA on a mission to Solidus in 1962. The boss and the Sorrow were enemies, and she needed to kill the Sorrow, but in reality, the US and Russian Philosophers had backed the boss into a corner and ordered her to kill the Sorrow or they'd kill Ocelot. The Sorrow actually gave up his life willingly so that the boss could live on and to protect their child. The Cobras were then reconvened by the boss upon a defection, and this leads us back into the events of the game. Continuing through the cave, Snake is confronted by one of the Cobras, the Pain, who Snake had previously seen on the helicopter a week earlier. The parasites that the Philosophers used on him gave him the ability to control insects through his body secreting pheromones. As well as this, he was unable to feel pain due to his body also releasing high levels of adrenaline. He calls the Cobras the sons of the boss. The Pain throws everything he can at Snake, but again, Snake easily overpowers the Pain and takes him down. He falls to the ground, dies, and as mentioned before, his microbomb detonates, destroying his body. Leaving the cave, Snake continues on towards the lab and has to avoid various surveillance drones. Arriving at the exterior of some warehouse, which looks like a loading dock, the woman from the chopper, Tatiana, is there with Volgin, as is Sokolov. Sokolov says that he won't go anywhere with them, so Volgin electrocutes Tatiana in order to force Sokolov to obey. Ocelot shows up too and calls Sokolov a traitor. He torments him by placing a single bullet in one of 3 revolvers and juggles them, pulling the triggers and causing Sokolov to wet himself. The boss turns up as well and reprimands Ocelot. They take Sokolov away, and the boss informs Volgin that Snake killed the Pain. He's furious. Another member of the Cobra Unit, the End, is wheeled in. He's an extremely old sniper who some even called the father of sniping. When I say old, I mean like over 100 years old, hence why he's basically immobile. Another Cobra appears out of nowhere, and the boss tells this one, the Fear, that she's leaving Snake to him. He runs across the water and leaves. Volgin speaks to Tatiana and indicates that her job is now to entertain him, and they leave. Snake momentarily spots a phantom behind the boss, Sorrow. The boss then leaves. If Snake is really quick, he can take the End out straight away, but for the sake of story, and although it's fun, we'll just say that he let the old guy go. With the dock clear, Snake heads through the warehouses. He eventually reaches the exterior of the labs. Sneaking past or taking out any guards that are patrolling, he enters the building. Stealthily making his way through, Snake enters an office. Inside is a man who introduces himself as the self-proclaimed best weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and that thanks to his efforts, the Soviets were able to stamp out the Nazis. This is Alexander Granin, the scientist Volgin had brought in to design him a walking tank. He'd been researching ways to combine both infantry and artillery into one unstoppable machine, a bipedal walking machine capable of carrying nuclear warheads, exactly what Volgin had asked him for. Granin called it Metal Gear. However, due to Sokolov's arrival, Granin has been deemed surplus to requirements, and his research has halted due to Volgin's preference for the Shagohod instead, hence why Granin is drowning his sorrows. He says that he's going to send the Metal Gear documents to a friend in the US. He says that walking tanks will become a revolution when it comes to weaponry, as they can go anywhere. A tank cannot. Snake asks where Sokolov is, and Granin tells him that Sokolov and the Shagohod are at Groznygrad, the massive fort that Volgin had built using the Philosopher's war chest. Snake goes to leave to head to Groznygrad, and Granin tells Snake that he's mad and will certainly be killed. He wants to help Snake, and as a reward for complimenting his shoes... No, seriously. After Granin tells Snake that the shoes were a gift from the KGB operative Tatiana, Granin tells Snake how he can get into the fortress via an underground tunnel that runs along the perimeter of the fortress. In return, he asks that Snake get Sokolov out of there and to destroy the Shagohod. He also gives Snake a keycard and tells him it's for a door out of the warehouse that leads into the jungle, and that at the far end of the jungle, Snake can make his way into the mountains. Leaving and cautiously walking back through the forest, Snake is shot in the leg by a bolt which is coated in spider venom. This is the work of the Fear, who is able to use active camouflage. He's a weird, disgusting man creature who is known as the Spider Soldier, and his appearance would strike fear into enemies. Snake starts to succumb to the venom, and it's not long until it will paralyze him. When the battle begins, Snake uses some anti-venom and gets back into the fight. The Fear is sneaky on account of his camo, but eventually Snake avoids his bolts and is able to outfox him and bring him down. The Fear explodes due to his microbomb, and Snake has to dodge a load of poisoned bolts. With the Fear taken care of, Snake makes his way back to the warehouses and uses the keycard Granin gave him on the door. As Granin said, the door leads back out into the jungle, and Snake receives a call from Eva. She says that she's in the fortress of Groznygrad, and that Sokolov is there too, putting the finishing touches on the Shagohod. The Phase 2 tests are done, meaning that very soon they won't need Sokolov anymore. Eva says that using the route Granin told him about means he'll need a different keycard in order to get into the actual fortress. She arranges to meet Snake in some ruins at the top of the mountain. Finally, she warns him about another Cobra lying in wait for him at the foot of the mountain. It's the decrepit old sniper, the End. Snake continues on until he reaches the foot of the mountain. The End lies in wait. He doesn't have a spotter. He doesn't need one. He has a parrot that acts sort of like a spotter for him. His body is also able to adapt to different situations in terms of camouflage. But then when he senses Snake, he awakens as if by instinct alone. When the battle starts, Snake can do a couple of things. Since the End is so damned old, he can save the game, wait 8 days before playing again, and when opening up the game again, the End will have died naturally. If Snake saves and awakens a few days later, however, the End will surprise Snake and will tranquilize him. Snake will wake up in a cell and have to go back and face the End again. But for the sake of story, Snake stays to battle the End and takes him out. As with the others, his microbomb detonates. Heading into the tunnel that Granin mentioned, Snake climbs up a ridiculously long ladder, classic Kojima, and arrives at the mountaintop base. Climbing the mountain and being careful to avoid an attack helicopter, Snake makes it inside the base and meets with Eva. He walks in on her getting changed and notices the scars on her back, a sign of her having been tortured by Volgin. Eva says that Khrushchev's forces are on their way to the fortress, and Volgin is gathering his troops for a meeting with Khrushchev. Due to this, it means that there's a gap in the security in the fort, so now is a perfect time to move. Eva gives Snake the key he'll need for the door in the underground tunnel. She tells Snake that he needs to be a colonel in order to get to the Shagohod, so she shows him a picture. It's of Volgin and his lover, a Major Rykov. Snake needs to pretend that he's him by stealing his uniform. They discuss an escape plan for when Snake manages to grab Sokolov. Snake looks down and notices Eva's boots, and that's an important detail that'll come up later on. After speaking about Snake's relationship with the boss, and discussing their growing feelings for one another outside, Eva goes down to Groznygrad via her bike. Snake scouts out Groznygrad and sees Volgin beating the crap out of a barrel. The truth is that inside said barrel is Granin. Volgin had obviously found out about his betrayal and kills Granin. Ocelot approaches and Volgin pulls a transmitter from Granin's shoe, indicating that there's a spy there at the fortress, but Volgin does not suspect it to have been Granin himself. Volgin mentions that some C3 explosives have been stolen. The boss arrives and shows them the Fear's crossbow, indicating to both Volgin and Ocelot that the Fear is dead, as well as the end. Tatiana arrives too. Volgin is furious again, but the boss says that she will take care of Snake. She warns that the US want to destroy the Shagohod and steal Volgin's inheritance. She leaves and says that she's going to get the Davy Crockett. When Volgin leaves, Ocelot turns to Tatiana, notices her perfume, realizes it's familiar. He notices her boots and says, "Nice boots." He's onto her. So Eva is Tatiana. Who didn't see that coming? Eva left the correct boots at the mountaintop base. Anyway, Snake needs to make his way down to the fortress, so he heads into the underground tunnel and makes his way down the stairs. Snake moves through a large open area, and he's about to meet yet another Cobra. He meets the Fury. The Fury was actually the first man the Soviets sent into space, and not Yuri Gagarin. But entering Earth's atmosphere, coming back, an accident happened and he was burned alive, suffering severe burns all over his body. Due to this, he became obsessed with fire. Oh, and he developed a burning hatred towards the world in general, so that's always good. Wearing a spacesuit and wielding a flamethrower, the Fury tells Snake that he'll feel the scorching pain of being burned alive. As he did with the other Cobra members, Snake takes the Fury down. He mentions the boss before he dies, saying that the Cobras are done and that she needs to live on. He says that he's off to join the Sorrow and his microbomb explodes. Being attacked by what appears to be the spirit of the Fury, Snake leaves the area and gets to safety. Carrying on and moving through the tunnel system, Snake climbs a ladder and is inside the fortress now. Moving around the various areas, he makes it inside a building. With the building heavily patrolled, Snake manages to find Major Rykov, incapacitates him, hides his body in a locker, and takes his uniform, using it with a mask as a disguise. This mask was actually made for a previous operation at Groznygrad that was scrapped, but Snake had it with him for Snake Eater should he need it. Heading to the West Wing, Snake gains access using his new disguise. He overhears a conversation between who he believes to be Tatiana and Sokolov, who gives something to her. She pulls out the kiss of death but uses it to apply lipstick, and she then leaves. Snake speaks with Sokolov. He says that he'll get Sokolov out of there, but Sokolov says that he's too late as the Shagohod has now been completed. He explains that Phase 2 allows the Shagohod to launch an ICBM straight into the US itself, and this is done by accelerating the Shagohod. Volgin is planning to mass produce the Shagohod and deploy them all over the Soviet Union. He also plans to use these Shagohods to support mass uprising throughout the Third World. With the funds of the Philosopher's legacy, he will be unstoppable. Eventually, the entire planet will be at war. Sokolov has an idea and tells Snake that the fuel used in the rocket engines is stored inside a tank. If Snake can blow up the tank using some C3, that will likely blow up the entire hangar as well. Unfortunately, the C3, as Volgin mentioned, has been stolen by a female spy, Tatiana or Eva. Sokolov says that she managed to get into Groznygrad by becoming Volgin's lover. Snake thought that Tatiana was Sokolov's lover, but Sokolov says he only loves two women, and that's his wife and daughter back in America. Sokolov explains that Tatiana is a spy working for Khrushchev. He says that the item he gave her was the experimental data for the Shagohod. He insists that Snake destroys the Shagohod, and saying that he's there to rescue Sokolov, he says to Snake that he's not going anywhere, and he should leave him there. He says that Khrushchev has abandoned him, and that if he returns to his country, he will just be thrown into the gulag. He also says that if he went back to the US, he'd be forced to make more weapons and machines that are capable of mass destruction. Their chat is interrupted as Volgin approaches, so Snake puts on his disguise. Volgin suspects something, as it's suspicious that Major Rykov is in there after Volgin was waiting for him in his room. He grabs Snake's nether region and deduces that this in fact is not his lover, but an imposter. Volgin shoots Sokolov in the leg twice, causing Snake to disarm Volgin. The boss enters the room. Bad news for Snake, as once again she gives him a beatdown. Volgin goes to shoot Snake, but the boss gives him a beatdown too. Volgin announces his intention to torture Snake for hurting his boyfriend and beats Snake up, badly. Having been knocked unconscious, Snake is then tied up and comes to, finding that Volgin has beaten the living daylights out of Sokolov and has killed him. Volgin continues to torture Snake, demanding to know what the CIA know about him, trying to get him to reveal that the CIA are after the legacy. The boss enters along with Tatiana, and she says that he won't tell him anything, as she's trained him not to break. Volgin is a moron, and basically tells everyone there where the Philosopher's legacy is, in an underground vault in Groznygrad. A transmitter falls from Snake, and the boss says that she planted it on him to track his movements. Volgin says that he needs the boss to prove that she's not loyal to Snake by cutting out his eyes. The boss is hesitant, and Tatiana stops the boss from doing it. She says that Snake has suffered enough. Ocelot then outs Tatiana as the spy, saying that he knows her smell. He grabs her breast and she gives him a slap. He pulls out 3 revolvers again and carries out his party trick, leading to Snake intervening and getting his right eye destroyed as payment for his troubles. The boss reprimands Ocelot again and Volgin leaves. The boss then shoots Snake in the leg and gives him the gun. The same phantom shows up behind the boss, showing a codec frequency. The boss tells Snake to run and she leaves. Eva then tells Snake to get out via the sewers and to head west, as she's prepared an escape route for them. Snake is then patched up and thrown into a cell. Snake can talk to the guard, who reveals that his name's Johnny, that he's pretty lonely and used to live in the US before the Cold War, and even had a wife and kid, and he wants to see his family again. His kid's name was Johnny too. He pulls out a photo of his family. During the conversation, Snake sees the same codec frequency, 144.75. After the conversation, Snake calls the frequency and the cell door unlocks. Surprising poor Johnny, Snake knocks the guy out and leaves the area. Heading back across the outside areas, Snake enters the sewers. Eva calls and says that Colonel Volgin found out Snake escaped, and now the entire fortress is on red alert. She says that due to this red alert, Snake won't be able to get out of the fortress, as the exits from the sewers are sealed off. A unit has been sent to the sewers to find Snake, so Snake heads north through the sewers, avoiding attack dogs. He eventually makes it to a long tunnel and runs towards light and to an exit. He's being chased by Volgin's soldiers, Ocelot's Gru soldiers and more dogs. Snake standing on the ledge, Ocelot appears and does some gloating. Ocelot is fanning around with his stupid game of luck with one bullet in the gun and pulling the trigger, so Snake takes this opportunity to fall off the ledge and into the water below. He is carried downstream but passes out underwater. Snake enters into a burning forest. He is confronted by the ghost of the Sorrow, the ghost that has been assisting Snake throughout his mission. The Sorrow makes it clear that Snake is in some sort of spiritual realm. Remember I mentioned that the Philosophers were trying to force the boss to kill the Sorrow? Well, she complied in order to save their son, Ocelot, and shot him in the left eye. This is signified by the fact that he weeps blood out of his left eye. His remains lie near to the place where Snake was injured on the riverbank 1 week prior. His power was that he was a medium, and this meant that he could communicate with the spirit world, and he could evoke the spirits of the dead. Anyway, the Sorrow tells Snake that he will know the sorrow of the lives of those he has ended. Snake walks down the river and sees the ghosts, the souls of all the people he'd killed on his mission, including the members of the Cobra Unit. After a long walk down the river, Snake comes to and swims to the surface. A call with Eva sees her tell Snake to seek out a cave behind a waterfall. Finding the cave, Eva arrives in style. She gives him his equipment back along with a fancy new eye patch. Cooking some snakes and some fish on a fire, Eva and Snake talk. The two grow closer. Eva then pulls a transmitter out of Snake's back, put in there by Ocelot in the torture room. Snake throws the transmitter on the fire and Eva hands him the C3 explosives that she'd stolen from Groznygrad. She tells him the same thing that Sokolov did, that he needs to use the C3 to blow up the fuel tanks inside the hangar containing the Shagohod. After Eva leaves, Snake heads up through a tunnel and comes back out in Groznygrad again. A vehicle arrives and parks on top of the grate back to the tunnel, so Snake's path back through there is a no-go. He eventually manages to sneak into the hangar. Making his way through it, Snake plants explosives on the various fuel tanks. Whilst doing so, Snake gets a call from Eva stating that she's placed her share of the C3 on the rail bridge covering their escape attempt. After he's finished placing the charges, Snake is confronted by Volgin and Ocelot, who it turns out have actually captured Eva. The boss appears and disarms Snake, again, and the two fight using the CQC they'd developed together, but the boss once again gets the better of Snake. Whilst Ocelot puts a gun in Snake's face, he sees the Sorrow again. He's telling Snake how much time he has left before the C3 goes off. Volgin says that he found Eva inside his underground vault, and she stole the microfilm with the details regarding the Philosopher's legacy. Seems that Volgin telling them all about the location of the microfilm back in the torture room was actually a clever ploy to flush out the spy amongst them. Volgin kicks Eva, which angers Snake. Ocelot states that it wasn't her perfume that gave her away, but it was the smell of gasoline from her bike. Eva attempts to use the kiss of death on Volgin, but Volgin stops her and subjects her to more electrical torture. He explains about the Philosopher's legacy and how he used the Philosopher's spy network, which was still intact, to contact the boss and suggested that she defect. Volgin says that the conflict within the Philosophers after World War II tore apart unity. Volgin wants to use the Philosopher's legacy in order to restore that. He wanted to use the Shagohod and the Cobra Unit since they only obeyed the boss, but Snake has taken out most of the Cobras. He says that there's nothing the US can do to stop them. He gives the legacy microfilm to the boss and tells her to take it someplace safe. She says that she'll go and see if there are any signs of sabotage and that she'll dispose of Eva, leaving Volgin to deal with Snake. However, the boss whispers to Eva and says, "Leave everything to me," and tells Volgin to fight like a warrior. What is the boss up to? Ocelot wants to get even and wants to face Snake in a duel. Volgin's not having it though and wants to kill Snake himself. Snake and Volgin then face off. The Sorrow appears again, telling Snake he only has 5 or so minutes until the C3 explodes. Ocelot brandishes a weapon and a knife and gives them to Snake. However, he cannot use his weapons against Volgin, so must defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. Throughout the battle, Ocelot is throwing items down to Snake, offering him support. Eventually, Volgin tires and tells Ocelot to shoot Snake. Ocelot refuses, saying he made a promise to the boss. Volgin tells Ocelot to find the explosives that Snake had planted. Snake and Volgin continue to fight, but eventually, he defeats the Colonel. An exhausted Snake hurries out of the hangar. Ocelot sees that Snake has defeated Volgin and escaped, and he smiles. Eva shows up on her bike and Snake jumps into the sidecar. They speed away from the hangar as the C3 detonates. Eva tells Snake that the boss actually just let her go. Snake says he has one last thing to do, to kill the boss. Eva tells him that the boss is already at the lake waiting for Snake, where his and Eva's escape transport is waiting. She says that she doesn't want him to fight the boss. As they're about to leave though, it appears that the blast didn't take out the Shagohod, or Volgin for that matter, as he's piloting it. Attempting to escape, Eva drives to avoid the Shagohod while Snake has to take out many soldiers. Eva says that they can lure the Shagohod to the bridge that she'd rigged, and hopefully they can sink it. Ocelot gives chase too, however, and a brief chase through the burning hangar sees Ocelot nearly die via falling debris, but Snake fires an RPG at the debris, saving Ocelot's life. Ocelot gives up the chase, and after being pursued on the runway by Volgin and other soldiers on the bikes, the bridge is in sight. They lure the Shagohod to the other side, and Snake shoots the explosives on the bridge's supports. The Shagohod appears to have fallen into the water, but Snake and Eva's elation is short-lived, as the Shagohod is very much still working, and they are forced into a fight against Volgin and the machine. But using RPGs, Snake manages to defeat it. Volgin though is persistent as ever, and he uses his electrical abilities in order to control the Shagohod with his own body. Eva uses herself as bait, and Snake continues to hammer the Shagohod with the RPGs, and uses a sniper rifle to defeat Volgin himself. After the battle, the rains come. Volgin then dies, and they are pursued again. Eva and Snake finally escape Groznygrad, however, Eva's bike is destroyed and she's badly injured. Snake patches Eva up with the help of paramedic. Eva's weak, but they need to walk the rest of the way through the jungle and must evade or kill many patrolling soldiers. Despite their slim odds for survival, they make it to the lake. The boss is there, waiting. She uses the final portable nuke and completely destroys Groznygrad. She tells Snake all about her experience working for the US and their various programs and operations during the Cold War and how it made her disillusioned. Finally, she tells Snake that she has radioed Russian fighter jets to bomb the area as a way to ensure that Snake finishes his mission. The two face off for the final time. A tense and fierce battle between the two now takes place. Due to Snake's skill set getting better during his mission, his skills are now a match for the boss, and she regularly compliments him on that fact. Snake eventually gets the better of his mentor and defeats her. As she lies there dying, the boss hands the microfilm containing the details for the Philosopher's legacy over to Snake and asks him to keep it safe. She gives him her weapon, and she asks him to kill her. Snake is reluctant to do so, but he grants her request. The spirits of both the boss and the Sorrow are now at peace and can move on. Heading to the Wig where Eva is waiting, they take off. However, there's one more thing. Ocelot is desperate to settle a score. He boards the plane, fights with Snake, and eventually challenges him to a duel. Ocelot wants them to share their real names. Snake lies and tells him his name is John. Ocelot shares his. Ocelot was born with the name Adamska. He was the other NSA codebreaker that defected, and the Adam that was meant to meet Snake instead of Eva. He was undercover as an operative of the GRU. Turns out that Ocelot was actually working for the CIA all along. They duel and both shoot but do each other no harm. Ocelot laughs at Snake's confusion and tells him that the bullet put into the revolver was a blank. Ocelot says, "Until they meet again," and the two smile at one another before Ocelot jumps off of the plane and into the lake, allowing him and Eva to take off and leave. After landing in Alaska a little while later, Snake and Eva sheltered in an abandoned cabin and got cozy with one another. But while Snake is sleeping, Eva is preparing to leave and records Snake a message. She leaves and Snake awakens in the morning to find that Eva has taken the Philosopher's legacy and the data from the Shagohod. He listens to the recording. She reveals that she's a triple agent. She's not working for the US and was never an NSA codebreaker. The two codebreakers who defected were both men. She's not working for the Soviets and Khrushchev either, but she is working for China, where the Philosophers are still active, and they wanted Eva to get the Philosopher's legacy from Volgin. China also wanted to get their own nuclear weaponry capabilities going too, and the Shagohod's launch data helps them do that. She says that she was supposed to kill Snake but chose to spare him, not only because she'd fallen in love with him, but also because she'd made a promise to the boss to keep Snake alive. She also says that she was a former student of the Philosophers, as Eva attended one of the Philosopher's charm schools, where, remember, the boss was previously an instructor, so the boss saw straight through her cover. She says that the boss's defection was actually complete and utter bollocks, as she was a double agent initially sent to infiltrate Volgin's operation by the US in order to obtain the Philosopher's legacy. After Volgin used the US nuke to destroy the Soviets' research facility and fearing the blowback from the Soviets for their botched operation, the US left the boss out to dry, marking her as a rogue agent and a defector. The US government had told Snake she'd defected as they desperately wanted the Philosopher's legacy, and they wanted the Shagohod destroyed. The boss had to be killed by one of their own, so of course, Snake was sent back in under threat of execution if he did not carry out his mission. Anyway, Snake goes back to the US and to the CIA headquarters in Langley. He receives a warm reception for the duty he'd done for his country. Major Zero is there, as is Sigint, real name Donald Anderson, and paramedic. Also there is the US President Lyndon B. Johnson. Johnson awards Snake a medal, calls him a true patriot, and gives Snake the new codename Big Boss, and the top brass there talk of his skill and how he could be the man to head up a brand new Fox infiltration unit for the US Army. Snake, though, learning of how the boss had been betrayed by the country and government she'd given her life to protect, well, this didn't sit right with him. Major Zero tries to congratulate him, but knowing that he'd been sold a lie by the government and that he'd killed his beloved mentor believing she was a traitor, filled Snake with shame and regret. He leaves without speaking to anyone. He then visits her grave in Arlington Cemetery, and he sheds a tear for his former mentor. The lies and cover-ups by the US government would paint the boss as a war criminal when she was nothing of the sort, and then painting him as the hero would mark a change in Snake. In the aftermath of these events in the same year, Nikita Khrushchev is ousted and Brezhnev becomes first secretary in his place. Thanks to Eva obtaining the data from the Shagohod, China's nuclear program ramped up, and on October 16, 1964, they conducted their first nuclear test. In 1965, Sigint joined ARPA, and over the years, Snake would attempt to track down Eva, but in 1968, she disappeared whilst in Hanoi. After Snake Eater, Snake retired and left the Fox unit. He attempted to become a hunting guide, but this didn't last long. His legend remained, but despite being Big Boss, he felt that he didn't deserve the title Boss, so he continued to use the name Naked Snake. Zero dissolved the American Philosophers and reformed it as an organization called the Patriots or the Lalilulelo, and Zero invites Ocelot to join, and he also recruited Sigint and Paramedic. Around 1971, Eva had been tracked down by Snake in Hanoi and rescued. Since she'd been expelled from China due to her failure to deliver the real Philosopher's legacy, and instead having unknowingly delivered a fake, she went to America and joined the Patriots too. With Big Boss on board with the Patriots now, they have their 6 founding members. The ideology of this organization was simple. It was to follow Big Boss's vision of a world united, with Big Boss being at the center of it, and a figure that people would look to and who they would want to follow. However, the interpretation of this was seen slightly differently by Zero and Big Boss. Zero saw it as the world being under the control of a single group, ensuring unity of thought and awareness. The other Patriots followed his lead, whereas Big Boss only wanted to carry on the wishes of the boss, that the world's soldiers would not be pawns to be used by worldwide governments. Big Boss saw Zero trying to create stories, both true and false, to elevate the legend of Big Boss, so he would almost be viewed as an idol. He saw Zero acting a similar way to the American Philosophers, in the way that they used and manipulated the boss. The internal conflict between Big Boss and Zero due to their clashing ideologies would grow, and Zero came up with a plan should Big Boss decide to leave the Patriots. This was a secret project called Les Enfants Terribles, and it was carried out with ATGC Incorporated, who were a US biotech company, and the project was also supported by DARPA. DARPA being the Defense and Advanced Research Projects Agency. Zero got Dr. Clark, or Paramedic, on board, which was a given, as she worked for ATGC, and he got Eva on board too, and they took Big Boss's DNA with the intention of making clones of Big Boss. Eva became the surrogate mother to these clones, and eventually 2 were born with their ability to reproduce taken away. Engineered out. Naturally, Big Boss found out about this, and furious, he parted ways with the Patriots, wanted nothing to do with Eva, and formed his own group of mercenaries who would call themselves Militaires Sans Frontières, which translates as an army without borders. This was done to further the dying wishes of the boss. Eva would leave soon after, but Ocelot would stay with the Patriots and would spy for Big Boss and for Eva.
You parted ways, as did Eva, leaving only Anderson and Clark still with him. I maintained limited contact, although truth be told, we were just keeping tabs on one another. The reason was always you.
Now this is when Zero lost his way and lost control, for that matter. He wanted an orderly world governed by rules. Lots of wars would grow his fortune, and he had influence stretching all the way to the White House. As mentioned, Paramedic and Sigint would stay with the Patriots, but both would become hungry for power and succumb to corruption. The Patriots would then come to be known as Cypher in 1974.
Zero created Cypher, an information network to tap into every corner of the globe. Woven together, Cypher's arteries make the world just one big organism, and that's not all. It also monitors the thorn in Zero's side. That's you, tracking your coordinates wherever you might go. The further you strayed from your roots, the larger Zero became. It's as if he was trying to close the gap between you.
Big Boss, who we'll now just refer to as Snake from this point, has his troops stationed on the Barranquilla coast of Colombia. On 4th of November 1974, the troops are undergoing training. One of MSF's commanders, McDonald Kazuhiro Miller, approaches, and he's got 2 people with him. Heading into the base's office, Snake speaks with the visitors. The man is Ramon Galvez Mena, a scholar who is part of the Costa Rican government, something called University for Peace, and with him is his student, Paz Ortega Andrade. They want the MSF's help. They explain that an unknown and very well-funded army has entered Costa Rica. He says that Costa Rica doesn't have its own army, as their constitution as a nation states that the army has been abolished, something called the Peace Constitution. There's something fishy going on, as the Costa Rican government claim that this mysterious army are a multinational security outfit hired by the Developmental Department of Costa Rica. However, Galvez does not believe this at all. He thinks this because of their highly advanced weaponry and equipment, which is in high supply. Galvez says that he suspects that the CIA may have something to do with this army being there through funding their activities. This causes an anger to grow inside Snake. Galvez believes that the US sees Central America as its backyard, that even after the Cuban tensions during the Cold War, Costa Rica's relationship with the US has remained balanced. Galvez pleads with Snake and Miller to help drive this army out of the country, as Costa Rica's own deterrent. As payment, Galvez says that he will give them an offshore base of operations off the coast of the Caribbean and a chopper for transport. Miller states that this is perfect for MSF as the army needs someplace permanent that they can settle. Galvez adds that they'll have the full but unofficial support of the Costa Rican government. Snake has reservations though. He accuses Galvez of thinking MSF are just a pack of dogs of war. Snake tries to convince Galvez to try and negotiate instead, but he's reluctant, saying that the government's hands are tied. Galvez then states that he's not there on his government's behalf. He says that this force have a supply port north of Puerto Limon. Paz stumbled upon it whilst she was searching for a friend who was lost and she got captured. They tortured her, but she eventually managed to escape. Since Paz lost people close to her due to war, she hates war. Paz then asks Snake to get this army out of Costa Rica. Once again, Snake declines. Having a private talk with Miller, Snake conveys his worry that if they settle somewhere, the MSF will at some point become the warmongers themselves. Then, Miller and Snake realize that if the CIA are backing this military, then Galvez is likely a KGB agent. Miller says that there'd be no turning back, as allying themselves with a KGB agent would mean making an enemy of their homeland. Paz and the professor enter the room, and after he uses his prosthetic hand to light Snake's cigar, Snake and Miller confront the professor about his affiliation. Galvez neither confirms nor denies his KGB affiliation, but he explains his mission. The KGB wants Central America in order to build a socialist stronghold and use that to split North and South America in two. That would be crippling to the US, and Latin America would be within reach of the Soviet Union. Galvez firmly believes that whoever controls Central America will win the Cold War. He highlights the US-backed Somoza regime in Nicaragua. The Somoza family ruled Nicaragua from 1936 for 43 years. It was a dictatorship and passed down from father to son and so on, and this dictatorship maintained a favourable relationship with the US. Galvez says that the KGB had already begun providing aid to a socialist party known as Sandinista National Liberation Front, a group inspired by what Fidel Castro and Che Guevara achieved in Cuba in 1960. Galvez says that it's clear that the CIA-backed armed group in Costa Rica are attempting to disrupt their efforts over the border in Nicaragua. That's not all, apparently. Galvez says that the CIA have something else planned too, but that he does not yet know what that is. He needs Snake and the MSF to find out what that something is. He asks Snake to infiltrate the facility where Paz was imprisoned and tortured, and once again asks them to drive this army out of the country. Miller asks about Paz. She doesn't know that Galvez is KGB, and that he's there to disrupt US and CIA operations. He explains that whilst Paz was able to escape her captors, her friend was not so lucky and didn't escape. He then plays Snake and Miller a recording on a tape that Paz took during her escape.
What is that? A quetzal?
The phoenix bird.
Paz's friend was researching birds. She went out into the jungle to record bird calls and stumbled upon this.
So? So what?
Now it gets interesting.
Poisonous. I need to get rid of it. I chase it back to its nest. You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's all many people. I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
Boss. Voice print analysis confirms that this voice is indeed that of the legendary hero and criminal, the boss.
What?
The other hasn't been identified. Female in her 30s with a British accent. The song playing in the background was a hit in 1973.
What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? I am loyal to myself.
Boss is alive in Costa Rica.
As I understand it, she was your commander, fought by your side, and that you killed her under orders from the CIA, thus surpassing her to become the hero known as Big Boss.
With Snake reeling from hearing the voice of the boss and the possibility that she is still alive and in Costa Rica, he eventually relents and agrees to help once he sees Galvez threaten to burn the tape. But Snake says that he's only agreed to do so because of Paz. With the MSF now stationed at their base out at sea, Snake arrives on the coast of Costa Rica at Playa del Alba. Infiltrating the jungle, he immediately spots CIA mercenaries. Sneaking through the area, careful to keep himself silent and invisible, Snake arrives at a supply depot. He overhears a radio man saying that they broke him, and Snake spots a bloodied man in the room. The radio man speaks of a target 500 and that they acquired the location of this target. The voice over the radio talks about spears having been loaded. Interrogating the radio man, he states that he's directing cargo to Irazu in the mountains. After knocking the man out, Snake spots and hears a very odd VTOL passing overhead, which seems to be emitting a kind of song. Searching the room, he finds a map, and this map reveals the army's bases in the region. Speaking with Miller over the radio, he reveals that he's also found a load of film badges used to measure radiation exposure. Surmising that this is linked to the cargo they call spears, they realize that they're bringing nukes into Costa Rica. This is a direct contravention of the international treaty called the Tlatelolco Treaty, which established the denuclearization of Latin America and the Caribbean. This was put in place in order to prevent a repeat of the Cuban Missile Crisis. With Snake needing to know the lay of the land, Miller reminds him about the Sandinistas and advises that he get in touch with their commander. While Snake sets off to make contact with the commander, one of the MSF soldiers infiltrates the supply depot and uses a Fulton device to extract the radio commander. That soldier is sent to the mother base and is then eventually recruited into the MSF. Meanwhile, Snake speaks with Paz, who is staying at a school until things quieten down a bit. She says that if he needs to know anything about Costa Rica, then he should ask her. Miller then tells Snake they need to confirm what the spears actually are. Miller says the Sandinistas' hideout has come under attack, so Snake needs to head there and secure the commandant. Heading through the jungles of eastern Limon, Snake eventually reaches the hideout and does indeed find that it's come under attack. Dealing with the soldiers there, Snake hears a thud coming from the boathouse. Heading up, he finds the Sandinistas there. They were hiding. Snake speaks with a young woman who is called Amanda. Their commandant, her father, is dead, so she has taken command of the group. Snake tells her that he's a Colombian and that he went there to take pictures of birds. She confirms that the soldiers who attacked the base were indeed CIA mercenaries, and she says that they've got too much hardware for something as simple as pushing the Sandinistas out. She also informs Snake of one of the enemy's bases, an abandoned factory to the north. During their chat, they are interrupted by the VTOL Snake saw earlier on, still playing that strange melody. It's revealed to be an unmanned weapon, and it begins firing upon the Sandinistas. Snake saves Amanda's life, but the VTOL deploys capture drones, and Snake destroys a couple of them but misses the VTOL. One of them grabs Amanda's little brother Chico, and Snake stops her from using a launcher as the fall will kill Chico. Amanda and her Sandinistas run after the drone. With reinforcements arriving at the boathouse, Snake makes his way to the factory. After finding and freeing any prisoners being held there at the sorting shed, Snake passes through and comes to a large open area. A group of heavily armoured personnel with the letters PS on their gear show up, along with an armoured vehicle known as a LAV Type G, and a battle takes place. Unfortunately for them, Snake eventually defeats them and destroys the vehicle. After this battle, Snake spots another drone. This one has a gun mounted on it. It's heading towards a gunship, and the odd melody continues to play out. The drone eventually spots Amanda, who is nearby, and it deploys a grappling hook, which grabs Amanda in an attempt to abduct her. Amanda cuts herself free, but in the fall, she breaks her leg. Another grappling hook is deployed, and Snake shoots the drone. Amanda falls through some trees, and these help to break her fall a bit, softening the landing, but she's still heavily injured. Thankfully, the trees cover their position from the drone. Amanda states that the abandoned factory that Snake passed through is an old banana factory which was once a KGB front for drug production. This factory, operated by the Sandinistas, served to provide funds for the revolution. Telling her that he suspects that the cargo is actually nukes, Amanda is shocked. She says that the transport route could lead them to Chico and her revolutionaries. Snake agrees to help rescue Chico. He reveals his true identity to her, and he uses the Fulton device to send her to the mother base so she can heal up. With her at mother base, he can ask her any questions he has about American bases or their mercenary units. Snake heads to the mountains to infiltrate the mountain prison facility. Arriving, the facility is essentially a small village that has been taken over by the CIA mercenaries. They installed new front doors to make them more secure, and they are housing prisoners inside these tiny houses. Checking the front doors and looking through the peepholes, Snake eventually finds the one that houses Chico. Entering the house, Chico recognizes Snake from the boathouse. Chico says that the mercenaries take the cargo through the marshes on a barge, Then they load the cargo onto a train and transport the cargo by rail, and then the train then stops at a terminal just past a coffee plantation. The train goes into a tunnel and then disappears. He says that none of the Sandinistas ever managed to get close enough to the other side of the tunnel, as it's protected by a spirit, a giant monster that he calls El Basilico, which means King of Snakes. Chico goes on to say that this King of Snakes walks on legs as big as trees, and that he saw this monster at the terminal next to the tunnel. Chico says that if Snake hurries, he can catch the train at the terminal. It's revealed that Chico was conflicted about how the Sandinistas were funding themselves, which, as we've heard, was through drug production and smuggling. At one point, he tried to set the drug plant on fire, such was his disgust at what the Sandinistas were doing. He reveals that he gave into the torture and gave up information on the Sandinistas, and as a result he says he wishes he was dead. Snake gives Chico a reason he should go on living, that he should fight alongside him, and sends him to Mother Base via Fulton Recovery. Amanda thanks Snake for saving her and Chico asks Snake to save any Sandinista prisoners he finds, and offers to answer any questions regarding wildlife that he has. An intel team is then set up at Mother Base in order to support the MSF's efforts. Snake then heads for the terminal to try and intercept the cargo. Snake arrives at the coffee factory and passes through. He eventually makes it to the terminal at El Cadalso. He spots a train car and a bunch of soldiers there. Neutralizing the enemy soldiers, Snake checks the train car, and the cargo has been loaded onto a truck and is driven away, but not before Snake gets a good look at the truck's number plate. He then has to do battle with another heavily armored vehicle, this time a T-72 tank, along with more heavily armored soldiers. Despite the overwhelming odds, Snake excels in battle. After taking some damage, the captain who is controlling the tank emerges, and taking him out, Snake is able to capture the tank, and it becomes a useful asset gained by the MSF. Snake needs to go after the trucks carrying the cargo. Since the tank took out the tunnel, Chico tells him about an alternate route through the prison village. Miller also mentions the fact that after scrapped plans to build hydroelectric plants in the region, there's an entrance into the mountain via one of the crater lakes. Miller surmises that they probably built a base inside the mountain, so making his way to the village and blowing up a barricade, Snake crosses over a gorge and is now at a fortress called Fuerte La Ladera. Infiltrating it, he finds the truck he saw leaving earlier on, but the nukes are no longer there, with them having been unloaded. Snake then overhears a conversation.
Just a minute, this isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent.
You used me!
We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us stuck. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory. Wait!
Hey, you okay? Don't do it! Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
With the man preparing to launch a nuke, Snake rushes to an open-top hangar, and he sees a machine underneath a tarp being lifted away and out of the hangar by the gunship he saw in the forest earlier on. It's at that moment, though, that another machine, similar to Sokolov's Shagohod he'd encountered in Seloniarsk, attacks him. This machine is called Pupa, an attack craft powered by AI. It has a vast arsenal available to it, but after a grueling battle, Snake triumphs. He destroys the main component, the AI pod, and doing so he is able to climb inside it. The scientist then tells Snake to pull out all of the AI memory boards from the pod. The machine then explodes and the AI pod is ejected and shoots up into the sky. Afterwards, Snake speaks with the scientist and he introduces himself as Dr. Huey Emmerich. He created the machine that Snake just fought. Huey explains that he kind of had a hand in creating the large machine that was lifted out of the hangar earlier on. He explains that the nukes were loaded onto that particular machine and that the project to create this machine is in its final stage. Huey explains it better.
We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot. They can only follow simple commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's who that guy was.
CIA's station chief for Central America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker.
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back.
Huey then explains mutually assured destruction to Snake, but he explains the flaw in nuclear deterrence, the human element. That if one side is struck by a nuclear weapon, then there's actually no guarantee that the other side will actually strike back due to the potential loss of human life. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain as it's unmanned. There's no moral conundrum. The ultimate deterrence. Coldman wants to show the world that retaliation can be carried out by a machine, and that there'll be no bluffing. A nation won't strike another nation that has an unmanned machine that can strike back, and that will completely disregard human life. Huey explains that this needs to be stopped and tells Snake about the location of the base where the nuke will be launched from. As mentioned, the Peace Walker project is in its final phase, but it's missing something. The brain. A very advanced AI brain that can take the place of a human decision maker. And something that can select the appropriate retaliatory target all on its own. Huey also tells Snake about a research lab to the north that is developing this brain, and that this part of the project is being headed up by another American scientist, an AI expert called Dr. Strangelove. Huey gives Snake a letter intended for Strangelove, and a keycard that will get him inside the lab. Snake offers Huey the opportunity to join MSF. So, after showing him the ruins in the distance where Strangelove's lab is, Snake Fultons Huey out of there, and he arrives at Mother Base shortly afterwards, which is a massive boost to MSF's R&D team. Shortly afterwards, Huey speaks with Snake, and he says that they started development of a bipedal weapon called Metal Gear Zeke. However, Huey and his R&D team will need resources to build this machine, so just as he did after he defeated the Pupa, he needs to get components for Zeke after any battles that he has. Huey signs off by saying that having their own Metal Gear, MSF will be able to achieve true independence. Meanwhile, many soldiers from all over the world are hearing about MSF and are eager to join, and Snake, at points, will travel back to Mother Base and take them through a rigorous entrance exam as they want to see if Big Boss is the real deal. This essentially amounts to giving them a good kicking. The base was also undergoing expansion, and different platforms were developed since the MSF's manpower and staffing was increasing. Snake needs to journey to the tropical cloud forest and to the Mayan ruins in order to get to Strangelove's lab, so he sets off through the jungle on horseback. Paz and Huey contact him and give him the rundown on both the jungle, its wildlife, and what he needs to do. Miller contacts him too, and unfortunately, it seems that Hot Coldman knows that they are there in Costa Rica and has raised security in the areas surrounding the lab itself. This means that the Chrysalis AI gunship will be flying around, and enemy soldiers will be lying about the jungle, camouflaged. Getting close to the lab, Snake, as mentioned, must be careful to watch out for enemy scouts. In one area though, Snake is ambushed by a Hind helicopter, along with a number of soldiers, but you know the drill, Snake soon takes them all out. Once again, a vital piece of machinery is captured by MSF, and they now have a Hind helicopter. Pushing on towards the Mayan ruins, Snake finds a woman sitting, rather worse for wear, at the foot of a tree. She speaks French, and says she is a tourist from Paris. Her name is Cecile Caminades, and she is an ornithologist. Helping her out by giving her something to drink, she talks about having recorded a voice, meaning that she is Paz's friend who made the tape of the boss's voice. She was captured by Strangelove, but Cecile describes her as kind, despite the fact that they had her blindfolded. They said she could go home in a month. She managed to escape eventually though, and she speaks of hearing another woman at the facility, but that she never actually saw this woman, and that the woman often sang a strange song. Snake is eager to know more about this voice, but Cecile can tell him nothing more. Snake offers to send her to the MSF base, calling it Outer Heaven. Explaining what was inside the facility, she describes a large tube. When she approached it, that's when she heard the voice. It simply said the name Jack over and over again, which, of course, is Snake's real name. After sending Cecile off via Fulton Recovery, Snake continues to head north and arrives at the ruins. He quickly finds the entrance to the lab, but using the key card Huey gave to him, he discovers that the door won't open. Demanding to know what's going on, Snake contacts Huey and tells him that the key card doesn't work. Huey is as surprised as Snake, and it's clear that something happened between Huey and Dr. Strangelove. Speaking with a now freshened up Cecile, she says that the guard who took the key card she stole during her escape attempt wears an orange jacket, so he shouldn't be too hard to spot. He is also stationed in a place where Snake will hear a bird called a quetzal singing. Miller speaks with Snake, and here is where it gets strange. Cecile definitely made the tape with the voice of the boss on it, but she claims that she's never actually met Paz. Anyway, Snake needs the key card, so he heads out to try and find the soldier. Snake needs to look where he can hear Quetzal singing. Eventually, he does manage to find the soldier wearing the orange jacket and knocking the guy out who retrieves the keycard. Hauling himself back to the Mayan ruins again, he uses the keycard and it works. He enters through the door and spots the large Mayan temple. He then sees a white Andalusian horse, a breed that the boss favoured. He speaks with a woman in a red coat, and this is Dr. Strangelove. She knows who he is, and she says that she's been waiting. She says that she despises Snake. She seems to harbour a deep hatred for Snake for the fact that he killed the boss 10 years ago. She clearly doesn't know much about Snake, as she asks him if he still wears the title of Big Boss with pride, not knowing that he has shunned that title. She hates him for, in her words, using the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. He explains what the boss did and how she had to die in order to prevent nuclear war between the US and the Soviets. Strangelove says that she is the one the boss abandoned when she died. She then refers to the boss as the woman she loved. Asking if Snake would like to meet the boss, he says that the boss is gone. She says that Snake took the boss's life and that Strangelove gave it back. She demands that before he's allowed to see the boss, he sniffs some smokeless tobacco called snuff. A bit of an odd request, but either way, Strangelove shows Snake the large tube that Cecil described. Strangelove describes it as an imago, a complete individual. He hears the boss's voice ask if there's someone there. Snake approaches the tube. This tube is called the Mammal Pod. Strangelove basically used a load of information on the boss in order to create an AI version of her. Remember what we learned about Coleman's nuke launching? Retaliatory AI? Well, the boss's mind would be the basis for the AI that Coleman wanted. Strangelove also wanted to clear the boss's now tarnished name, given that she was marked as a traitor and all. She wanted to recreate the boss's last will. Hearing Strangelove use Snake's real name, Jack, this causes the AI to freak out, telling Snake to go home and that she is not his boss anymore. Strangelove challenges Snake to destroy the boss again, if he can, and she locks him in the pod. Snake was unable to completely destroy the boss's pod and he passes out. Remember that snuff that Strangelove had him sniff? What he didn't know is that she had laced it with sleeping pills, and Snake therefore passes out. He then has a series of flashbacks in regard to his final battle with the boss. Snake then comes to and he's been thrown out of the lab and into the grounds in front of the Mayan temple. He sees a Hind helicopter carrying away the AI pod. However, he has to get ready for a battle pretty quickly as the Chrysalis AI gunship emerges. Like the Pupa, the Chrysalis has a lot of weaponry available to it, and Snake battles hard against the gunship whilst it sings that weird melody and calls out what it's choosing to attack with. Thankfully, Snake overcomes the gunship and brings it down. As he did in the Pupa fight, he enters the AI pod taking vital components, and the AI pod then takes off into the sky. After the battle, Snake speaks with Miller, angry that he got played by Strangelove. Miller says that the Peace Walker testing facility is 15 miles to the north and is disguised as a rock quarry. After an argument with Miller about Snake having to destroy the boss again, a traumatic event for him the first time round, and his unwillingness to simply let the boss go and his real reason for accepting this mission, to find the boss, Snake sets off for the rock quarry. Snake eventually, after a long ride on horseback, arrives at a mine base in eastern Heredia. Huey pipes up and says that the facility is somewhere around that mine. He suggests getting up close and destroying the AI. He signs off by begging Snake to not let them use his creation to launch a nuke. Sneaking through the mining area, Snake arrives at the quarry and spots the Peace Walker being lowered into the facility. He is spotted by a drone, and this puts the base on alert with many soldiers emerging to try and take him out. After taking out the numerous soldiers and all of their reinforcements, the fight is not yet over, as Snake must now fight another huge machine. This is another AI weapon, the Cocoon, an elite attack craft. Targeting weak spots such as the AI pod, Snake does a fair amount of damage and climbs the huge machine to enter the exposed pod. As with before, he takes crucial parts the MSF need for Metal Gear Zeke, and as expected, like the other pods did, the AI pod takes off. Snake then moves inside the facility in order to try and stop the launch by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod. Either taking out the many patrolling guards or simply sneaking past them, Snake descends to the bottom level of the facility. He enters the main area where Peace Walker is being held.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets
Regrets?
about your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you.
I have no record of such a debriefing.
Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will?
There is no mission record matching that description.
Ah.
Jack.
You're not the boss. The boss is dead.
Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, Big Boss.
Mammals showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, Big Boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Solinoyarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coldman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT 2 talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him.
Snake then proceeds to fight off all the soldiers trying to take him, and he takes Strangelove's keycard from her. He is then taken by the soldiers to a torture chamber. After another dream about the boss's final moments, Snake wakes to find he's being tortured by Dr. Strangelove. She's demanding to know whether or not the boss truly defected. She's not believing that a hero like the boss would defect and betray her country, and Snake isn't really giving her an answer she likes, so she continues to torture him. She questions him about his scar, that he bears the exact same scar that the boss had. Strangelove says that she has a right to know what she died for, demanding that Snake say that the boss died for America. Snake is, however, firm in his belief that she died because she was a traitor and that she went to her grave cursing her country. Snake knows that Strangelove just wants to know this part of the boss's character so she can program that into the AI version of the boss. It's the final piece. He knows that the boss is dead. So Strangelove continues to torture Snake and he passes out and wakes up later inside his cell. He needs to escape, and fast. And if he can't, well, then more torture awaits. Using Strangelove's keycard that he managed to grab earlier on, Snake escapes his confinement. He speaks with Miller, who says that Paz has gone quiet. Then Miller says that he was slightly suspicious of the professor and sent someone over to the school where Paz was staying. He explains that Paz was never there, despite saying that she was. Neither was the professor, for that matter. Snake asks Miller to try and see if he can get any information out of the KGB. Good thing is that while Snake has been out of action, nothing had happened in terms of Peace Walker. It's still in the hangar. He needs to destroy the AI. As a side note, after Snake had been imprisoned, Miller had sent one of the MSF soldiers to retrieve Snake's gear from the main hangar. All geared up again, Snake re-enters the hangar and sees Strangelove there with Coldman, and Coldman has Paz, calling her the culprit who led Snake and the MSF there. He states that the mammal AI pod is now complete, as is Peace Walker's activation sequence, and Strangelove says that Snake's silence was just what she needed in order to finish the AI, as the boss's mission was to be killed by Snake, and therefore she fulfilled her duty to the country in the end. Coldman says that he's already selected Peace Walker's initial target, Mother Base, and the winds will blow the fallout over the surrounding region, and crops will die, and the US will then mass produce Peace Walker. Coldman states that a test is in order to show the White House that Peace Walker can travel the coast of the Caribbean on its own. He bangs on about US domination of communist and guerrilla-controlled territories for a bit, and how Peace Walker is the ultimate deterrent. He then says that other nations have risen up during the Cold War, such as India, France, and China, and now there's a nuclear arms race bubbling up. He cites this as the reason a deterrent is even more important now. And of course the Peace Walker project is the key to that. It'll bring calm to a restless world, controlled nukes as he puts it, a new Cold War. Coldman and Strangelove leave with Paz, and Peace Walker starts to activate. Back out on the outer platform, Snake watches as Peace Walker emerges. He fires a shot, and turns out this was a bad move, and Huey contacts him telling him that Peace Walker is outfitted with a self-defense module. Since Snake shot at it, it's entered self-defense mode, and its highest priority target now is Snake. He now needs to get ready to fight this machine. Snake then fights Peace Walker, which is talking to him as the boss, meaning that he truly has to defeat her for a second time. Targeting weak points again, Snake is able to damage the AI pod, causing heavy damage to the Peace Walker. The battle is not won, however, as it springs back to life. A chopper shows up and fires upon it. A tense standoff occurs between Snake and Peace Walker. It then takes off after the chopper, on which are Coldman, Strangelove, and Paz. Snake jumps on his horse and tries to go after Peace Walker. Chasing Peace Walker through the woods, the boss, or rather her voice, keeps on telling Snake to go home. Approaching the border, Snake is thrown from his horse. He climbs the mountain and sees Peace Walker has gotten away, and his poor horse dies. Speaking with Miller, Snake tries to figure out what they wanted with Paz, to which Miller replies that she was with the Professor, who of course is KGB. Coldman wants to know how the KGB are planning to stop Peace Walker. Saying that Paz won't know anything, they discuss whether or not Galvez is dead, but nonetheless they need to help Paz. Amanda joins the convo and says that crossing over into Nicaragua, she has managed to get help from a group called the Guerra Popular Prolongada, or the GPP. The GPP told her that Peace Walker was headed west, across the border, towards Lago Cocibolca. Miller says that ever since an earthquake, the US have had the entire region to themselves, and that is where Peace Walker must be, and where Coldman is going to launch the nuke from. Huey told them that the preparations to launch will take 2 days, not because of technical reasons, but because in 2 days, a US-Soviet summit will be taking place in Vladivostok, the location where the SALT II treaty talks are taking place. This treaty would see limits placed on the amount of nuclear delivery vehicles each side could have. Arriving at the US military base with the help of Chico, Snake needs to prevent Peace Walker from destroying the mother base, and by extension the MSF, by destroying Peace Walker. He infiltrates and has a chat with Miller. Snake says that they should evacuate Mother Base, but Miller and the MSF forces refuse, as they all believe in Big Boss and that he will stop the launch. Amanda and her rebels, however, have been taken to safety. Snake then begins to infiltrate the base, spotting drones and soldiers. Something is strange though. There are Soviet soldiers here on a US base. Heading for a communications tower, which Miller thinks is the location from which they will control Peace Walker, Snake sees a bunch of monitors.
Pause.
Snake!
Can you hear me?
See, I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final data. What is the matter?
They found me.
Snake!
Gaz.
Snake, you okay? All MSF's ready to move out. They're headed your way on the double.
Are you serious?
There's a skeleton crew manning the base. Everyone else is en route to the base in Nicaragua. Snake, think you can make it to that control tower?
Not sure why, but this place is crawling with Russian troops. Gonna have to force my way through.
What the hell's going on?
Damned if I know.
Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
Snake,
I'm coming, Baz.
do not worry about me. I am an angel of peace. I will be watching over you.
Here goes nothing.
Snake goes after Coldman and heads to the control tower to the northeast. And fighting through the Russian soldiers and an attack chopper, he finally reaches the tower.
Snake!
Big Boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the US homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
No! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coleman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
I can't.
Truly a child of peace.
No, wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Commandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from U.S. hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba naturally will be the last straw.
Mammal data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Go! Go! Go!
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante!
Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big Boss.
With the rebels basking in the glory of Big Boss, Zadornov is taken back to Mother Base. Snake thanks Amanda for saving his life just now and they hug. Paz is saved, Coleman is alive too. But Snake isn't done. He says that he needs to destroy the fake boss. He needs to destroy the AI. Strangelove shows up too and says that she didn't bring the boss back to life because she was being forced to, because she wanted to know how she really felt when it ended. She thanks Snake for stopping Coldman and Zadornov's plan, and she says sorry for torturing him. She then drives Snake over to Peace Walker. Meanwhile, Miller is consoling Paz aboard the chopper. He says that the army is leaving Costa Rica now as the mission is complete. She holds up 2 fingers as a peace sign, and Coleman, still injured, then does an incredibly stupid thing and inputs the code for the launch. Target: Cuba. This makes Peace Walker spring into life, and Miller warns Snake that launch is once again imminent. The problem is that NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, will think that this is a real Soviet nuclear attack and will respond accordingly. That is, if they respond accordingly. He hopes that the US will not respond, therefore proving that humans don't have what it takes to bring about death on that scale, therefore hammering home the need for an AI-driven machine like Peace Walker, which, with the boss's AI likeness, would retaliate, as that's what the mission is. Huey then contacts NORAD in Colorado, USA, who are already aware of something happening and that the data is reliable. Coleman says that he's the only one who knows the abort code, and then he dies whilst holding up the peace sign. Classic Coleman. The only way now is for Snake to destroy Peace Walker and the AI. Snake attacks the machine whilst it's inputting the data, and he manages to prevent the launch. But since he's attacked Peace Walker, its self-defense module means that Snake is now its main target again. If he fails to destroy it, then nothing will stop it. After another grueling battle, Snake defeats the machine.
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Huey, how's NORAD?
Not good.
Beam-Use continues to track the targets on radar. The SP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod.
The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No, I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the president. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious.
There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race.
This is the president's call.
There's no time for that. We need a decision now.
Huey, call NORAD. We have to tell them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coldman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop. How much does that thing weigh? 500 tons. It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The president?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If You know the name Big Boss, and maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it.
Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
Entering the pod, Snake removes all the modules from it. However, nothing happens. The data is bypassing the mammal pod. Snake is frustrated and out of options. Strangelove thinks that the boss's AI isn't doing this. It's the body of the machine. Snake wills himself to destroy Peace Walker completely and prepares to battle it again. Fighting the charred and battle-scarred remains of Peace Walker, Snake proceeds to completely destroy it. But it's just sat there, counting down. Then it gets up again. Something weird happens. The AI pod begins singing, and the boss then starts speaking, baffling absolutely everyone, since the AI had been destroyed. It's a ghost in the machine. The boss then takes Peace Walker into the water, drowning herself to stop the transmission. The fake Soviet missiles then disappear from the screen, and peace symbols show up all over the map of the world. Strangelove says that this is the fate that the boss chose for herself. War has been avoided. Snake and Miller then talk.
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point, including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then?
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
After everything is settled down again, Snake and Miller agree that Paz can stay with MSF at Mother Base, which of course is now called Outer Heaven. Paz says that she wants to help out. Snake does, however, tell Miller to keep an eye on her. Strangelove wants to go to the MSF too, and Miller says that she'd be a great asset to the R&D department. Zadornov, on the other hand, is a bit of a tricky prisoner to hold, as the guy keeps escaping via various methods, and Snake keeps on having to go out to find him, and then has to send him back to Mother Base again. In terms of Metal Gear Zeke, Huey contacts Snake and tells him that they managed to fit Zeke with his very own AI pod thanks to Dr. Strangelove. She insists that she will not give Zeke an AI like the boss's AI. What's more is that MSF managed to recover the nuclear warhead from Peace Walker, which was at the bottom of Lago Kosibolka. Miller says they couldn't just leave it there, as it could contaminate the water, or it could end up in the hands of terrorists. So they took it. MSF now have their own nuke, and despite Snake's initial unwillingness, the nuke is loaded onto Zeke. The MSF now have their own deterrent, and Snake says that if they are to become a world superpower themselves, they're going to need one. Since MSF needs recruits, and since there are still US soldiers in the area, Snake, or any other member of MSF for that matter, can go out and recruit others by Fultoning them out of there and to Mother Base. Snake also receives some tapes from Eva. They're really long, and they're basically recordings where Eva is explaining certain things that Snake may have had questions about, such as the boss's time before she defected, such as her going into space. After about the 7th time Zidornov escapes Mother Base, this time Snake finds him hiding by the shooting range.
Big boss!
My work is done. What are you talking about?
V for victory! Rocket! Peace!
Kaz, I found Zidornov. I had to kill him.
Huh. So much for our fugitive.
Something's not right here. I'm thinking he had a friend.
Someone inside MSF. Huh?
What's going on?
It's Zeke. It's moving.
What?
There's somebody inside. I can see them. Snake, get up here. Pronto!
Took you long enough, big boss.
Boss. Get down from there before you hurt somebody.
Maybe I want to hurt somebody.
What's going on? She's not herself.
Oh, I am myself, all right. My true self.
Kaz, shut that thing down.
I can't! The controls aren't responding!
Then how's it moving?
I made some modifications. This machine was meant to have a human pilot.
Modifications? Paz, what are you...
Never thought I'd be into machines, huh?
Then Zidornov's escape was a diversion.
Paz, what are you doing?
I'm taking it back.
Taking it back? Where?
To our leaders. To Cypher.
Cypher?
This weapon is Cypher's creation.
Paz, get down from there.
Do not call me that. I am Pacifico Ocean.
My name, my age, my mission.
Cypher gave them all to me. My entire life has but one purpose. To carry out Cypher's plan. The nasty tobacco. The angel of peace crap. The whole thing with a dream routine. I am through with all of it.
Paz, you can't.
I told you not to call me that. It makes me want to puke. Everything has gone exactly as we planned. Now the
Real Peace Walker project is finally about to reach its goal.
The real project?
Unable to come to terms with their sorrow, they each decided to carry on the will of their hero. But they could not agree on what that meant. In the end, they became bitter enemies, and the zero from which they both started was split into two. And you have been on the wrong path ever since. There is no happily ever after waiting for you in the end, unless you obey the will of Cypher. Where does an army without borders call home? A state without borders, of course. A world without borders.
A world without borders.
The Cold War order is about to collapse. The age of electronic intelligence is about to begin. The NSA, CSS, NRO, DIA, etc., etc. The intelligence community that is long bickered amongst itself will be united in a world governed by electrons. Cypher will gather all information, watching over the world and guiding the will of its people, all while they remain blissfully unaware. There will be no one to oppose them. For the first time, the world will be ruled by a single will. Until the new order is in place, you and your army will be the force that protects it. You will be Cypher's deterrent, pulling the wool over the eyes of the old order with your charisma and military prowess. Accept our offer, and we will allow you to retain control of MSF and Zeke.
That's an offer.
The boss threw down her gun, and with it, her life's calling. You, her disciple, have never been able to do that. You are too afraid to let go.
I was made to fight. I am a gun.
Is that so? Then what do you call this? Is it a gun too? You are a lousy liar. Admit it. This thing is a monstrosity, a product of your own fear. But not Cypher. Cypher thought of something different. Cypher's going to control guns.
Control guns?
That is right. Not deter, control. It is the ultimate approach to the illusion of peace.
Control power. You're gonna be disappointed.
Then we are done. Thank you for playing. Better luck next time. The offer is rescinded. And now the ultimatum. Zeke is already in nuclear strike mode.
What?
I'm taking the weapon you built and using it to launch a nuclear strike on the east coast of the United States.
You're insane. What are you after?
But wait, here is your consolation prize. We are about to show the world just how dangerous a gang of outlaws, an army without borders, can be. You and your men will become pariahs, and you will be wiped off the face of the earth. Rather than heroes, you will be seen as a well-armed extremist cult prone to indiscriminate outbursts of nuclear aggression. You will give rise to a new world order, an age of deterrence defined by its fear of extremist cult influence. Do you like the picture I am painting, Big Boss? When all is said and done, peace is nothing but a fantasy. A game is a game. You either win or you lose. All you can do is fight. Stop me if you can. The peace sign is the V of victory. Say, peace.
As you've probably guessed, Snake now has to destroy Zeke and stop Paz. So, they fight. As you've just heard, Snake declines Cypher's offer. However, Cypher have an insurance policy, but we won't get to that until much later in the story. Anyway, after another long battle, Snake defeats Paz and Zeke.
It is no use. Zeke is out of my control. This is where it ends. Listen to me, Big Boss. As long as your army is needed, the world will never know true peace. The peace you will know will be fleeting, elusive. They will use you, disgrace you, and then finally discard you like they were a cancer to society. This is the path you have chosen.
Zeke is then taken back to be repaired, and Paz is presumed dead after she was thrown from Zeke and into the water. Huey then approaches Strangelove. She says that the AI can eventually be salvaged as she made a backup. Huey wanted to ask her something, if she despises him or not. She takes that as him asking her out, and Huey blushes. She comes on to him, telling him to walk with her, and she says that she'll be waiting for him. Meanwhile, an interesting conversation takes place between Snake and Miller.
That name Paz mentioned at the end, Cypher. It's a code. It means empty. It also means...
Zero.
A world of electronic intelligence, built on codes. And at the center of it all, a zero.
Cuz.
Look, boss. I owe you an apology. Hear me out, okay?
Sure.
I knew Paz and the Professor. I knew who they really were all along.
Cuz.
I used them.
I suppose you were the one that brought them to Columbia in the first place, huh?
Guilty as charged. Paz wasn't just CIA, you know. She was working for the KGB, too. And for this Cypher group. In other words, she was a triple agent.
You knew all of this?
Wait, let me finish. Listen. MSF never would have gotten this big if it weren't for them. This mercenary business we built. Someday it's gonna be a new driving force in the world economy.
Is that your goal all along?
The Cold War is not gonna last forever. Sooner or later it's gonna give way to an era of regional conflicts and terrorism. A paradigm shift from counter-communism to counter-terrorism. In the new age, armies won't be tied to states, and war will become a business. We'll be a valuable commodity. There'll be clients all over the world who need our services. MSF is only the beginning. What we're creating here is a revolution in itself. Am I right?
Cuz, it's not going to be that easy.
What do you mean?
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the Old Order. We've put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now.
Including that Cypher outfit.
We've let ourselves interfere with the times, with the Cold War system of deterrence. We're an army without a flag. We weren't supposed to take sides in international affairs, but we did.
I see your point. So what happens to us now?
We'll be hunted.
Not everybody's gonna be happy with us, huh?
You're damn right. We upset the global military balance of power.
And these people would rather our army without borders not exist at all?
They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence. As long as the times refuse to change, we're gonna make a hell of a racket.
Then who are we gonna fight?
The establishment. Anybody who tries to restore the old balance wants to snuff us out of existence.
Which establishment?
It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us.
Who then?
We are gonna be fighting the biggest beast of all. The Times. 10 years ago, the Times rejected the boss and killed her. And now, we're the ones being tested. Will the Times erase us? Or work with us? It's gonna be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers. Business will have to wait. The question we have to ask ourselves now is, can we survive long enough to see the 21st century?
I'm with you, boss. We'll see how it turns out together.
The hunt is on, Kaz. And the whole world's on our tail. Assemble the men.
And that brings to a close the Peace Walker incident. So remember the Fox unit? Well, in the 60s, Fox had a support unit called XOF. XOF was the unit that went in after Snake to clean up during Snake Eater. After Fox got disbanded in the wake of Operation Snake Eater due to Zero having obtained the full Philosopher's legacy, the XOF unit were then recruited by Zero and would become a Black Ops strike force for Cypher in the 70s, and the unit would be led by a Hungarian assassin who went by the name of Skullface. But anyway, this is where we rejoin our current timeline. Now, what we need to establish here is that Zero, as a leader, was a recluse. After the fiasco that was Les Enfants Terribles, he went into hiding around 1976 and rarely met with anyone, actually, not even Skullface, as Zero only spoke to Skullface via a secure phone line with his location unknown and untraceable, and this was just in case Skullface decided to try and betray him and seize control of Cypher. It turns out that was a wise move, as Skullface was indeed planning his own coup, if you like. But we'll get to that soon. In the aftermath of the Peace Walker incident, it turns out that Paz survived. She was found in the sea by a Belizean fisherman. However, at some point, Paz was captured by Cypher and was taken to Camp Omega in Cuba, which Skullface and XOF had turned into a black site, and Paz would be held and tortured, as the organization were concerned about where her true loyalties lay, as they suspected her of being a double agent. Skullface also learned that at some point, Paz had met face to face with Major Zero, and Skullface was indeed planning to take control of Cypher for himself, and he wanted to know Zero's location, so he tortured Paz for the location.
You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero?
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
Zero is Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue.
Now, back whilst Paz was on Mother Base, Chico kind of loved her, so much so that he decided to try and go after her.
What? Still no sign of Chico?
What's going on?
It's Amanda in Cuba. Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Cos, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there...
You know how reckless he can be. Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz. That's why he's doing this.
We'll start by having the intel detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
As you heard, Chico was captured by Cypher and was tortured himself. He would attempt to speak to Paz, but she told him not to talk to her, not out of any meanness on her part, but this was because she knew that Skullface and his men would use that as a tool to try and break them. Chico and Paz were subjected to even more torture, and this leads us to the next title in the series, Ground Zeroes. In February 1975, before Chico had gone after Paz, MSF had received a letter from the IAEA, which is the International Atomic Energy Agency, and they were to carry out an inspection of Mother Base after MSF had apparently purchased nuclear fuel from Uzbekistani officials.
What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, they're after Metal Gear Zeke's nuclear warhead. I'm betting this is payback from Cypher after Paz's leak.
Using the UN.
There's no telling how much influence they have. But the IAEA can only do inspections in countries that are party to the NPT.
And we're not a country.
Exactly. We haven't signed a safeguards agreement with the IAEA over peaceful nuclear use, and we're not obligated to report any nuclear material we have, nor information about any nuclear facilities. The IAEA has no authority to inspect us.
But despite all that...
That nuke's our last line of defense. We don't want to announce we have it until the world is preparing to wipe us off the map. Until then, we let everyone think we're just a private army with conventional firepower.
What's Huey's take?
That the problem's how to hide the nuke in Metal Gear. But I gotta tell you, he was all for it.
I see. But there's no way we can have the IAEA poking around here.
So what do? Ignore them?
Send them an official letter of refusal. Say that we're a private organization and we've done nothing to attract this suspicion.
You got it.
However, Huey had decided to send the IAEA a separate letter agreeing to the inspection.
How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly, we should be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it. Besides, even if we said no, it would just be delaying the inevitable.
Kaz, our hands are tied now. Start getting the place ready.
Thanks, boss.
Don't get the wrong idea. You've set it up so that any more changes of heart will arouse suspicion, that's all.
Zeke stays, but we'll have to move all other AFVs to shore. Any potential troublemakers can go with them for some mandatory R&R.
Then, MSF would receive word of Paz's survival. Despite realizing that this is some sort of trap set by Skullface and Cypher, Snake and Miller decided that they had no other choice than to save Chico and Paz. Before Skullface is set to depart Camp Omega, he pays a visit to Chico, gives him back his Walkman, and implies to him that Paz is dead. He tells Chico to give his regards to Big Boss when he inevitably arrives, and makes his way to the XOF choppers, whose XOF logos are being removed. Skullface then gives the order to activate the Trojan Horse, and whilst taking off and leaving the camp area, the XOF soldiers all discard their XOF patches. Then Snake arrives at Camp Omega, ready to liberate Chico and Paz. Thankfully, a storm has hit the base, meaning that soldiers are wearing raincoats, and the storm can give Snake the benefit of decreased visibility. He sneaks through the camp and discovers where the majority of the POWs are being kept. He finds Chico in his cage.
Chico, it's me.
No! No! Go away! Go away!
Come on, man. Move me out of here, please.
Get off me! Get off!
Chico, keep it down.
Go away!
Give me a second. Right over here. Hey, you gotta let me out. You let me out, go. Stay here.
Get off me! Get off!
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it.
Snake carries Chico and possibly the other POWs to an extraction point. Prior to calling the chopper though, Chico comes to his senses and tells Snake that Paz is dead, and that of course is what Skullface had led him to believe. Snake is not buying it though, and after Chico is on the chopper and in receipt of a cassette tape given to him by Chico, he tracks where Paz had been taken through the background sounds on the tape. He ends up tracking her to the basement boiler room of the base's administration building. She had been tied up and left there after being tortured. She's not really with it, as expected, but Snake takes her to the extraction point. She's mumbling and mentioning traumatic events and complaining about her stomach hurting. Nonetheless, Snake manages to extract Paz to the chopper, and with her and Chico on board, the mission was a success. But something is not right. Chico then discovers a large scar on Paz's stomach and informs Snake. He has the medic on board the chopper remove the sutures, and he thinks that Paz may have been rigged with a bomb implanted inside her, a trap that he had earlier imagined would be set by Skullface. Sure enough, the medic pulls a bomb out of Paz, and on the other side the peace symbol as a sign that this is retaliation for the Peace Walker incident. Throwing the bomb from the chopper into the sea, crisis has been averted. On approach, they are unable to contact Mother Base, and upon opening the door, they find out why. A lot of the base has been destroyed and is under attack by Skullface's XOF unit. This was the Trojan Horse attack that Skullface was referring to. The chopper lands on the strut, where Miller and a small number of MSF forces are engaging XOF. Snake joins them in fighting, angrily firing upon them. However, a stray rocket causes many MSF soldiers to be wiped out, and Miller is injured. Boarding the chopper, what's left of MSF escape the strut as it collapses. Miller is furious, as all of their hard work is gone and everything they built has been destroyed. He questions Paz as he thinks that she cracked under torture and divulged MSF's location to Cypher. Paz then opens the chopper door and reveals that she has a second bomb implanted in her, and she lets herself fall out of the chopper. But this is too late as the bomb goes off, and this causes the MSF chopper to collide with an XOF one. After this, the media would report on the incident, and MSF would be considered a money-hungry private militia, and various world governments were forced to deny that they even had existing contracts with MSF. The IAEA were also forced to deny their involvement in what happened to Mother Base. Soldiers out on deployment around the world would return to Mother Base in denial about the fact that MSF basically didn't exist anymore, and Snake, or Big Boss, was considered killed in the incident. In truth, Snake, Miller and the medic on board the chopper were the only survivors. The 3 survivors were taken to a hospital in Barranquilla, Colombia, and were treated for their injuries. What they don't know yet is that they were rescued after Major Zero had arranged it. Then, on March 16, 1975, Snake fell into a 9-year coma. On a small side note, it was in 1976 that the ATGC, the biotech company, dismantled the Les Enfants Terribles project and they closed their account with DARPA. But let's fast forward to 1984. On February 29, 1984, Snake wakes up at the Dekelia SBA Memorial Hospital in Cyprus and is very distressed to find out that 9 years have passed since the attack on Mother Base. This forces the doctor to sedate him, and he next wakes up on March 4th. Now having processed that it's 1984, the Doctor tells Snake what happened. Turns out that 108 shrapnel fragments, including human bone and teeth, had embedded in his body, and a large piece of shrapnel was stuck into his skull and his cerebral cortex. He also lost his left arm, and this revelation causes Snake to go into shock once again, and he has to be sedated again. Waking up again 5 days later, Snake is told by the Doctor that people had infiltrated the hospital searching for Snake in order to try and kill him, so Snake will undergo plastic surgery in order to hide his identity. The Doctor, in a further attempt to help Snake conceal his true identity, gives him the new name, Ahab. However, whilst the Doctor was explaining all this to Snake, a female assassin garrots and kills the nurse and then kills the Doctor. She calls her employer, saying it's as good as done, but says that the patient in the neighbouring bed had seen her face. Snake desperately tries to grab the gun the Doctor had dropped, but the assassin grabs it. The patient in the other bed, who is named Ishmael, then places the assassin in a chokehold, and she manages to throw him off. Ishmael then throws a bottle of alcohol at her, and it smashes against her arm. She throws her knife at him, hitting him in the shoulder, and she attempts to choke Snake. Due to the alcohol on her, she is set on fire by Ishmael though, and she is forced to jump out of the window with her job unfinished. Snake now sees that he has been fitted with a prosthesis, and Ishmael gives him some digoxin, and this will help him walk. Unfortunately, this takes a while to take effect, and Snake is forced to crawl for the time being. There's an attack chopper flying around outside the hospital, so they have to avoid that. The digoxin still isn't working, so Ishmael leads Snake to the elevator. They see a mysterious child who is wearing a gas mask and floating. Unfortunately, the elevator bursts into flames, and a flaming man walks towards them. Thankfully though, the sprinkler system is activated, and the man on fire walks away after having been doused. Also, a positive, Snake can now walk thanks to the digoxin having kicked in. The pair continue to make their way through the hospital, and they see soldiers descending from a helicopter. One of these soldiers, an XOF soldier, proceeds to kill 2 patients while Snake and Ishmael hide underneath some beds. They witness more innocents getting gunned down by the chopper, and they eventually enter a hallway filled with doctors, nurses and patients, all of them fearful for their lives. The XOF soldiers enter and massacre the people in the hallway. Snake and Ishmael manage to survive this and hide themselves amongst more dead bodies. The soldiers begin firing rounds into the bodies to ensure they are actually dead, but Ishmael lies on an IV bag, causing it to leak. The soldier is about to shoot Snake, but the gas mask wearing child shows up and distracts the soldier, with the man of fire also deciding to show up again. The soldiers fire upon him, to no avail, and he unleashes an explosion that kills all of the soldiers. A bad situation then turns to worse as Snake dislocates his leg. A chopper then tries to destroy the man on fire, but this does not work, and the chopper is destroyed. He then goes after Ishmael and a limping Snake. After he retreats again, Snake fixes his leg, and they descend via the stairs. They find a gun, and Ishmael gives it to Snake, and manage to make it to the lobby, and Ishmael starts shooting to cause a distraction, and he leaves the lobby in order to try and find a vehicle that they can use to escape. The gas mask wearing child shows up again and showcases his abilities. He uses telekinesis in order to move the earlier destroyed chopper to block the door to prevent Snake from leaving. The man of fire once again kills a load of soldiers by using their own bullets against them, and a tank destroys the rubble blocking the door. The tank then joins the party too and runs over the man on fire, but when Snake leaves the lobby, the man on fire destroys a tank and this knocks Snake over. Snake is then confronted by the man on fire. Thankfully, Ishmael shows up and has found a ride in the form of the ambulance, running the man on fire over. Ishmael then drives away, escaping with Snake. Ishmael is then knocked out though, and they eventually crash. Coming to in the overturned ambulance, Snake gets himself free after finding that Ishmael is no longer inside the wreckage. Snake's pesky pursuers aren't giving up easily though, and the gas mask child shows up and shows a vision through flame of the child and the man on fire atop a horse. Snake is then rescued by none other than Ocelot, who tells Snake that he's an ally. Handing Snake a shotgun, Ocelot tells him to use it on the man on fire. Ocelot, bizarrely, asks if the man on fire is back from the dead. After losing him, a bolt of lightning destroys a bridge, causing Snake, Ocelot and the horse to fall into the water. Ocelot later explains that he was hired to do 2 things: to save Snake and to save Miller, who had hired him to do the job. Miller needs saving as he was being held in Afghanistan. In the midst of the Soviet-Afghan war, Miller had been training the Mujahideen soldiers and had been captured and was being held at a Soviet camp somewhere in Afghanistan. He was scheduled to be tortured for information, so Snake needs to act fast. Since the MSF has been dead for 9 years, he would also need to rebuild their private army. Ocelot then takes Snake to a whaling ship, and this ship would transport them to Port Qasim, and Ocelot would give Snake a new and vastly improved prosthetic arm. After being brought up to speed on world affairs and what previously had happened in terms of the Peace Walker incident, Snake fully recovers and arrives with Ocelot in Afghanistan on March 21st, 1984, and his mission, as mentioned earlier, is to rescue Miller. Snake would comment that he still feels pain in his fingers that aren't there anymore, something that is referred to as the phantom pain. He receives new equipment, an eye droid and some binoculars. Snake is instructed to infiltrate a nearby village, occupied by the Soviets, and gain intel on the whereabouts of Miller. With Ocelot providing support via radio, Snake heads to the village with Ocelot's parting words being, "Let the legend come back to life." Arriving at the village, Snake infiltrates and finds an intel file on the table, and after scanning it he discovers Miller's exact location, a village 1 kilometer away. After a trek, he comes upon the village and infiltrates it, and he finds Miller there minus a left foot and a right arm. Snake gives Miller his sunglasses, which he needs because he has photosensitivity. Putting him over his shoulder, Ocelot sends an extraction chopper. However, the chopper is unable to land as a strange mist has descended upon the area. Then, 4 extremely odd soldiers show up through the mist. These are members of what's called the Parasite Unit, and they are members of XOF. They are also the unit that captured Miller and killed all of his men, the same attack which cost him his arm and his leg. There's no use fighting them at all, so Snake manages to evade them and successfully extracts with Miller. On their journey in the chopper, Miller says that they are headed for the Seychelles, as that is where their new home is now. Miller vows to rebuild what they lost in the Caribbean. Their new outfit is now going to be called Diamond Dogs. Miller mentions that Cypher over the last 9 years has only gotten bigger, and he reflects on the previous dealings he had with Zero, and Miller vows to take back everything that they lost. He vows to build up Mother Base and make it much bigger than the last one. Arriving on the base, Ocelot is there, and Miller tells Snake they're going to crush Cypher. Snake says they need to make sure that as well as destroying Cypher, they need to fight for the future of the world too. Some soldiers then take Miller to the medical bay. Snake, now going by the name Venom Snake, speaks with Ocelot and he hands Snake a Fulton recovery system. He'll need that if Diamond Dogs are to grow and expand. After testing it out on the willing soldiers there on the base, Snake explores the platform and is now ready to head out on a mission. For this mission, Diamond Dogs have agreed to do some wet work for a client from the West. The client wants a Spetsnaz commander dead, as he's suspected of being behind a number of Mujahideen Hamid fighters disappearing. Miller contacts Snake prior to him completing the task, and says that a soldier of that caliber would be very beneficial to Diamond Dogs, but ultimately leaves that decision to Snake as he's in charge. This commander was involved in the Scorched Earth operation in Afghanistan. The Spetsnaz commander and his recon unit have occupied a small outpost. Making his way to the outpost, Snake gets to the commander and has to make his choice, whether to kill the guy or whether to recruit him into Diamond Dogs. Whatever he chooses, Snake can choose to extract a Mother Base again, or he can continue on and do additional missions, extracting highly skilled soldiers such as interpreters who can translate Russian into English, or he can simply explore the region collecting supplies and minerals, resources that Diamond Dogs can use back on base. Snake carries out more vital missions for Diamond Dogs, such as infiltrating a communications outpost and destroying equipment, and this damages the Soviets' ability to communicate to their various bases in the region. He also discovered that the guy who created his new prosthesis, a Soviet engineer specializing in bionics, had been captured by the Soviets after he attempted to defect, and he was taken to some barracks as a prisoner. So Snake goes in and extracts the engineer, and the guy joins the research and development team on Mother Base, and this in hand, no pun intended, allows Snake's prosthetic hand to be further developed. Whilst he is out on missions, Snake comes across a small puppy. The puppy is missing its right eye. Miller radios and says that the dog seems tough, and Snake uses the Fulton system to send him back to Mother Base. Going back there himself, Snake sees the puppy which greets him, and Ocelot reveals he's called it DD after Diamond Dogs. Ocelot says that he'll look after the puppy as it grows, as it could eventually become a useful ally for Snake whilst he is out in the field. But for now, more missions await. One last mission in relation to the missing Hamid fighters sees Snake sent out on another mission to extract a weapon supplied by the US to the Mujahideen fighters, which was a rocket launcher called the Honeybee. The CIA were worried that the Soviets were going to take the weapon for themselves. Whilst he is en route to the fort, Snake finds the surviving member of the Hamid group. He's a mute and his name is Silent Basilisk. He was being questioned by the Soviet soldiers as to the whereabouts of the Honeybee. Snake can save him or just follow him to where the Soviets take the man. If saving him, he knows the location of the weapon, pointing Snake in the right direction. After extracting him via Fulton recovery, Snake heads to the location and he finds the weapon inside some caves. Upon attempting to leave the fort though, Snake sees the gas mask child again and is ambushed by none other than Skullface. Grabbing Snake via a mechanical arm, Skullface taunts Snake but eventually releases him, saying that he'll see him in hell, and Skullface departs alongside a huge machine. Snake is not out of danger though, as the mist indicates that the Parasite unit are back and they seem to possess an ability to, well, possess soldiers in the area. Despite the client specifically ordering that the honeybee not be used, desperate times call for desperate measures, and Snake fights the Parasite unit using the honeybee. With him able to either escape or defeat them, the mist clears and Snake is extracted. During the ride back, Miller speaks with Snake about how inhuman the Parasite unit are. He questions why Cypher are there in Afghanistan and what it is they want. Back at Mother Base again, Snake sees that Ocelot has been making progress training DD, but his training is not yet complete, as he needs to grow first before he's ready to go into the field with Snake. Snake later sees Ocelot training a bunch of recruits, and he spots one soldier firing from the hip. He asks the soldier to do it again, and he does, but the gun jams. The gun is shown to have engravings on it. Ocelot then remembers what Snake told him back in Selinoyarsk. He tells the soldier that maybe a revolver might be better. He then gives a speech, telling them all how they need to learn how a real soldier fights and to forget everything they'd seen in the movies from Hollywood. He says that engravings on guns give you no tactical advantage at all, but he leaves by telling them their shooting was pretty good. Snake is to undertake a new mission now. 3 Soviet commanders have learned of the waves that Snake and Diamond Dogs have been making in the area and want to discuss how to take care of this problem. A rebel outfit in Afghanistan found out about it and let Diamond Dogs know. They then hired Snake to take out all 3 of the commanders, so Snake heads back out into the field. After making his way to the village where the meeting is to take place, Snake takes out 2 commanders however he sees fit, and one is taken for interrogation. Ocelot managed to get other details of the meeting out of the commander, such as that the Soviets have been reinforcing the units in Afghanistan, meaning more men and new and better equipment. Now remember, the Parasite unit turned the soldiers at the fort into puppets, while these Soviet forces have taken the fortress and it's now under their control. They are reinforcing the area by sending a new lieutenant colonel and a column of tanks. Snake's job is to stop these tanks from deploying, and after learning the details of the deployment, he is able to stop it. He is also sent to help the rebels in Afghanistan in their offensive against the Soviets. The rebels had hired Diamond Dogs to destroy enemy reinforcements. Soon after completing these jobs, Diamond Dogs are contacted by an unknown client, and this client wishes to hire them to track down a Mujahideen fighter named Malak, as he had been captured by the Soviets. After searching various locations, Snake finds Malak, badly injured, and since he's injured, Malak cannot be extracted by a Fulton. Snake then gets Malak to Mother Base via chopper. Speaking with Malak, he says that he's never heard of the client who ordered Malak to be rescued. He also says that his village fell victim to a disease of some sort and was burned to the ground, with Malak being the only surviving member of the village due to him not being there at the time. Now this sounds a lot like what happened to the Hamid fighters. He says he saw strange soldiers searching the village when he got back. These were XOF soldiers, leading Miller to suspect that the client was Cypher, who wanted Malak dead. Because of Malak's hatred for Cypher aligning with that of Diamond Dogs, he joins. While Snake is out on mission in Afghanistan, he comes across some ruins and is ambushed by a sniper. The sniper shoots at Snake and he takes cover. This female sniper possesses some serious skills, as she possesses the ability to turn invisible and to move at incredible speeds. Nonetheless, Snake takes the sniper down. She's familiar. She's the assassin from the attack on the hospital. Miller urges Snake to put her down for good, but Ocelot says that Snake should bring her back to Mother Base.
Slipped the line, huh? Shame. She's one of a kind. Fine by me. We don't need her type. Boss, we need to talk. Get back to base. Everything else can wait.
Confirm. 1 bogey on our 6. Steady at 0.4 miles. It's tailing us.
Don't lead it back to Mother Base.
Roger. We'll shake it off.
way she's setting foot on this base. Boss, she's with Cypher.
Thermals! Clear. Seize her! Fire! Miller! She saved the boss. She was saving herself. Fire!
Put her in the cell.
Boss!
Keep an eye on her.
Right. Take her away. What are you waiting for? Move! Boss, you are going to regret this. That woman...
I know. She knows our location. Either way, one of these days we're gonna have to kill her. But now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll pull the trigger.
Snake is contacted by Miller, who says that they have been contacted by a scientist who wants to defect from the east. His name is Emmerich. Miller reminds Snake of the attack on Mother Base 9 years ago, and he mentions that at the time of the attack, Huey was in the control tower. Remember, he also insisted that the IAEA inspection go ahead, and that he had the guards at the base minimally armed due to said inspection. Everything that happened that day is tied to Huey and the possibility that he was working for Cypher, and it's revealed that he had managed to escape the attack on Mother Base on an XOF chopper. Miller had learned that Huey was in Afghanistan, which is part of the reason why Miller went there in the first place. Miller suggests that Diamond Dogs help Huey defect and interrogate him there at Mother Base. He tells Snake that Huey is at Sarak power plant. Meanwhile, Dee Dee has grown up enough now to be able to go out and support Snake during his missions in the field. Heading to the plant, Snake sneaks through and he spots Huey.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
The changes have already been finalized.
It's not operational yet. The remote piloting and AI control haven't reached the application stage.
Who said anything about an AI? That was Coldman's mistake 10 years ago.
Be that as it may, we'll need to modify postural control to accommodate a human pilot. I share your urgency, but we need more time to finish it.
Analyze the transmission. He's been in contact with the boss.
Right. Planning on leaving us, Doctor?
Huh? What?
Taking your legs back!
So you're just gonna kill me?
Sahelanthropus is mine now.
Listen, I may dwell in the dark, but I refuse to be judged by your standards, traitor! I hope your friends give you what's coming to you.
Take him to the base. Yes, sir. Transporting Emmerich to the base camp and returning to base.
We're shutting down. All units, strike camp and clear out.
We still have use for it.
Since Huey had been taken to the base camp, Snake needs to go there and get him. Snake enters a hangar and finds the mammal pod that previously housed the boss's AI, that of course was created by Dr. Strangelove. The boss's AI is still active inside the pod, and Huey explains that it's just a machine. Huey is surprised to see Snake, and Snake then places a bag over Huey's head and attempts to escape the base, with Huey arguing that he knew nothing of the attack on Mother Base. The extraction chopper has to leave the area though, as something has shown up. This is Metal Gear Sahelanthropus, Huey's latest creation. The gas mask child, who is called Treti Rebenok, which is Russian for the third child, shows up again, and Skullface is there too. After Skullface expresses how much he hates Huey, calling him useless, Snake is forced to try and evade Sahelanthropus, and after doing so, he is able to board the chopper. Snake then uses the minigun aboard the chopper to fight off Sahelanthropus. Huey expresses his disbelief that they managed to complete Sahelanthropus without him, and Snake puts the bag back over Huey's head. After 6 hours of torture back at Mother Base, Huey still denies having any knowledge of Cypher's attack on Mother Base. He even tries to suggest Miller was the traitor. Injecting him with truth serum, they bend his leg forward via his exoskeleton. Not getting anything out of him, Snake tells them that they can't judge him yet, and says that no one is to know that Huey is there on the base. Ocelot says that Huey did reveal something interesting, that Cypher are no longer there in Afghanistan and are now in Africa looking for the missing piece for Sahelanthropus. Huey thinks that this missing piece, this weapon, is part of Les Enfants Terribles.
Snake, you finally came. Just don't record this, okay?
Not recording anything. What's this about?
What I'm about to say stays between you and me. It's about the weapon to surpass Metal Gear. You know a researcher by the name of Clark? He works in the biotech industry. Real advanced stuff.
Never heard of him.
Well then, what do you know about cloning?
I think I've heard enough.
Hold on, this is important. But I thought it might be of interest to you. Cloning, and Dr. Clark, I mean.
Go on.
Now, this is really highly classified stuff. But I've heard that an American biotech company has successfully cloned a human being. And the researcher behind it was Dr. Clark. This Dr. Clark is a complete ghost, even to others in his field. His age, where he comes from, that might not be his real name. And I can't even say for sure he's a he. Clark's employer, ATGC, its company motto is embracing your hopes, preserving talent.
What does this have to do with me?
Cypher. Dr. Clark works for ATGC, and they have connections to DARPA. Cypher couldn't function without the communications network DARPA's built. Meaning, Cypher has to be a part of the Pentagon. Or at least, the two are joined at the hip.
DARPA is a driving force behind human cloning. It's a pretty high priority project for them. And this Dr. Clark, some say he's a pivotal player in Cypher. But that's not all. Every cell nucleus in an organism contains the genetic information for that organism. Think of it as a blueprint for life. Clark appears to be working on how to decode this information and rearrange it at will. If you could do that, it would mean being able to custom design human beings for specific purposes. A man of your talents, if your genetic information died with you, that would be a terrible loss for mankind. But what if mankind could preserve you for future generations? By cloning you. I know it's inductive reasoning, but this weapon to surpass Metal Gear they're developing in Africa, I believe it's something that uses this new technology. Speaking as a fellow scientist, it chills me to the bone.
That's rich coming from you.
If genes serve as our blueprint, then I wonder if they include an impulse that drives us to tweak the design. Can you imagine that? Genes, encoded with information that wants its children to decode it. Is life itself putting the direction of our next evolution in the hands of scientists? I guess it would take some real arrogance to believe that. And yet, it could be what Cypher's after.
Where'd you hear all this anyway?
Where? I just overheard it in bits and pieces while I was forced to do that research for them.
Right.
Wait a minute. Look, I want to help you. I want to be of service here. I'm risking my life with this.
Is that so? Maybe it's time we brought someone else into the conversation.
No, not him. Not Ocelot. You can't do this.
Miller and Snake agree that Huey is to stay there at Mother Base, but that is to remain a secret, and if they are convinced he had nothing to do with what happened 9 years ago, then they'll reconsider his position. A little later on, Snake is about to leave Mother Base and Quiet shows up. She wants to go with Snake. Ocelot says she is a fine scout and a good shot, well suited for the work Snake is doing. Miller, on the other hand, objects to Quiet doing missions alongside Snake, even referring to her as a thing. Ocelot hands her his gun, and she showcases her abilities by shooting in between the spinning blades of the chopper. Miller still objects, saying that since Quiet does not speak, she and Snake would have no way of communicating. Snake then relents and says that he works better on his own anyway, and Quiet walks away. Snake is then reminded by Ocelot that Zero went into hiding after Snake left what was the Patriots, and that at the time of the attack on Mother Base, Zero was bedridden. Because Skullface had gotten Zero's location from Paz, he'd made his move.
Major, I wondered whether you'd really call.
Exer, I presume this was your doing?
Do you like my gift?
I've been searching a long time for this.
It is what you were looking for, yes.
The winged dagger of a comrade lost to the sands of Egypt. He served under the boss back in Rayforce. I delivered this pin to her after his death. We were both so very young. From that moment on, she never let it leave her side.
She was still carrying it in Selinoyarsk. How about the back? Something wrong, Major?
Nothing, just pricked my finger.
The back.
The scar is there, just as I remember it. And this white stitching on the back. From the white berets the SAS wore in the early days. His body was never recovered. This pin badge is the closest thing he has to a gravestone. When I gave it to her, she just kept on running her finger over the inscription. Never again, she uttered, as if reprimanding herself for his death. Yes, it's real. Thank you. There's no doubt about it.
Good. Now I have no regrets.
What do I owe you?
Nothing. Just want to talk for a moment.
Very well, then. What are you...
The chain of retaliation is what will truly bind this world together as one. Major?
You son of
the pin. It's too late. They can't extract it. You see, Major, some things can't be undone.
How did you find me? The girl. You made her talk.
I'm sorry I couldn't visit or thank you in person, but it has been lovely chatting. And now that I know you're no longer interested in the garden, it's time for you to step aside. You're a busy man, lots to do, so I've left you a little time.
Go to hell. How dare you? You planned this all along. Had your own agenda. All these years.
Now you see, the world can never truly become one.
But the boss...
You've been wrong.
You're no different. Just like him. None of you understand the world she saw.
I would say the same to you, Major. Oh, and one more thing. That pin badge, it was a fake. I held on to the real one. I'll take good care of it. And continue the boss's work.
Due to this, Zero now had a progressive mental disease, and he would eventually become a vegetable. After being attacked by Skullface, Zero actually ceded control of the organization to Sigint. Ocelot explains that after speaking with Huey and seeing that he's been working for Skullface, it's clear that the order to attack Mother Base was given by Skullface and that Zero had nothing to do with it. Therefore, it is Skullface they are after, and not Zero. Snake then travels to the border region for Angola and Zaire, which is the modern-day Democratic Republic of Congo. He's there because he needs to go to the Mfinda oil fields. A spill has caused the area to be covered in crude oil. This is because a pipeline that crossed the Munane River has failed, damaging the local environment, and this in turn means that the villagers are without drinkable water. Taking out the oil field should stop the leak. As for personnel, it seems that Jonas Savimbi's Uniter group took control of the oil field after it was abandoned, and the client requesting the job is an environmental NGO. The Uniter soldiers are being armed by Cypher, so that is what has really taken the interest of Diamond Dogs. Passing through the village, Snake arrives at the oil field and indeed finds it heavily manned. The oil field, prior to its abandonment and then its occupation by Uniter, was owned by South African Natural Resources. They used to drill throughout the region, taking what they wanted, and then that is when they abandoned the facility. They used a hostile Uniter takeover as cover for them leaving. Anyway, Snake infiltrates the facility, shutting down the oil transfer pump. Upon doing so though, he sees bodies in the oil that have strange lumps on their chests. Snake then destroys the separator tank so this facility could no longer be used. The explosion draws the attention of CFA, Contract Forces of Africa soldiers from South Africa, who investigate. But despite this attention, Snake leaves the hot zone. Now here's where it gets strange. Miller dug into South African Natural Resources, who we'll refer to as Sana from now on. He says that Sana hired the CFA to restart the facility and used Uniter to make themselves look like the victims. Also, Sana's head office that was located in Johannesburg was just a room in a multi-tenant building, and the company basically does not exist. An investment fund stepped in 3 years prior, and then Sana started going through mergers and sell-offs. Miller wonders what had been going on there in terms of the lumps on the chests of the bodies. Next, Snake is to rescue a man known as the Viscount. He was a high-level member of the CFA, and he himself had requested to be rescued. He specifically said that he was to be rescued and that none of his fellow soldiers were to be. Naturally, this made Miller suspicious as to why the Viscount would request this. He's being held at a camp and is to be interrogated. For that, an Afrikaner interpreter will be present. Since Snake and Diamond Dogs are now operating in Africa, Diamond Dogs will now need different interpreters, and this guy can help with that. After extracting the interpreter, against his will of course, Snake then extracts the Viscount. It's now discovered what the Viscount was trying to keep hidden when he requested that no other POWs were to be saved. In saving the other POWs, they say that the Viscount was planning to change the CFA's alliance from the Uniter rebels to the state-backed MPLA, who are Uniter's enemy. This was so that he could secure the MPLA's oil field rights for himself. When caught, he tried to put this onto the other British men there and fled. The Viscount also told Diamond Dogs about walker gears now being used all across Central Africa, and Miller says that this is the work of Cypher. Snake then went out into the field and destroyed a number of these walker gears. Miller, on the other hand, had locked the Viscount in the brig for the time being. After the walker gears had been destroyed by Snake, a resupply call had been made and the call was made to the CFA, who then contacted Sana, meaning Cypher. The Diamond Dogs intel team found out that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga airport. The intel team will continue to investigate the distribution link between the PF outposts in order to find out what the PFs are offering in return for these walker gears. Following the money trail, so to speak, may lead Diamond Dogs straight to Cypher. Whilst back on Mother Base, which has been expanded by now with plenty of new platforms, Snake went to visit Quiet in her cell. Speaking with Ocelot, he reveals that Quiet breathes and takes in water through her skin, and this is why she doesn't wear many items of clothing. She would suffocate. Ocelot talks about it being like photosynthesis and compares it to the sniper, The End. Ocelot suggests that maybe it's time, despite Miller's reservations, that Snake and Quiet go out on a mission together. Miller contacts Snake and tells him that the intel team have something. They found out about a convoy that regularly crosses the savannah. Officially, these are mined resources being transported to the government, but the heavy security for these convoys does not make any sense. It's thought that whatever this convoy is transporting is payment for Cypher, so Snake goes to investigate. On the way, thanks to Diamond Dog's new interpreter, he is able to overhear a conversation between two CFA soldiers.
Het jy die ouens hoor praat oor daai ou Billy van Amerika?
Van Amerika? Wie?
Dis nie 'n groot ding nie, maar ek het gehoor hy's 'n kernwapen genius. En sy navorsing gaan kernwapens in die hande van selfs die kleinste moordere en militante groepe plaas.
Wat 'n klomp kak. Jy dink die IAEA wil net terugsit en kyk hoe nukes oral versprei. Kyk na Suid-Afrika. Hel, kyk hoe die States vergrootbaar stilgemaak het.
Ek weet. Maar jy kan nie die logika van diktators en militante verwag nie. Die wêreld is vol ryk bliksems, honger vir meer mag. Kernkrag.
En dis waar die gerugte begin. Dis al.
Ja. Ek dink jy's reg. Plus 'n 100-jarige Amerikaanse Indiaan hoofman. Dis waarskynlik nie 'n kernfisikus nie.
100 jaar. Man, ek het nie eens daaraan gedink nie. Dankie. Ek het 'n lekker lag nodig gehad.
Ja, lag maar, jy pophol.
Ja, reg, plekke om te sien.
Water.
But back to the mission. Snake tracks the convoy's route after finding some intel, and upon nearing the truck with the cargo, the Parasite unit emerge, proving that Cypher are indeed involved in what's going on there in Africa, as this cargo is headed directly to Cypher. Snake cannot simply run this time and he needs to fight the Parasite unit, and after a tense battle he does so. With them defeated, they aren't dead but they retreat, and Snake extracts the cargo. After investigation, they discovered two primary types of cargo. First, they found drums of malachite, which is copper ore, and the second was a shielding container, which Miller believes to have been the real high-value item of the two. Inside was something called yellow cake, raw material used for a nuclear weapon. However, there was not enough there to make a nuclear bomb. After undertaking this mission, Snake rescues two intel team members who were undercover inside the CFA and who were discovered and captured. These soldiers ended up bringing back valuable intel on the CFA. Not long after this, they have a lead on the yellow cake. The commander of a private force in the region called Rogue Coyote, also known as the Major, had been boasting about selling nuclear weaponry. The client wants Snake to eliminate the Major. To find the target, Snake needs to follow his subordinate, who is himself undercover inside the CFA, to a meeting with the Major, where the subordinate was to discuss yet another PF in the region known as Zero Risk Security. Snake tracks the subordinate and follows him to the meeting place, and after identifying the Major, Snake listens in.
Ek is gereed om terugvoering te gee, Major. Gee my net die breedtrekker. Die CFA kon nog nie vasstel hoe die Iersondarde wel al maas gesterf het. Al wat hulle kon kry was 'n plaaslike Dis net so is. Maar daar is gerugte dat die job van hand gewis en die gedeelte van die siekte. En nou is iemand bezig met vergeldingssport. Van alle dinge. Ek maak soms my hande vuil. Maar ek se engel in vergelyking met sommige van die bliksels. Slawe aan. Reg onder hulle neus en hulle wil my vang. Maar ek sê 'n voortrek, maar jy is heeltemal reg. Nie een van ons bliksels. In elk geval, sê die res in 'n geskrewe verslag. Wat meer belangrik is die volgende dag. Sê daar is weer 'n ou man. Dit het iets te doen met kern. Geen idee wie die ou man is. Ek verstaan. Ek sal dit ondersoek. Kernwapens te ondersoek is... Want, dit is baie gevaarlike pad rook.
Ek weet nie. Kan wees dat die plek nodig het. Die skrik maak dis nie aan. Baie doen.
Jy dink om 'n boek om res en sin daar te mens.
Miskien het hulle plan om die groot oorlog te doen. Vir nou, vind hy waarmee sy daar is besig is.
Ek begryp.
After their conversation and the Major sending his subordinate to investigate Zero Risk, Snake needs to eliminate the Major so he can either take out his chopper, therefore eliminating the target, or he can extract the target back to Mother Base for interrogation. If extracted, the Major spills some info. Turns out that he was paid to spread rumours about his nuclear arms business. According to Miller, he didn't even know who was paying him, and this has Cypher written all over it. The Major said that Zero Risk security are trying to kill some old man. An old man we heard referenced previously. Okay, so the next contract sees Diamond Dogs being contracted to eliminate 6 rebel soldiers belonging to the Mbele squad. The Mbele squad are locked into a civil war against the Buta. These Mbele soldiers have been captured by the Buta, so the general of the Mbele is the client. First taking out the squad leader, who is amongst Rogue Coyote, Snake heads to the Kungenga mine as it's a location where the Mbele squad were working as slave labour since Buta owned the rights to the mine. Snake then finds the Mbele squad soldiers that he was hired to kill, and they're children, or child soldiers. Snake makes a decision.
Their lives for a fistful of diamonds, huh? And what happens after that? They can't go home. They've only got 2 options. Heaven or hell.
No, there's another.
Utter heaven. Tape's rolling, boss.
How about it, Cos? Looks like our client just got outbid.
We got the recording. Objective accomplished.
Let's go.
Having the children follow him and having to carry one as they cannot walk, he sneaks them past the guards, leaving the mine and extracts the children on the chopper, getting them to safety. They all arrive at Mother Base, and Miller hits one of the kids with his crutch, and the child grabs Snake's gun, aiming it at Miller. Miller then took the gun from the child and gave it back to Snake. He states that these children are not staff members, but they would have their own quarters separate from the staff, and they would do tasks on the base and would receive a basic education. Snake goes to speak with Huey in the hangar. He's been busy developing a variable multi-legged tank. It's his counter-weapon to the walker gears spreading across Africa. He calls it Battle Gear and says that its design allows for a lot of freedom in terms of customization. Despite their distrust of Huey, both Snake and Miller agree that this gear would be beneficial out in the field, as it will help them keep pace with the tech that the PFs in the region are using. Ocelot then gives Huey a warning, but tells him that he's off the proverbial chopping block, for now. After meeting with Huey, Snake receives a new mission, and it's from one of the children Snake rescued from the mine. The client mentions that the children often disappeared from the mines and would go to a place known as the Devil's House. Apparently Sena is involved with the Devil's House, and sneaking through the valley and avoiding the soldiers, reaching the place, Snake discovers that it's a factory that was abandoned a long time ago. Snake needs to find a boy there named Shabani and extract him. Moving through the factory, it's not a pretty sight. There are several wards along with people in beds. They have earbuds lodged into open wounds in their throats, which are connected to and are playing sounds coming from a cassette tape, and these bodies have the same growths on their chests as the bodies Snake discovered in the oil field. Proceeding through the wards, Snake finds Shabani, who has been tortured too. He looks into a neighbouring room and he spots Skullface, who executes a victim. This causes Shabani to cry out for Snake to kill him, and this causes Skullface to spot Snake. Tretty Rebenok shows up too, and he summons the Man on Fire, who proceeds to try and choke Snake. He ends up being disabled, and this is because Tretty is focused on Shabani, and he, for a moment, seems to show Shabani mercy and kills him. The Man on Fire causes the factory to go up in flames, and Miller tells Snake to leave. Unfortunately though, Snake's exit is blocked off, so he has no choice but to fight the Man on Fire. Using the water containers or towers in the area to temporarily disable the Man on Fire, Snake calls in a risky chopper extraction from there and manages to escape the area. Now with confirmation that Skullface is in Africa, Miller states that they have audio recordings of what was going on there in terms of the earbuds and the audio being played in people's throats, and that they'll analyze it. Upon returning to Mother Base, the children Snake rescued are waiting there. Snake gives one of the children Shabani's pendant, indicating to the children that Shabani is dead. In another mission, Snake heads to Nova Braga Airport and eliminates a high-ranking CFA official, who was in charge of supplying weapons to UNITA. It's suspected that he is in the employ of XOF, and the highest-ranking members of the CFA want the civil war between the MPLA and UNITA to carry on. Snake can either kill the guy, or he can extract him. He can also kill or extract the arms dealer too. In the mission debrief, depending on who was extracted, if they were even extracted, Miller says that the arms dealer was headhunted by Sana, and that he doesn't even know who gave him orders. Whilst in the field, Snake got a call from Miller, and he said that the R&D platform of Mother Base had been taken over and held by a PF calling themselves Mosquito Stinger Force. They had taken Diamond Dog's members hostage and were threatening to kill them if any members of Diamond Dogs tried to set foot on the platform. Snake heads back to Mother Base and heads to the top of the R&D platform, finding the group's leader Mosquito. Snake defeats him. If he's knocked out instead of killed, then after Mosquito is interrogated, Miller tells Snake that he was one of the soldiers who was part of MSF before they were destroyed, and that he had survived the attack on Mother Base. He was told that it was Big Boss who was responsible for the attack, and he created his own private force, naming it after MSF, and vowed to get revenge on Big Boss. After this, Mosquito was convinced that Snake, Big Boss, had nothing to do with the attack 9 years prior, and he then joined Diamond Dogs. After this, heading into the hangar to check in on Huey, Snake sees the plans and sees that progress is being made in regard to battle gear. Next, there are reports that child soldiers had taken over a village called Massa Village. This small militia had reportedly been pillaging settlements. The client wanted these child soldiers eliminated, but Snake did not want to kill children. Miller came up with another solution. Snake is to extract their leader, who goes by the name the White Mamba. It's their hope that if he's extracted, then the militia would fall apart after losing their leader. Infiltrating a wrecked boat, Snake comes face to face with the commander, who is a boy that calls himself Eli. He immediately attacks Snake. He seems to hate him a lot, and despite receiving multiple beatdowns from Snake, is very persistent. After defeating the boy, Snake told him that he had lost and tied him up, taking him to the extraction chopper. Arriving back at Mother Base, Snake welcomes Eli to outer heaven and pats him on the back. Eli hated this, it seems, as he takes Snake's knife and tries to stab him with it. Snake ends up dislocating Eli's arm and tells him that they have rules there on the base, such as never to draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. Putting Eli's arm back into place, Snake tells Eli that he would have to learn to use his head, and that once he'd done that, then he would be free to leave. Next, Snake needs to rescue two people, a male and female, both of them working for an NGO and were there after being sent by Skullface. They were sent to the area where the old factory was under the pretense of giving aid to people who were suffering from a strange disease. However, the US technician and his assistant were actually there to observe Skullface's test subjects. Snake first finds the assistant, and he finds out the technician had abandoned his assistant after he became scared that she had become infected. He proceeds to find the technician and extracts them both. Back at Mother Base with them being interrogated, he revealed that the tapes Skullface were using were in another language, and that there are no English versions of these tapes available. They don't seem to be infected with anything at all, but they are held for further observation. A little later, a hysterical soldier runs away from something in fear. He's running away from Quiet. She takes down the soldiers who try to protect the scared soldier, and she tries to shove a knife down the soldier's throat, breaking his teeth. Snake then disarms Quiet and holds her down. She is then sedated by Ocelot, who thinks that this is because of how she is treated by the soldiers on the base. Snake tells Ocelot to tighten security on her cell, and that if this happens a second time, then there will not be a third. Then, Snake hears something about Eli, that one of the children from the Les Enfants Terribles project went missing in Africa. The age of Eli would match, but Miller is going to run a genetic test on Eli in order to try and find out more. After more missions involving child soldiers, faking their deaths and extracting one of the Mbele squad's brothers, Snake receives a worrying call from Ocelot. He says that some kind of epidemic has hit Mother Base, which is infecting members of Diamond Dogs, revealing that the infected soldiers are dying shortly after infection. He says that they had blisters on their chests that contained tiny worms, parasitic larvae. One of those that died is the soldier that Quiet attacked. Could this be the weapon to surpass the Metal Gear that Skullface was talking about? A quarantine space has been set up on Mother Base, and any infected soldiers are to be moved there. Whilst this crisis is ongoing, a new job comes up, and Diamond Dogs have been tasked with eliminating a human trafficker. The same human trafficker that sent Shabani to the Devil's House. He needs to be eliminated before he is able to leave the country, otherwise he will avoid a court-martial since he is a civilian. Tracking the guy down, who is flanked by skilled bodyguards, Snake either kills him as requested or extracts him. Miller then contacts Snake saying that one of their missing intel team members has a solid lead on the epidemic that broke out at Mother Base. This intel team member needs to be rescued before he is killed, so Snake deploys into the area to save him. This is vital if the infected soldiers at Mother Base are to be saved and cured. Going to an abandoned village, Snake finds a team member who has actually managed to escape, and depending on how fast Snake finds him, he either crashes his vehicle, or Snake manages to get to him beforehand, secures him, and takes him back to Mother Base. Back on base, the soldier calls the disease the pathogen, and once again the old man is mentioned, and that this old man knows how to treat it. The soldier mentions the old man's name, which is Code Talker, and reveals where to find him. With Snake back on base again, he spots Eli and one of the African children named Etepe talking with each other, but Eli turns aggressive. The soldier tries to break it up, but once again, Eli takes the soldier's knife and threatens to stab him for calling him Eli. Ocelot disarms Eli twice, and Eli walks away. Ocelot tells Snake that Eli isn't happy being called by his real name, and he felt that the grown-ups were walking all over him and his friends. At some point, Ocelot tells Snake that Eli still isn't accepting that Snake beat him, and he was demanding a rematch on one of the R&D platforms, so Snake fights him. Defeating him once again, it seems now that Eli has accepted defeat. But back to business. Entering the area where Code Talker is, Snake encounters another thick mist in the air, indicating that the Parasite unit are there. It's not the Parasite unit he has fought before though, as this unit is comprised of female snipers, all of them with the same superhuman abilities as the other unit. Dealing with the unit, Snake discovers a mansion which is heavily guarded by the PF, Zero Risk Security. Making his way through it, avoiding the soldiers, Snake goes down to the basement and meets Code Talker. He says that he's been waiting. He looks at photos of the infected subjects and tells Snake to be quiet as death could be in his throat. He mentions that it's a vocal cord parasite, and the larvae enter the throat, mimicking the host's membranes. Sustained exposure to a particular sound triggers copulation in the parasites, and the resulting larvae essentially eat the host's lungs. That particular sound and words. He gives Snake a pipe containing a herb that the parasites dislike, and Code Talker says that Snake has bought himself some time. Asking if there's a cure, Code Talker says that if systems have manifested, then it's too late. There is a way to halt the onset though, and will prevent infection. Snake offers his hand to Code Talker saying that he needs his help, and Code Talker talks about how Skullface forced him to do his terrible work. Whilst carrying him, Code Talker tells Snake that Skullface plans to use the vocal cord parasites to wipe out every language besides English off of the map, a method of ethnic cleansing. Snake then extracts Code Talker via a chopper because he's way too damned old to extract via Fulton. On the chopper, Code Talker reveals that there's a bacteria called Wolbachia and that it could halt the parasites, but it could end up making the subject infertile. He says that the parasite infecting the parasite unit is different from the vocal cord parasite, as that parasite acts as the skin of the host, providing strength in exchange for nourishment. The parasite unit are forced to serve Skullface. Snake mentions the yellow cake that they had captured and the strange mineral. Code Talker asks what happened to the mineral, something called the metallic archaea. Unfortunately, the mist appears again, and this means that the parasite unit are about, and we are about to see what metallic archaea is. A cloud of the corrosive metallic archaea appears, and the chopper flies through it. This kills the chopper pilot, and the chopper then crashes at Nova Braga Airport. Snake emerges from the chopper with Code Talker and sees the parasite unit using soldiers as puppets again. Infecting them with the metallic archaea, Snake has to fight and defeat the parasite unit. Despite their superior numbers, he defeats them to the last man, and the mist clears. A chopper then picks up Snake and Code Talker. On the journey back to Mother Base, Code Talker mentions that Skullface is no longer in Africa, as his nuclear test was a success. He explains that a detonation test took place 5 years ago in the southern Indian Ocean. The final test was actually to prevent detonation. Skullface intends to sell nuclear weapons around the world to small militias so that any one of them can become a nuclear power, but these would be nukes that he maintains control of. He plans to avoid detection by exporting minerals containing tiny amounts of uranium, and this mineral is the metallic archaea. It will enrich the uranium in the nukes and will weaponize it. These nukes will be loaded onto walker gears, which is why Skullface had Huey produce them and why these walker gears were making their way across Africa and eventually the world. It's a nuke business to replace the arms business, and Skullface would own the market with a failsafe that only he controls. Due to conventional nukes therefore losing their value, the two superpowers of the United States and the Soviets would just become powers. Code Talker is then recruited at Mother Base as a researcher. He identifies the vocal cord strain as the Kikongo strain, meaning that anyone who speaks that language is in danger and needs to be quarantined. Code Talker gives Snake the Wolbachia bacteria and tells him to cultivate more of it in order to save the infected soldiers, but only those in the beginning stages of infection were saved, as it was too late for those that were symptomatic. Miller says that Skullface will pay. Interrogating Huey, Ocelot shows him what metallic archaea can do, but of course Huey knows all about it. Ocelot wants to know where Sahelanthropus is. Miller and Ocelot tell him what will happen if Skullface succeeds with Sahelanthropus, that the relations between East and West will see the Cold War ramping up, just like it did during the Cuban Missile Crisis in the 60s. They tell him that Skullface's plan to distribute nuclear weapons was a cover for his actual goal, which was the vocal cord parasites. Huey is hiding something, so Ocelot threatens to use the metallic archaea on his exoskeleton legs. This, as expected, forces Huey to reveal the location of Sahelanthropus as being at OKB-0, which is beyond the Soviet base camp in Afghanistan. It's a lab built by the Soviet philosophers and is a Soviet weapon design bureau. Huey mentions that he has no idea how Skullface is planning to pilot Sahelanthropus, as it was not built to accommodate a human pilot. As Snake is preparing to leave for OKB-0, Miller tells Snake that they've got word that every Soviet soldier at the base camp is dead, likely down to Skullface using the Russian strain of the vocal cord parasite. Miller tells Snake to wipe him out, and Snake replies that he'll need backup. Miller says they'll rendezvous on site. Snake's goal is now to capture and interrogate Skullface. Whilst approaching the base camp, Miller says that Eli snuck aboard one of the choppers before takeoff and is with him. He's unsure whether this is an escape attempt. Huey is also with them too, and says that he wants to make up for what he's done, and he wants to help Snake defeat Skullface to prove that he's always been on Snake's side. Infiltrating the camp, Snake confronts Skullface on the helipad. Tretty Rebenok is there too, and Skullface says to Snake that he has known loss as well, and the pain they've both suffered has cost them their humanity. That they are now demons. Snake is outnumbered and is forced to surrender and follow Skullface. Miller is over the radio saying that Snake should go with him, but the Diamond Dogs are there and ready to fight. Skullface does not want to fight or a war, and that's their leverage over him. Anyway, Skullface says that he's known Snake since 1964 when he was at Langley, and as mentioned earlier, he was his backup during Operation Snake Eater in Selenoyarsk. He says that he knew Zero's plans and what the boss wanted for the world. Jumping on a jeep, Skullface explains his plan for the ethnic cleansing, and that they serve two purposes: his hatred for Major Zero and redemption for his childhood. Skullface's facial deformities come from the fact that at some point during his childhood, his country was bombed by Allied forces during World War II. He was doused in boiling oil at some point and almost lost his life. He says that his goal is to exterminate the English language, and this would destroy Zero's plans, and that way everyone on Earth would also suffer.
A philosopher once said, "It is no nation we inhabit, but a language." Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland. My fatherland, my truth was stolen from you. And so was my past. All that's left is the future. And mine is revenge. On those who leech off the words of their fellow man. This is what I learned from the Major. And then it hit me. It was he who should feel my wrath. He and the code he chose as basis for control. Language codes, information codes, beamed all around us, genetic codes spanning history. By controlling the codes, Cypher Zero intends to unify. Codes implanted into our heads, sucking our minds dry as it spreads from one host to the next. A parasite upon this earth, that is what Zero is. As one born into this world, he's afflicted. I hold him responsible for killing my freedom. Killing all traces of my past. Killing any promise of a future. We are all but dead men forced to walk upon this earth. A world reduced to zero. Cypher plans to use its codes to control the world. They think they can. And the mother tongue of all those codes is English. The Word became flesh. The final parasite. It knows English. An English strain of the vocal parasite. I will exterminate the English language. With this, I'll rid the world of infestation. All men will breathe free again, reclaim their past, present, and future. This is no ethnic cleanser. It is a liberator. To free the world from zero. Let the world be.
He plans for nukes to be the new language. Using Sahelanthropus, as we've already learned, Skullface would be able to control all of the nukes, maintaining the balance of the world. Arriving at the power plant, which is where Snake first saw Sahelanthropus, Skullface mentions the Man on Fire, and that the Man on Fire lives because of Snake. He then has Tretty Rebenok summon the Man on Fire so he can kill Snake. However, Tretty causes the Man on Fire to die. Skullface is perplexed as to what is happening. Tretty then focuses his power of telepathy on Eli and focuses on his hatred of Snake. Tretty and Eli then activate Sahelanthropus. With Skullface shocked, the XOF soldiers try to stop it, but a lot of them are killed and the rest flee with their leader. It's left to Snake to bring this thing down. Needing to prevent its combat deployment, Snake flees from the machine and watches on as XOF forces fire on Sahelanthropus. Their barrage of missiles do nothing to it. It responds in kind and kills every XOF member present, with only Skullface left alive.
Cypher will rewrite the records, and I will vanish from human memory. But the thirst for revenge that I have planted will infest the system. No one can stop it now. Sahelanthropus will unleash that thirst unto the future. Major, I'm burning up!
After a long fight, Snake eventually defeats Sahelanthropus. Eli is no longer in control of it, and the machine falls. The chopper carrying Miller picks up Snake, and Miller wants revenge on Skullface. They find him mortally wounded. He only had 2 of 3 capsules with him, and Snake asks where the third one is. He replies that it's close, that it's in him. Snake then destroys the capsules by throwing them into the fire. What they don't see is that Tretty Rebenok takes one of these capsules. Snake and Miller use a shotgun to inflict the same injuries on Skullface as Miller suffered. They use it to blow off his right arm and left leg. Leaving the shotgun for Skullface to finish himself off as he's begging for death, Huey grabs the shotgun and kills Skullface, calling it his revenge. Diamond Dogs then take Sahelanthropus back to Mother Base. However, Snake would still see a phantom of the now dead Skullface, with Miller stating that they would still suffer the phantom pain. After everyone is gone, Eli stands on the platform looking at Sahelanthropus. Tretty Rebenok appears on top of it. He then hands Eli the sample that he took earlier before disappearing. Miller is addressing Diamond Dog's troops and tells them that their enemy is still out there, and that Diamond Dogs need to be much bigger. Snake needs to head back to OKB-0, as it seems that after Sahelanthropus had been defeated, Soviet soldiers had retaken the base. Snake had been hired by the CIA to extract a CIA agent, as he knows all about the vocal cord parasites. Tracking the individual down, Snake extracts him before the searching soldiers can find him. With him at Mother Base, he reveals that he betrayed the Soviets by passing info to the CIA at Langley. He learned about the vocal cord parasites and thought XOF were working in line with the CIA, so he hid amongst the Mujahideen. He tried to rejoin the Soviets but was attacked by an unknown force. Miller thinks that the people trying to kill him were remnants of XOF forces, still going even after Skullface's death. Miller says they'll keep him there at Mother Base and they'll fake his death. Arriving back at Mother Base, Eli is waiting for Snake and simply stares at him before walking off. Then, Miller says there was an accident in one of the boys' quarters, that some steel pipes gave way and crushed one of the kids, with one of the kids, Ralph, dying. Miller tells Snake that they'll keep him posted. Going to check on Huey, it seems that Diamond Dog's battle gear is developing nicely, but a conversation with Miller sees him state that they need evidence regarding their growing suspicions about Huey. Snake needs to head to the central base camp in Afghanistan, and he is to retrieve the AI pod there. Infiltrating the camp and approaching the AI pod, Snake uses a terminal to launch the AI pod out of the camp and to a suitable location where Diamond Dogs can retrieve it. Miller then radios and says that he'll let him know what they find. After this, Ocelot contacts Snake and says that after the man on fire was crushed by the Sahelanthropus, the Soviets recovered the body and took it to a supply outpost. Ocelot states that he has a theory as to who the man on fire actually is: Volgin. Entering the supply outpost and taking care of the soldiers there, before Snake can extract Volgin's body, it rises once again. The man on fire then appears as Volgin, as Snake remembered him. He falls backwards and then dies for good. The body is finally extracted, and it is placed inside one of the cages on the quarantine platform. Ocelot then deduces that Skullface used Volgin's thirst for revenge to further his own goals. Not long after this, Miller contacts Snake. He says that back at the mansion where Snake found Code Talker, there were 2 containers that held all of his research materials. These cannot fall into the wrong hands, i.e. Cypher, so Snake heads to find and secure these materials and sends them back to Mother Base. Arriving back at the base though, Snake spots some commotion on one of the platforms. Seems that a bunch of kids were trying to get into an area, and Ocelot and a soldier were trying to stop them. Snake asks what's going on, and one of the children says that Shabani's necklace was at the bottom of the tank. Ocelot stops Snake going into the tank as it's filled with chlorine. Miller there too, asks how it got there. And then Eli is seen watching the commotion from afar. Quiet then appears and jumps into the tank. Snake is distraught and has to be held back by Ocelot. It seems that Snake has grown quite fond of Quiet, but Miller still is not convinced. She emerges badly burned from the chemicals, but still alive. Snake then takes her to get treatment. After they'd recovered the AI pod, Diamond Dogs had found a corpse inside. It was the corpse of Dr. Strangelove. They dated her death as happening 6 months to a whole year ago. Huey has some explaining to do.
So you didn't create the AI intended to drive Sahelanthropus. It was Strangelove.
Skullface was never in favor of AI control. So naturally they argued. Strangelove, she got him angry and he killed her.
How? You didn't see it? So you found her inside that pod after the fact. And you just left her body to rot in there. Or perhaps you put her in there afterward.
I asked him not to take her away from me.
So she was killed by Skullface, but you asked nicely, and he put her body in the AI pod for you?
That's right.
Pathetic. You know, we have another idea. That you killed her.
What, me? Oh, I couldn't kill her.
You killed her and locked her body in the pod.
I wouldn't. Don't treat me like one of you. I can't just kill anyone whenever I feel like it. I'm a normal human being.
Oh, I see. So you just shut her inside and waited for her to die.
I would never do that.
What, you mean she killed herself?
Yes. She got in when I wasn't looking and suffocated. She'd often try to do things like that. By the time I realized and opened the door, she wasn't breathing. I got scared and shut the pod again. I couldn't bring myself to open it back up. That's right.
I see. Just tell me one more thing.
Haven't you gotten enough today?
Okay, I see it's a painful memory. You don't have to answer, just listen to the question. You see, we examined her remains. She had a scar on her lower abdomen, a surgical scar. It had been stitched up and had fully healed, meaning it was long before her death. She had a child, didn't she? Your child. Where's the kid?
How should I know?
So there is a child.
I've never seen his face.
What do you take us for?
They took it all. Even my child. I didn't even know he'd been born. I lost everything.
How old would he be?
It's 4 years since then.
And you know it's a boy.
Strangelove said so.
And his name?
We called him Hal.
After Quiet had been taken to medical because of her injuries, an MRI revealed that she was carrying the vocal cord parasites. They also identified her as the assassin from the hospital on account of her lungs having been burnt to a crisp, since Ishmael had set her on fire. Miller then has Quiet tortured by Ocelot and a Diamond Dog soldier, and they use stun batons. Quiet didn't even scream in pain. Miller then asks Quiet who infected her with the parasite, but she still refuses to talk. Miller explains that the injuries she sustained at the hospital should have killed her, but that she looks remarkably well for someone who was burned alive. Miller says that Skullface saved her. Code Talker then says that he was the only one capable of applying the parasites for parasite therapy. That was until Skullface stole his research. One interesting point to make is that Code Talker did the autopsy on the N's body, what was left of it anyway, and this is where he discovered the parasite that gave him his photosynthetic ability. This was the parasite that contributed to the parasite unit. But back to the story. Miller then throws salt water onto Quiet and this hurts her. Ocelot intervenes and throws clean water on her, stating that she won't talk. Ocelot states that she won't kill Snake, as she is actually in love with the legend of Big Boss at this point, as she's had plenty of chances to kill him and didn't take them. Snake then frees Quiet. With everyone gone, Code Talker and Quiet have a conversation in Navajo.
Oh.
Idiki plak anat e.
Oh. Ako kode jisdesni.
Dne bizad.
Belagana gesnita. Katobe yasteta. Asetota. Dotonista.
After Quiet's interrogation, it seems that some of the children have escaped the base. Miller thinks that it may have something to do with Ralph's death. Over time, Snake heads out and rescues the kids as the intel team uncovers more information as to their whereabouts. Eventually, they are all recovered. Ocelot then contacts Snake and asks him to go out into the field in Afghanistan and recover a film canister that had been dropped by an informant working for Diamond Dogs. The film canister contains information on Skullface's plans. It seems that there is a KGB Spetsnaz unit after the canister too. However, Snake manages to recover it. After Snake had been tasked with destroying a CFA armoured column, Snake receives a call from Miller stating that the mastermind behind the kids' escape from Mother Base was Eli. Shock horror. Returning to base, Snake and Miller are watching Ocelot interrogate Eli. The kid asks where he is. He's referring to Snake and calls him his father. Ocelot tells him that all the kids he helped escape are now back on the base, so his little uprising was over and had failed. Eli says that they were looking for people to kill because they needed to be ready to face the world as enemies. Then Sahelanthropus arrives, smashing through the hangar with it being controlled by Treti Rebenok. Snake tries to shoot the third child, but it's absolutely pointless. Eli boards Sahelanthropus and tells Snake that he's not like him, and that he doesn't need him. Snake, Miller and Ocelot can only watch as Sahelanthropus is flown away by Treti Rebenok, and the other children are escaping in a chopper, flown by a pilot that they'd forced to fly. Miller wonders whether Ralph's death was orchestrated by Eli all along in order to start an uprising, steal the mech, and to finally escape. They wonder how the kids managed to repair Sahelanthropus.
What was your goal in having the children repair Sahelanthropus?
I just answered their questions. I had no idea they would actually try to fix it. I mean, can you imagine a child piloting it?
Oh, sure, easily.
It wouldn't work.
Well, I bet it's just like riding a bike.
I said it didn't work.
Who did you try?
I didn't.
Did you put your son in it?
We never did that.
His name was, Hal, wasn't it? I thought you said you never saw his face. But you made him pilot Sahelanthropus. You used him in your experiments.
He wanted to get in. It was such a short time we had.
So he was with you.
We were happy.
You're still happy now. Changing your lies to suit the listener and getting by slipping through the cracks. building layer upon layer of convenient stories until nothing means anything to you anymore. You're happy all the time because you don't even notice you're doing it. Think hard. Who are you really? You're not a victim, and you're not the silent majority. You're a perpetrator and a petty hypocrite. The real world doesn't make you suffer. It's the other way around.
Ocelot then contacts Snake in regard to the possibility of Eli being a product of Les Enfants Terribles.
Both tests say there is 0% chance that the two of you are blood relatives, meaning the results are negative. He's not your son, nor is he your clone. He's just another person.
It was 12 years ago that Zero made plans to clone you. Eli's age and appearance certainly are a good fit. I admit the first time I saw him I did a double take, but it looks like we were worried for nothing. Eli isn't your clone, though you might still have one somewhere out there.
But if Eli isn't the boss's clone, why does he seem so obsessed with him? Not to mention having one hell of an attitude for his age.
I don't know. Learning the truth about himself, cursing the fact he's a clone, bearing a grudge against selfish adults, and coming to hate who he was cloned from. Big boss. If that were really the case, I could understand it. I might even feel a bit sorry for him. But no clone could have a totally different DNA fingerprint. And the tests left no room for error. You yourself were there when we drew Eli's blood sample.
Come to think of it, when we went to OKB-0, he'd snuck onto a chopper and was there.
Yeah.
He was acting strange even then. Or actually from a little before that time.
That was exactly when we began these tests.
Maybe he suspected something when we drew the sample, not knowing what we were doing to him, and becoming mistrustful of us.
Hard to say. Eli's had an attitude problem from day one.
Alright, so it's crisis time. Miller contacts Snake and tells him there's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasites inside the quarantine zone. Watching a video, Snake sees that infected Diamond Dogs members had gone crazy as a result of the parasites. They seem to be reanimating. All the exits in the quarantine zone have been sealed and no one is getting out. A researcher faxed over the findings in regard to this parasite. Code Talker says that the Wolbachia isn't having an effect on the parasites anymore. This time the parasites are lodging in the victims' throats and are forming a mating pair. Code Talker says that if this is a new strain, then that means that someone must have brought it there. There are no external symptoms, so someone who is dying may appear completely healthy. Miller then plays a voice recording of someone inside the quarantine zone, and it's fairly cryptic.
It all makes sense now. I win.
Where's it coming from?
Unknown. It cut off before we could get a fix. It all makes sense. You think he means the parasite? No way to know. But right now, that's all we've got. Hopefully he can tell us something. We'll have to close the tent behind you, boss. Don't think the infection's airborne, but...
So Snake heads into the quarantine zone on his own and puts on a breathing mask. Stepping inside, Snake says that he can smell a sweet smell through the mask, a smell he likens to ripe fruit. He proceeds and sees multiple dead bodies, and the people that were alive seem to be in the process of being infected with parasites. Finding the person who made the voice recording, the scientist, he gives Snake some goggles which will let him see who is infected. He then, quite bizarrely, says that he is no snail. Code Talker then realizes what this means. He wondered why the infected soldiers were so desperate to get outside. This is the infection progressing. Remember there were loads of birds outside? Well, the parasites were controlling the soldiers. They wanted the soldiers to go outside so that the birds feast on the infected bodies and spread the parasites to the mainland. Miller states that these soldiers cannot go outside, so Snake has to shoot everyone there who is infected. Snake then starts shooting, and Miller drops a bomb into the quarantine area. Snake then walks through the quarantine area, killing all who are infected. He uses the goggles to see who is infected as their throats start glowing. Huey speaks upon the radio, chastising Snake for killing his own men. Snake walks into one room and the infected soldiers salute him before he shoots them. Finding a soldier who doesn't seem to be infected, Snake's relief turns to despair as the soldier is revealed to be infected after all, and Snake shoots him too. With bodies everywhere, Snake walks down a hallway. The shrapnel in his head almost appears like a devil's horn, echoing something that Skullface said.
We both are demons. Our humanity won't return.
Afterwards, the bodies of the members of Diamond Dogs are cremated. He smothers the ashes into his face and says that he will make diamonds from their ashes and take them into battle with them. Snake says that they are Diamond Dogs, but the question remains, what happened regarding that new strain? Whilst out on a mission, Snake got a call from Miller.
Boss, I have a quick report for you here. We've discovered a radiation leak in the laboratory on the quarantine platform. It's coming from testing equipment we installed the other day. Members of the medical team have been conducting research there, but we'll evacuate them all from the research block to the containment block next to it. Emmerich.
There's no need to worry. No radioactive material is leaked, so the contamination won't spread. We just need to seal off the testing equipment.
I've dispatched the security team to get the researchers out. I'll keep you updated.
And, well, we saw what happened when the security team went in, but Ocelot would question Huey about something.
Well, Doctor, I have the report on the incident at the quarantine facility. Assuming the vocal cord parasite underwent a mutation. The only plausible explanations are exposure to some high-concentration mutagen, or radiation. As you know, some of the staff at the quarantine facility were infected with the parasites. The Wolbachia prevented them from copulating, but the parasites themselves can't be removed from their host's vocal cords. Once you're infected with Skullface's parting gift, you're stuck with it. The researchers regularly used X-ray equipment to monitor the parasites in their throats. No problem there, they kept a close eye on the radiation doses. But that equipment didn't just give off X-rays. It was also emitting beta rays. Even though that's unnecessary for the scans. See, beta rays have far worse effects on DNA than X-rays. Meaning the only logical conclusion is that someone added in a beta ray emitter to trigger a mutation. Those beta rays leaked out from inside the equipment. Because the emitter was retrofitted, the shielding was inadequate. And the person who ordered and inspected the equipment was you, Doctor.
Emmerich, we record all communications on Mother Base. That includes radio transmissions to and from homemade devices. You've been in frequent contact with people in America. A private biotech company. A client of which is DARPA. And they are connected to Cypher. You made a deal with Cypher. You offered them a new parasite in exchange for your safety. This is the only place in the world where the vocal cord parasite still exists. And you used it as a testing ground. Tried to resurrect their bioweapon. But your plan to obtain the parasite has failed. Your bullshit ends now. And don't think you're leaving here alive.
Huey was then put on trial. Ocelot lays out Huey's betrayal of MSF 9 years ago, providing support to Skullface, conspiring with Eli and helping him repair Sahelanthropus, that his research materials caused the leak at the quarantine facility, and this caused the Wolbachia mutation. He murdered Dr. Strangelove, his own wife, in retaliation for her sending Hal to America so he'd be safe away from Huey, and these things are all laid out in front of the members of Diamond Dogs. He still pleads his innocence, claiming that the IAEA inspection was supposed to help MSF, not destroy them. A witness is then brought in, the AI pod, haunted by Strangelove's phantom. It plays the last words of Dr. Strangelove, banging on the door of the mammal pod demanding that Huey open it up. Miller then shows Huey photos of his family and his past with MSF. Miller says that Strangelove objected to Huey using Hal as a test subject for Sahelanthropus' cockpit, so he shut her in the pod, killing her. He then claims that she did it to herself. Miller declares Huey guilty on all counts, and the soldiers call for his death. It gets out of control, but Ocelot fires a shot to restore calm. He asks Snake to give the order, but Snake decides to have a life raft prepared. Miller objects to Huey simply leaving, but Snake is big boss and his word is final. So Huey is thrown into a life raft and kicked off of Mother Base. His exoskeleton is too heavy to keep the boat afloat, so he has to ditch it and throw it into the sea. Miller says that Huey will most likely survive and he'll portray himself as the victim, telling everyone about how evil the Diamond Dogs are for how they treated him. Ocelot says that what goes around comes around. But there's one loose end. Quiet. She knows too much about Diamond Dogs, and according to Ocelot, she's disappeared. Snake needs to find her in Afghanistan and kill her. Snake learns that Quiet has at some point been captured by Soviet forces. Finding out her location, Snake goes there. Ocelot radios and wonders why Quiet had been captured so easily. Code Talker then told them that she was carrying the English strain of the vocal cord parasites, and that Skullface had tried to use her to infect and kill large numbers of people at Mother Base, but that Quiet had simply refused to speak. He reveals that the reason she had left was because she realised her parasites could still become active through mutation. Quiet had been clothed, which, because she breathes through her skin, is suffocating her. Her captors tried to drown her and sexually assault her, and since they removed some of her clothing, she could breathe better, and she was able to attack them, killing them both. Snake finds her at this point, and the two fight side by side in order to defeat a tank unit that has just shown up. After this colossal tank unit is destroyed, Quiet is injured by a tank round. Snake carries her to safety through a sandstorm, but resting behind a rock, he is attacked and bitten by a cobra. Snake then passes out. Quiet heard the chopper pilot Pequod trying to reach Snake for extraction, and this woke her up. He said that he may need to leave the landing zone soon as this sandstorm wasn't clearing. Quiet, because of the English strain of parasite, tries responding over the radio in Navajo, as it's a language the parasite does not recognize. Pequod can't understand it and thinks it's a transmission problem, so Quiet, with no other choice and wanting to save Snake, replies in English and Snake is saved. He is given some anti-venom for the cobra bite by a member of Diamond Dogs. Snake asks where Quiet is, but she's nowhere to be seen. He tracks her footprints and finds that she left a cassette tape hanging from the branch of a tree. He listens.
I did not choose to be quiet. I wanted to express my feelings to you. If only we shared a common tongue. Vengeance was what drove me to them. The only language left to me, revenge. But the words we shared, no, that was no language at all. That is why I chose the language of gratitude instead, and go back to silence. I am quiet. I am the absence of words.
While Snake is looking in the mirror, he has a flashback to 9 years prior. He remembers lying in bed at the hospital after the explosion and the chopper crash. He recalls that Big Boss fell into a coma. Miller then asked, "What about the other man?" To which the doctor replied that he has shrapnel in his head. He then has a flashback to when he woke up and the doctor had him look at his face in a mirror. But that's not him, right? The doctor says that he is to undergo plastic surgery. 2 days later, the doctor hands him some photos and they're of a pilot, Big Boss, Miller, and the man he saw in the mirror. But if that's Big Boss, then who is this? It's of course at this point that Quiet attacked and killed the doctor, and Ishmael helped Snake escape from the hospital and they then crashed. But remember that Ishmael was gone by the time that Snake woke up.
This way, boss. Hurry. Use that bike. It's tuned up and ready to go. I'll handle the rest. Here. That's your name as of today. You best change your face, too. Now this one, he'll take your place. From here on, he's Snake. He believes it, too. My very own Phantom, huh? Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something? We'll meet again.
Right.
It seems that the hypnotherapy is wearing off, something that Big Boss had preempted. He left a cassette tape for Venom Snake titled The Man Who Sold the World.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do? I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
This now makes sense as to why Eli's DNA came back as a non-match to Venom Snake's, as Venom Snake is actually the medic who was on board the chopper during the Ground Zeroes incident, and not actual Snake or Big Boss. Anyway, after learning about his true identity, Venom Snake would keep up the ruse, that he is the real Big Boss, while the actual Big Boss retreated into the shadows, as he is to create his new nation. Ocelot then brings Miller up to speed.
The real Big Boss is working separately from us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A military nation above and apart from all. The true outer heaven. Something created to maintain world balance. Independent of the struggles for supremacy, for personal profit, the cycles of revenge between countries. It'll be an army, all right, but more. Big Boss is building a nation. But until it's complete, we support the other Big Boss. The Phantom who carries on his legend, his meme. That is Big Boss's plan.
So that's the way it is. 9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. But now I really have lost it all. The boss, and the future we were building together.
One day, the age of Big Boss's sons will arrive. They'll likely want to settle the score with him. We have to shape that age. We'll each have roles to play, building the foundation for a revolution led by both Big Bosses, the True One and the Phantom.
No. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
You know, sooner or later, there will be only one boss. There's only room for one boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday, too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son. And then you and I will be enemies, too. One of us will have to kill the other.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the new age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
Okay, so some of you who aren't aware may be surprised to know that this game was not actually finished, as what came next was the acrimonious split between Konami and Kojima. There was an added bit planned called Kingdom of the Flies, and it provided some closure to Eli's story arc in this game. Some people think that since this didn't make it into the game that it's not canon to the story, but whichever way you look at it, it's interesting and it's worthy of adding to this video. After they escaped Mother Base, Eli and his friends then took over an island which he planned to infect with the English strain of the parasite, and he would create his own Kingdom of Flies. Eli would leave a cassette tape for Snake, and he had one demand. In exchange for the return of Sahelanthropus and the nuke, he wanted the body of Big Boss. They'd noticed though that Eli's voice had started to break. The parasites could only activate in a voice that had broken. So Snake had gone to the island, but he saw that XOF forces had also arrived to take back Sahelanthropus. Eli was in the cockpit, and the XOF soldiers fired upon him, but Tretty Rebenok showed up and stopped the bullets by using his powers. Sahelanthropus was then activated and Eli used it to kill the soldiers. Eli then spoke with Snake and told him that he would get his revenge and the two would fight. A large-scale battle took place between Snake and Diamond Dogs, XOF and Eli. Sahelanthropus was eventually damaged enough to make it shut down. XOF soldiers were about to shoot Eli and Snake prevented that from happening. However, an explosion caused the shrapnel in his head to confuse him, and he had trouble differentiating Eli's red outfit from the white of the XOF soldiers, and he ends up shooting Eli. Snake is relieved to see that Eli was wearing a bulletproof vest. After ordering Eli to be taken back to Mother Base, that plan was halted as Eli started to show signs of the vocal parasite's English language strain becoming activated. Before Snake leaves, Eli vows that one day he will destroy him. Ocelot then orders the entire island be sanitized with napalm, which will destroy the parasites there. Diamond Dogs then leave with the battle-scarred remnants of Sahelanthropus. Snake leaves Eli with a gun which has one bullet in it. Eli puts the gun to his head but is saved by Tretty Rebenok. Tretty bizarrely is able to use his powers to remove the parasite from Eli's throat, and using his powers of levitation, he flies Eli away from the island, avoiding death by napalm. But this is not the last we see of Eli, or the third child. So after the real Big Boss had retreated to the shadows, he set up his fully independent military nation in South Africa, calling it Outer Heaven. By the start of the 90s, it can only be assumed that Diamond Dogs was incorporated into Outer Heaven, a place where soldiers, disillusioned and not wanting to be pawns of their governments, could go and belong. Big Boss would arm Outer Heaven with another Metal Gear, this time the TX-55 bipedal tank. He would eventually leave Outer Heaven and he would form an elite Black Ops unit, naming it Foxhound, almost 20 years after leaving the Patriots. Venom Snake would then take Big Boss's place in Outer Heaven and no one would know any different. But now let's fast forward to 1995. The Patriots, who ran Foxhound, ordered Foxhound to investigate Outer Heaven and destroy any potential threats, so they would send in one of their soldiers. The soldier Foxhound sent was Grey Fox. After infiltrating Outer Heaven, Grey Fox found the fortress was very well equipped, and he came across information regarding a weapon being developed. Grey Fox would be captured, and his last words to Foxhound were, "Metal Gear." A few days pass, and Foxhound sent in another soldier, this time a man named Solidus Snake is sent in. From here on out, this Snake will be referred to as Snake. Snake is a rookie, and his commanding officer is, of course, Big Boss. Snake would be carrying out Operation Intrude N313. He's to rescue Grey Fox and destroy this ultimate weapon, Metal Gear. Avoiding various mercenaries, soldiers for Outer Heaven, Snake can come across a prisoner who says that someone called Diane from the Resistance, who oppose Outer Heaven's occupation of the region, will be able to provide support and give Snake a frequency. After gaining intel on Grey Fox from the leader of the Resistance, Kyle, Snake allows himself to be captured and he's placed inside a cell. Eventually he makes contact with Grey Fox after destroying a weakened section of the cell wall. Grey Fox says that Metal Gear is a walking tank capable of launching a nuclear missile from any terrain. It's inside a hangar there in the fortress and has not yet been activated. He tells Snake that he needs to find a Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar, as he created the Metal Gear, and if anyone knows how to destroy it, it'll be him. He explains that Dr. Madnar should be inside one of the prison cells in the courtyard, so Snake breaks out of the cell. He then comes face to face with Shopmaker, one of Outer Heaven's elite mercenaries, and the prison warden. Snake retrieves his gear from a nearby room, ditches a transmitter placed onto his gear, and he fights Shopmaker, eventually managing to defeat him. It's not long until Snake comes up against another elite mercenary, with this one calling himself Machine Gun Kid. After turning him to mincemeat, Big Boss contacts Snake and tells him that in order to traverse the roof, he'll need a bomb blast suit as there's a wind barrier up there. After obtaining the suit, Snake heads to the rooftop and has to fight a Hind D. Destroying it with the help of a grenade launcher, Snake is able to parachute off of the roof in order to reach the inner courtyard. Entering Dr. Madnar's cell, Snake finds it empty. Speaking to a prisoner, Snake learns that Dr. Madnar had been moved. He's been taken to the basement of what's called Building 2, which is situated a short way across the desert. Whilst crossing the desert though and avoiding landmines, Snake is then confronted by a tank. Bringing the tank down by using the landmines, Big Boss says they need to change frequencies, and then, using an enemy uniform, Snake gains entrance to Building 2. He enters a waterway and has to defeat an armoured bulldozer. Snake then speaks to a prisoner who says that he'll need a compass in order to cross the desert. One tells him that he can use the waterworks to get to Building 3, as the two buildings are connected, and another one tells him that Dr. Madnar is located in an underground dungeon. On the way, the Resistance leader Kyle radios and says that he's found out who the leader of Outer Heaven is, but the transmission is cut short, with something appearing to happen to Kyle. Upon heading to the basement of Building 2, Snake discovers Dr. Madnar, but this Dr. Madnar is a decoy, with the real one being on the second floor, and the decoy then activates a bomb, with Snake avoiding the blast. Continuing to search for Dr. Madnar, and after defeating another elite mercenary, the Fire Trooper, Snake eventually does locate him. Madnar says that his daughter Ellen has been taken hostage by Outer Heaven, and unless Snake helps her, he will not tell him anything about Metal Gear. She's being held in the basement of Building 1, so Snake needs to backtrack to that building. Having gone back to Building 1, Snake finds Ellen. She says that they forced her father to create Metal Gear. Returning to Dr. Madnar, he says that the Metal Gear is located on the 100th floor of Building 3, which is located 20 kilometers north of Building 2. He says that in order to destroy Metal Gear, Snake needs to place C4 explosives at its feet, but that this needs to be done in a specific order. Snake then makes his way to Building 3, having to take out another couple of elite mercenaries named Bloody Brad. One of them drops a keycard that Snake needed. Having previously picked up the compass, Snake is able to make his way across the desert now. Approaching Building 3, Snake avoids an ambush by Outer Heaven forces, and he uses an elevator to descend to the underground base. Big Boss then starts to act strangely. Of course, we know why this is, but Snake does not. He keeps giving Snake weird instructions that only serve to slow him down or put his life in danger. Reaching the 100th floor of the underground base, Snake finds that he needs a keycard to progress, and Jennifer tells him that he can destroy a wall in order to locate an oxygen tank, and this way he is able to swim through a drainage duct for Building 2 in order to find the keycard that he needs. He's contacted by Jennifer again, and she says that her brother is amongst some captives, being held by another elite mercenary called Dirty Duck. She asks Snake to save her brother. Defeating Dirty Duck, Jennifer's brother and the other captives are saved, and now Snake has the keycard he needs. Her brother also gives Snake some useful information. Snake then continues on with his mission. He eventually ends up in the hangar where Metal Gear is being kept. He places the explosives on the feet of Metal Gear just the way that Dr. Madnar had explained. After Metal Gear is destroyed, the fortress's self-destruct sequence gets activated. During his escape from Outer Heaven's fortress, Snake comes face to face with Big Boss. But really, it's Venom Snake, or the medic. He said that he was only meant to go in to secure information, but the problem was that Snake was too efficient and had therefore destroyed the ambition of Big Boss. The two fight and Snake ultimately defeats who he thinks is Big Boss. Continuing to make his way out of the fortress, remembering the useful info that Jennifer's brother gave him, Snake escapes whilst Outer Heaven explodes behind him, and he gets called to return to headquarters as Operation Intrude N313 was a success. After this, a news report states that an earthquake occurred in the same region where Outer Heaven was located. After this, the real big boss would flee to Central Asia, and Snake would leave Foxhound, becoming a gun for hire. He then eventually retired somewhere in Canada, but would go on to suffer PTSD as a result of his experiences in Outer Heaven and unable to grasp the betrayal of his mentor, Big Boss. By 1997, another military nation named Zanzibar Land had popped up, and they'd declared themselves independent after a war called the Mercenary War, and this was around the time the Baltic states started to secede from the USSR. That same year, Zanzibar Land attacked nuclear weapons disposal sites around the world, stealing their warheads, meaning that they had now become one of the few remaining nuclear powers in the world. In 1999, 4 years after Outer Heaven had been destroyed, the Cold War is fizzling out, and Roy Campbell, who is Foxhound's new commander, contacts Snake as they need him for a mission in, you guessed it, Central Asia. Turns out that in addition to becoming a nuclear power, Zanzibar Land had also kidnapped someone significant. Now the Cold War was close to its end, the focus for tensions had now shifted to oil, prompting an energy crisis. A Dr. Keo Marv had invented a microbe capable of refining oil, calling it Oilix, and it would turn any biomass into high quantities of oil. This allowed oil and gasoline to be produced at quite a low cost. They want the Oilix formula so they can control the world's oil. Not only that, but they've also created a new Metal Gear. Snake is to receive operational support from Roy Campbell, Miller, and another man called George Kassler, who fought in the Mercenary War. Infiltrating successfully and arriving in Zanzibar Land, Snake eventually receives a call from a woman named Holly White. She infiltrated Zanzibar Land a month prior after she had posed as a journalist. She offers to help any way she can by providing intel. Snake makes his way through the fortress and manages to eventually find Dr. Marv via a transmitter in his tooth. But again, it's a decoy, just as with Dr. Madnar in Outer Heaven, and a mercenary called Black Ninja reveals himself. He and Snake fight, but Snake overpowers him. Whilst he lays there dying, he reveals himself to be Kyle Schneider, the leader of the resistance back in South Africa who got captured by the enemy. He says that after his capture he was almost killed, not by Outer Heaven, but by America. That after Snake destroyed Metal Gear back in Outer Heaven, NATO bombed Outer Heaven, and as a result war orphans and refugees perished. Kyle mentions someone, not by name, but says that he came and saved them from annihilation. He tells him how to find where the real Dr. Marv is, and tells Snake to find and follow the guard, who has a green beret, who has been assigned to guard his cell. Finding this guard and following him, Snake enters a cell and hears a knocking coming from a cell next door. Snake figures out that it's a codec transmission, and calling the frequency he speaks with Dr. Madnar. He says that he and Dr. Marv knew each other from the Prague Academy, and that they were scientific comrades. He says that they were both captured whilst in America, and that a few days ago he was moved to the Tower Building, which is a few kilometers north of their current location. Madnar says that he is still alive because they had him build another Metal Gear, and the one that Snake had destroyed a few years prior was a prototype. According to Madnar, they are working on a light version in order to mass produce it. After they had stolen the nuclear warheads from the disposal sites, Zanzibar Land now has the only nukes in the world, and with their sights set on Oilix, they can now control the world's oil, and they can threaten the world with nuclear war too. Madnar reveals to a shocked Snake that Big Boss is behind all of this, that he plans to rule the world. He says that Snake needs to hurry and rescue Dr. Marv before he hands over the formula to Zanzibar Land as a result of the torture. So Snake leaves Dr. Madnar there and goes to rescue Dr. Marv. A little later, Snake is about to cross the desert when he receives a call from someone who claims to be his #1 fan. Whoever this is warns him about mines in the area, and getting out his mine detector, he sees that the mysterious caller was indeed correct. Just as he did in Outer Heaven, Snake encounters and has to engage in battle against a Hind D. Unfortunately, he has no way of defeating the chopper, so he must retreat. He arrives at a swamp, and crossing it with the help of a small boy, since there are shallow areas, Snake finds the armory and comes into contact with another elite mercenary called Running Man. He claims to be the world's fastest mercenary. He sets off the nerve gas inside the armory and says that he'll turn it off only if Snake defeats him in battle. So, he obliges. Unable to find any Stinger missiles that he could use against the Hind D, a kid inside the armory tells him that Stinger missiles had been moved from the armory to the Zanzibar building as they were set to be equipped onto tanks. Acting off of the kid's information, Snake eventually finds the Stinger missiles and heads back to defeat the Hind in combat. Cracking on and heading to the tower building, Snake is contacted by Holly, and she says that she has been captured. He needs to save her. Using clues that she gave him as to her location, as she didn't know where she was, he was able to track her down. She says that she thinks she found a clue as to Dr. Marv's location, a carrier pigeon on the roof. So, heading to the roof, Snake is confronted by a mercenary known as Red Blaster. Making light work of him, he uses rations to make the pigeon come to him, and he finds the carrier pigeon had a note attached to it which read a codec frequency upside down. Snake then speaks to Dr. Marv. Marv does not speak any English, so contacting Madnar, he translates and says that Snake needs to look for an intelligence agent named Gustava Hefner. She was the bodyguard of both Marv and Madnar, and she had stolen an enemy uniform. Waiting for Gustava to enter the women's bathroom, Snake speaks with her and he recognizes her since she was a former Olympic figure skater who won gold at the Olympics. She asks about Dr. Marv and she's relieved to hear that he's safe. She uses Snake's radio and speaks with Marv, and she then says that Marv told her about a large crevice to the north of the tower building and that the prison where he's being held is on the other side. Snake and Gustava then leave together and head into the sewers, where they find an elevator, and this elevator leads them straight to Madnar's cell. Rescuing him, they walk down a corridor. Madnar needs to take a leak, so Snake and Gustava wait for him. Gustava tells Snake about her past, that she used to be engaged to a man named Frank Hunter, and that when she tried to defect to the US, she was denied asylum. After that, she had joined the STB intelligence service. She's upset about it, but after Madnar is done with his bathroom break, they continue and leave the sewers. Madnar crosses the crevice, but then missiles blow up the bridge, launching Gustava back onto Snake's side of the crevice. Gustava is mortally wounded. She thanks Snake and gives him a key card and her brooch that changes into a key at different temperatures. Dr. Madnar is then taken away, and Metal Gear D shows up, and it's being piloted by Grey Fox. He tells Snake to leave Zanzibar land before walking away. Holly then calls and tells Snake that he can parachute from the veranda in the tower building, so he heads for the tower. Ascending in the elevator though, it stops and Grey Fox calls, telling Snake that he should have listened to his warnings. He says that he has sent an assassination team to take care of him. Sure enough, the 4 Horsemen squad enter the elevator, but fighting for his life, Snake is able to defeat them all. With them out of the way, Snake ascends the tower via the stairwells, and reaching the veranda he receives some advice from his #1 fan, jumps off, and glides down to the other side of the destroyed bridge. Fighting and defeating more mercenary elites such as Jungle Evil and Night Fright, Snake ends up finding Dr. Marv's cell, but unfortunately he is too late and Dr. Marv has succumbed to the torture. Madnar is there and says that Dr. Marv was a smart man and left a copy of the plans for Oilix behind in case of an emergency. Snake notices bruising on Marv's neck. Madnar says it's nothing, but says that the plans are on a microfilm contained within a video game cartridge and it's in the locker there, but they do not have the key. At that point, Holly calls and says that Snake is in danger. She says that she thought something was off about Dr. Madnar, so she had the CIA check him out, and they found that Dr. Madnar had not been forced to create Metal Gear at all. His theories had been rejected in the West and he had been branded a madman. He's a double agent for Zanzibar land, feeding them secrets from the East and the West. Holly and the CIA suspect that Madnar had an involvement in Marv's kidnapping, as he wanted the plans for Oilix. Madnar then tries to justify his actions and states that he just wanted to finish Metal Gear, as it's his life's work. Asking him if he killed Marv, Madnar says that he did, as Marv wouldn't share the plans for Oilix with him. He also says that he caused Gustava's death by calling Grey Fox whilst he was away on his bathroom break. Madnar says that he knows Gustava gave him the key to the locker and he demands it. He attempts to strangle Snake, but Snake manages to kill Madnar. Remembering that the brooch that Gustava gave to him is a key, Snake needs to cool the key down, so he heads back to the Zanzibar building after hitching a ride on a truck and enters the freezer there. With the key now at the right temperature to access the locker, Snake rushes back to Marv's cell and grabs the microfilm containing the plans for Oilix. Madnar then, still not dead, pipes up and says that he, meaning Big Boss, will never let Snake leave, that he'll use Metal Gear. He uses his dying breaths to tell Snake how to destroy it though. He says that the armor is thinnest on the legs and that they are weak to grenades. Snake, after falling through a trapdoor, is then contacted by Grey Fox again, who is piloting Metal Gear D. Taking Madnar's advice and using grenades, Snake is able to defeat Metal Gear and by extension Grey Fox too. However, the explosion causes Snake's equipment to catch fire and Grey Fox recovers the Oilix formula. He then tells Snake to burn in hell. Forced to discard all of his equipment, Snake goes after Grey Fox and he finds himself in a minefield. George Kasler contacts Snake and tells him Grey Fox's real name, Frank Jaeger. Jaeger is hunter in German. Snake realizes that Grey Fox is Gustava's ex-fiancée. The two then have a fist fight in the middle of the mines, and Snake prevails. Dying, Grey Fox says that Big Boss saved his life, twice before he'd even joined Foxhound. Once in Vietnam and in Mozambique too. He says that he hates war, but that he needs it, as war is all he knows and that conflict is in his blood. He then dies, with Snake telling him that Gustavo will be waiting for him on the other side. Having dealt with Grey Fox and having retrieved the cartridge with the Oilix plans, Snake must now face Big Boss, the real one this time. After telling Big Boss that he'd gone there to get rid of the PTSD and the nightmares that he'd gotten from Outer Heaven, Big Boss replies that they never go away. He puts across his view that you need to start a war, fan its flames, and then create victims. You need to save those victims, train them, and then feed them back onto the battlefield. Snake decides he needs to kill Big Boss in order to move past his nightmares. With no weapons, Snake puts together a makeshift flamethrower by combining a lighter and an aerosol can. Snake then cooks Big Boss, who is then defeated. Leaving, Holly appears and she and Snake make their way to the extraction point. Their pilot is running late, and after holding off a lot of guards, Snake and Holly would eventually run out of ammo. With it looking like it's over for them, the pilot, Charlie, comes in hot and takes out all of the guards. Snake and Holly are then picked up and the Oilix formula is then given to Campbell. Snake then leaves Foxhound again, and after 6 disillusioned months working for the CIA, he moves to Twin Lakes to live in solitude in Alaska. But his peaceful life would soon be upended. Let's have a little look at what happened to Eli after he escaped the island with Tretty Rebenok. Eli went back to Britain, and in 1990 he had joined the British SAS, becoming the youngest ever recruit in the unit's history. He served in the Gulf War, but at some point was captured whilst on assignment in the Middle East, and wasn't rescued until 1994, and that was by the US government. Remember how much Eli hated and wanted to destroy Big Boss? Well, after Solid Snake killed Big Boss, Eli's hatred only increased. You see, Eli's reason for hating Big Boss was that he was led to believe that Big Boss had chosen Eli to receive Big Boss's inferior genes, and that his twin, David, Solid Snake, had received Big Boss's dominant ones. Eli would then join Foxhound in the year 2000, and would become the squad leader for the unit since Roy Campbell had now retired. He restored the code names that Foxhound utilised, and Eli's real name became confidential, with him now being referred to as Liquid Snake. Let's go back to the conversation Miller had with Ocelot after the Phantom Pain incident.
One day, the age of Big Boss's sons will arrive. They'll likely want to settle the score with him. We have to shape that age. We'll each have roles to play, building the foundation for a revolution led by both Big Bosses, the True One and the Phantom.
No. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
It's clear now that Miller, or Master Miller as Snake called him, trained and turned David into the soldier we know as Solid Snake. This was him playing his role, and as we heard, Miller wanted to bring Big Boss down, to destroy his plans for everything he'd lost. So after the Soviet Union fell, Ocelot got around and did a number of jobs, until he was scouted by and joined Foxhound, which was under the leadership of Liquid Snake, although Ocelot would apparently join out of his admiration for Big Boss. Just as Miller did with Solid Snake, Ocelot did the same but with Liquid Snake, training him and mentoring him, living up to the words he and Miller had exchanged all those years ago. Ocelot then became Foxhound's specialist in interrogation techniques, and this passion for interrogation came from watching Volgin torturing Snake back in Selinuyask. He would take on the name Revolver Ocelot. Other individuals recruited into this Foxhound unit were Tretty Rebenok, who after the Phantom Pain incident and after what happened on the island, would go to work for the KGB, and then after the Soviet Union fell, the FBI, and he would use his abilities to dive into the minds of criminals. However, one day he tried to dive into the mind of a serial killer, and this changed him as he became psychotic. When joining Foxhound, he would become known as Psycho Mantis. Other members would include Kurdish sniper Sniper Wolf, who had a deep resentment for the governments of the world not caring about the struggles of her people. There was Vulcan Raven, who is a shaman that was raised in Alaska, and who was a soldier in Outer Heaven at the time of his destruction. And lastly, Decoy Octopus, a mimic from Mexico, and a master of disguise. It said that he was so devoted to mimicking targets that he would even drain their blood and inject it into himself. But we need to talk about an experiment known as Next Generation Special Forces, NGSF, also known as the Genome Soldiers. The soldiers' origin come from experiments carried out by the Pentagon. Many soldiers had returned from the Gulf War in 1991, complaining about a side effect of the war. Some people thought that this syndrome was the result of exposure to depleted uranium used in anti-tank rounds. However, this was a cover issued by the Pentagon. Prior to this, they said it was PTSD and chemical or bioweapons. The truth is that they were the result of a secret genetic experiment. Gulf War babies, they were called. It was done despite international law stating that military gene therapy was banned. Now, this had been carried out by Dr. Clark, paramedic, and Next Generation Special Forces were then formed as a counter-terrorist unit. After Solid Snake defeated Big Boss and Outer Heaven was destroyed, the remaining forces there were absorbed into this unit and were secretly enhanced with Big Boss's genes, and this in turn had made them into copies. They would then serve as reserve forces for Foxhound. In late February 2005, Shadow Moses Island was to host a top-secret weapons test for a new type of nuclear warhead. This test was to be carried out by Arms Tech, DARPA, and was to be overseen by Foxhound, which of course was led by Liquid Snake. Anyway, Ocelot would at some point convince Liquid to launch a rebellion against the US government during this test, and would kidnap the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, and the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, who remember is SIGINT, and would hijack yet another Metal Gear Rex. Their demands were $1 billion along with the body of Big Boss, or they launch a nuke. It's time for Solid Snake to come out of retirement. It had actually been deemed that Snake had carried out a number of acts of misconduct during his military career, and that if he was ever to be brought to account, then he would receive a lengthy prison sentence. Big Boss was right. Soldiers are just pawns to be used by the government. Snake would spend his time racing dog sleds and took care of 50 huskies. He was a musher. Campbell visits Snake in his wilderness retirement dream in February 2005, along with the team. Looks like the very same country that wants to put Solid Snake away needs his help again, and Campbell tells him what happened on Shadow Moses Island and the terrorists' demands. A Dr. Naomi Hunter is there too, and she explains why the terrorists want Big Boss's body, for the genetic traits that it contains, so that they can expand their genome army. Campbell tells him all about the sons of Big Boss, including Liquid Snake, but at this point, of course, Snake doesn't know that they are brothers. He also says that his niece Meryl is being held hostage by the terrorists on Shadow Moses, as she was called in to replace a missing soldier on the day of the revolt. She didn't want to participate in the revolt, so she had been imprisoned somewhere in the facility. With Snake on board, they arrive in the Fox Archipelago and approach the island by sub. They then deploy a one-man swimmer delivery vehicle. Snake eventually disposes of the SDV and reaches the facility after swimming the rest of the way, with his suit featuring polythermal technology, so therefore he won't freeze to death. Naomi also gives him a shot which contains an anti-freezing peptide, so his blood and other bodily fluids do not freeze. He surfaces and comes out in an underground warehouse. Liquid is there telling the soldiers to stay alert and that he will be coming through there, almost like he knows that Snake is there. He tells them he's going to swat down some bothersome flies, and then he ascends via the elevator. After giving the soldiers in the area the slip, he ascends using the elevator. Now outside and at the heliport, Snake recons the area. He comments that he's noticed a Hind D there too, and the colonel says that he set a diversion, allowing Snake the opportunity to slip unnoticed. After the Hind D has left, Snake observes the soldiers. It seems that Liquid's rogue unit of Foxhound has gotten bigger, as certain genome soldiers there at the test joined the sons of Big Boss of their own free will, and the rest were convinced to do so by the brainwashing abilities of Psycho Mantis. Due to the gene therapy and the genome soldiers having Big Boss's genes, Liquid Snake would view these soldiers as his brothers, and he would recruit them into the sons of Big Boss. After meeting the data processing specialist, Mei Ling, as well as observing 2 possible entries into the disposal facility, and with 18 hours left until the deadline, Snake needs to get a move on. Avoiding and sneaking around the guards at the heliport, Snake successfully infiltrates and moves into the facility via the vents. He is contacted by Master Miller, his former mentor, who says that he too moved out to Alaska for some peace and quiet. He tells Snake that he's retired too, and he helps train the Alaskan scouts. He offers his help if Snake needs it during the mission. Snake then drops into the facility, into a tank hangar, and riding the elevator he enters another vent and sees a woman soldier inside a cell. In the next cell is one of the people Snake is looking for. It's the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson. Dropping down, Snake has a little chat with the chief. He asks Snake to hurry up and get him out of there. Snake has some questions first though. Asking about whether or not the terrorists actually have the ability to launch a nuke, the DARPA chief tells him that they do, in the form of Metal Gear Rex. This was the experimental weapon that was being tested, a weapon that Anderson says will change the world. He says that what was a scrapped project had grown into a huge joint project between Arms Tech and DARPA. The raw data from the test would have then been used to mass produce Metal Gears. After a soldier almost catches Snake in the DARPA chief's cell,
"Shut up in there, will ya?"
Anderson says that there's a PAL system installed in the nuke where 2 different passwords need to be put in before the nuke can launch. The DARPA chief has one password, Arms Tech President Kenneth Baker has the other. They already know the chief's password as he had his mind read by Psycho Mantis. The woman in the next cell listens in. Anderson says that there's another way to stop the launch and talks about 3 card keys designed by Arms Tech to be an emergency override. The woman in the next cell speaks about the card key as if she's seen it before. According to Anderson, Baker should have the keys, so Snake needs to find him. Snake learns that they're keeping Baker somewhere in the 2nd floor basement, in an area with a lot of electronic jamming. Anderson gives him an access card to access all level 1 doors. Something then happens to the DARPA chief. He has an apparent heart attack and dies. The colonel tells Snake to get out of there and to find Kenneth Baker. Hearing a commotion outside the cells, Snake sees that the guard has been knocked out and stripped of his uniform. The woman from the neighbouring cell holds Snake at gunpoint thinking that he killed the chief. She initially thinks that Snake is Liquid, but soon realises that he is not. She's shaking, so is obviously nervous, and he pulls his gun on her. Whilst they're conversing, a bunch of soldiers are waiting for them, and Snake and the woman have to fight off waves and waves of guards. After the onslaught is over, the woman runs away and into an elevator, firing on Snake, keeping him pinned so she can escape. Psycho Mantis then appears, saying, "Good girl," before disappearing. Speaking with Naomi, with Snake thinking it's a hallucination, she explains that it's probably psychometric interference from Psycho Mantis. Taking the elevator to the level 2 basement, Snake finds himself in the armory and is able to pick up some C4 and some grenades. Noticing some areas of the wall down there are a different colour and make a different sound when knocking on it, Snake puts down some C4 and blows the wall, revealing a passageway. Inside a room, he finds Arms Tech President Kenneth Baker.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech President, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry, I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it!
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver. Draw!
Snake then fights Ocelot. Careful not to trip any of the wires which would kill them as a result of the blast, he carefully picks his shots and takes down Ocelot.
You're pretty good. Just what I'd expect from the man with the same code as the boss. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight, but I'm just getting warmed up. What? My hand! Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again! Who are you? I like you. I have no name.
That exoskeleton.
Speaking with Baker, he initially thinks Snake is with the Pentagon, but he admits that he ended up talking and revealed his code. So that means the terrorists now have both codes. He says that he managed to resist the mind probes of Psycho Mantis, and that it's thanks to surgical implants in his brain. He simply cracked under torture. Upon mentioning the fact that the DARPA chief would have had the very same implant, Snake is very confused, as he'd been told by the DARPA chief that Mantis had read his mind. Baker says that he no longer has the card keys to override the detonation code, but that a female soldier has them, the woman from the cell next to the chief's. Explaining that the woman was thrown in the cell because she refused to join the rebellion, Snake puts 2 and 2 together and deduces that the woman must be the Colonel's niece, Meryl. He says that she'll be reachable via codec, and gives him a hint for the codec frequency. Asking if there's any other way to prevent the missile launch, Baker says that Snake should try and find one of his employees, Hal Emmerich. He was the leader of the Metal Gear project. It seems that Huey's son has basically followed in the footsteps of his father. He says that if Hal can't come up with a solution, then Snake will just have to destroy Metal Gear Rex. He says that he can find Hal in the nuclear warhead storage building. Snake says that the nuclear age ended, but Baker says that the threat of nuclear Armageddon is greater than it's ever been. He explains about nuclear waste and having an ever-increasing deterrence against other nuclear superpowers like Russia and China, and that's why Metal Gears are still being created. Baker hands Snake an optical disc containing data from the weapons test. He said he'd hidden it from Ocelot whilst he was torturing him. He also gives Snake a level 2 keycard. Snake then asks about the ninja. Baker calls it Foxhound's dark little secret, an experimental soldier. He tells Snake to ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound about him. Then, out of nowhere, just like the DARPA chief did, Baker has what appears to be a heart attack, and he then dies. Demanding answers from Campbell and Naomi, they explain to Snake that they don't know what happened and consider that Bacon and Anderson may have been poisoned, but they cannot tell without an autopsy. The Colonel says that Snake should team up with Meryl. Asking Naomi about the ninja, she says that there's no one like that in Foxhound, but Snake has a job to do, so he pushes on. Making contact with Meryl, she still thinks that Snake is Liquid Snake, such as the two's likeness. She then susses that he's the legendary Solid Snake. She apologizes for what happened before and says that she wasn't sure if he was one of the good guys. She says that she doesn't have much information to give him since she was captured pretty early on. She says that the facility isn't really for disposing of nuclear weapons. It's a civilian base owned and operated by Armstech for the development of Metal Gear. Snake is pretty annoyed that Campbell had kept that from him. Snake says that he's going to head to Dr. Emmerich's lab, and Meryl says that he can get there by using a cargo door on the first floor of the building Snake's in currently that leads to the north. She says that it's a level 5 card access door, but that she has the level 5 card. She also wants to go with Snake, but he says that she's too green, meaning that she's not got enough experience with this kind of thing as she's a rookie. She protests, but eventually agrees. Snake says that once he's got Emmerich, he'll meet up with her. A little bit later, Meryl has decided that she's going to go back on what she said, and that she'll wait for him at the warhead storage building, and that she needs to get her hands dirty, as that's the only way she'll figure out what it takes to be a soldier. Meryl then opens the cargo doors, and Snake presses on. Using the smoke from his cigarettes, Snake is able to see the infrared sensors and pass through them, and the cargo doors open. Outside, using a mine detector, he sees lots of mines in the area too. He receives a call similar to the ones he received in Zanzibar land from someone also claiming to be one of Snake's fans and that he's called Deep Throat. He warns Snake about an ambush waiting for him in the form of a tank. Sure enough, just as he said, an ambush was waiting for him.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message. That's right, you belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight.
So Snake engages Vulcan Raven and the two gunners in the tank. Using well-aimed grenades, Snake manages to take out the gunners. Snake obtains the keycard to open the opposite cargo door, a level 3 card, giving him entry to the storage building. Vulcan Raven speaks with Liquid over the radio, and Liquid says that they'll play him a little longer. Raven warns Liquid that Snake is very skilled in battle, almost as if he's possessed by a demon. As the name of the building suggests, there are nuclear warheads stored here, lots of them, and as a result, Snake is forbidden from using his weapons in there. In fact, Dr. Naomi has made sure that he cannot, by manipulating his nanomachines so that he cannot physically use his gun in there. Snake is put into contact with Natasha Romanenko. She's a nuclear specialist and a military analyst. She's happy to be part of the team to stop terrorists getting their hands on nukes. Using the elevator, Snake descends to level B2 and enters a very dangerous looking area. He receives another call from his biggest fan, stating that the area is filled with gas and the floor is electrified. The mysterious caller then says that Snake will need a remote-controlled missile to destroy the power box, so Snake searches the nearby offices and obtains a Nikita launcher. He uses it to guide the missile and destroys the box, turning off the electric floor. Running through the corridor after having found a gas mask in one of the side rooms, Snake hears a commotion.
Like they were cut by some type of blade.
Heading into the office after the ninja, Snake spots the ninja terrorizing a man there, to the point that the man wets himself in fear. The ninja asks where his friend is. The ninja turns to Snake and says his name. He knows exactly who he is and says that he's been waiting for him, that he's waited a long time for this day and that he wants to enjoy the moment. He challenges Snake to a fight to the death. Fighting him, the ninja seems to enjoy pain, and it appears to make him feel alive. He also utilizes his stealth camouflage to make things harder for Snake, but after a tense hand-to-hand battle, Snake defeats the ninja.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
Snake speaks with Campbell about his realization that the ninja is Grey Fox, but Campbell shuts it down, stating that he died in Zanzibar land. Naomi then chimes in and says that he should have died. The truth is that the Pentagon were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments, and the soldier that they used was the dead Grey Fox. Zero had recovered his body from Zanzibar land. Truth is that paramedic, or Dr. Clark, was in charge of the gene therapy project, that same one that produced the genome soldiers. Naomi incorrectly presumes that Dr. Clark was a man, and she says that Dr. Clark was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years prior. Anyway, they fitted Grey Fox with an exoskeleton and pumped him full of drugs, which is why he does this. Snake pushes Naomi on why she kept that information from them, but she states that it was confidential information. She explains that the official record is that Grey Fox died in the lab explosion that killed Dr. Clark. Speaking with the terrified man, Snake learns that this is ArmsTech employee Hal Emmerich. Snake explains what he needs him for. He needs information about Metal Gear. Hal explains that Metal Gear was designed for defensive purposes only, to shoot down nuclear missiles. Snake grabs Hal and tells him that he knows that Metal Gear is a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile, but of course, this is based upon his experiences in Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. He informs Hal that the terrorists are planning on using Metal Gear to launch a nuke. Snake explains that the reason for the tests there were to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability by using a dummy warhead. Hal says that he designed it for exactly what he said, for defensive purposes. He ponders the damage that Kenneth Baker has done and is mad at himself for building such a machine. He tells Snake about his family background and that he believes his family is cursed to always have something to do with nuclear weapons. Hal gets upset that he got used to do bad stuff and that he had always wanted to use science to help people. That he got into building robots because he liked the ones that were created in his favourite Japanese anime programs. He explains that Metal Gear Rex is being kept in an underground maintenance base, which is north of a communications tower, and the emergency override system for the detonation code will be in the maintenance base too. Because he's hurt his leg, Hal cannot go with Snake as he'd just slow him down. Snake tells him to try and escape, but Hal reminds him that they are on an island. So Snake tells him to hide and that he'll contact him by codec. Hal also has his own stealth camouflage too, so he'll be able to stay out of sight. Snake contacts Meryl and tells her that Hal is okay, but she is seen and chased by some guards and then her transmission goes dead. Speaking with Hal again, he gives Snake a level 4 keycard along with his codec frequency, tells Snake to call him Otacon, and then walks off. Snake uses his level 4 card to gain access to new areas and obtain some night vision goggles, along with some thermal goggles too. Needing to check what happened to Meryl, Snake heads back to B1, and he eventually spots what appears to be a female soldier going into the women's bathroom. Going in there, Snake speaks with and meets Meryl Silverberg. Snake's attempts at trying to flirt with Meryl are pointless, as she claims she had psychotherapy when she joined which destroyed her interest in men. Asking why she changed, she said that the uniform smelled like blood. Asking about her fake tattoo, she says that she was a fan of Foxhound back in the day, when people like Snake and her uncle were in it. Real soldiers. Not genetically enhanced soldiers like recent members. Snake says that he only really feels alive when on the battlefield, that endless war and conflict would suit him. He explains that the negotiations with the terrorists are not going well. She pulls out the keycard, and to Snake's surprise, there's only one. He needs to find the other two, or the only other option will be to destroy the mech. After a heartfelt conversation where Meryl reveals that her father was killed in action when she was young, and that she became a soldier to be able to understand him better, Meryl gives Snake a level 5 keycard and says that they need to head through the commander's room. Snake and Meryl depart. Reaching the door to the commander's room, Meryl starts acting a little strange. Her head then starts to hurt. She gets up and says that she's fine, but she's really not. Heading into the room, Meryl's odd behaviour escalates. She points her weapon at Snake and comes onto him, and this is the work of Psycho Mantis. A call from the Colonel sees him beg Snake not to use his weapons on her, as she's clearly not herself. So, using his hands, Snake knocks her out. Mantis then reveals himself. He says that he can read Snake's every thought. He can read his past. He either mocks or commends him for how he's been conducting himself on his mission so far. As is to be expected, he can read Snake's every move during their fight, dodging bullets and the like. However, after destroying some statues around the room that are modelled after Mantis' own face, which he hates apparently, this disturbs Mantis' mind-reading ability, and Snake is able to do some damage, and he eventually defeats Mantis. Whilst he's dying, he tells Snake how to get to the maintenance base, and that he needs to go through a hidden door behind the bookcase. Snake then needs to use the walkways on the communications tower. He says that he's read many minds during his lifetime, thousands and thousands of men and women's minds. He found himself disgusted at the lust and the desire to spread one's own seed, that every living thing on the planet exists to pass on their DNA. He states that the first person whose mind he dove into was the mind of his father, and he found out that his father hated him since his mother died giving birth to him. Thinking his father would kill him, Mantis, who remember is the third child, set his village on fire, killing loads of people. Mantis claims that Liquid's dreams of conquering the world do not interest him. He's only joined so he could kill as many people as possible. He says that Snake is just like the boss, Liquid, but then says that Snake is actually worse than Liquid. Mantis says that compared to Snake, he is not so bad. He said that he read Meryl's mind and saw Snake there, that he has a large place in her heart. He requests that Snake put his mask back on. He reveals that he wears the gas mask as a way to prevent other people's thoughts from forcing their way into his mind. Mantis then dies, but not before revealing the hidden door behind the bookcase. His last words were that helping someone and using his power for good gave him a warm feeling of nostalgia. Moving through the secret doorway, Snake and Meryl head into the caves, and wolves are present. They seem to love Meryl, and she's able to pass through the caves unharmed. Snake, on the other hand, is not that lucky, and they see him as hostile. Snake eventually catches up with Meryl, and she heads through a minefield, and she claims that when Mantis dove into her mind, she could see where all the mines were. However, after Snake joins her, she is then shot by a sniper, one of the sons of Big Boss, Sniper Wolf. She's a master sniper and she can lie in wait for a long time, just waiting for her prey. She has shot to wound Meryl in an attempt to draw Snake out. Meryl begs Snake to shoot her as she cannot reach her gun. Snake needs to fight off Sniper Wolf, but she's by the communications tower, so Snake heads all the way back to the armory again, and he procures a PSG-1 sniper rifle. Heading back and taking some diazepam in order to steady his aim, Snake is able to fight off Sniper Wolf. Unfortunately, Meryl is no longer there, she's been taken. Moving towards the communications tower, Snake is caught.
It's hard to miss when you're this close. Toss your weapon over here. Slowly. You are a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
A lady sniper, huh?
Didn't you know that 2/3 of the world's greatest assassins are women? Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at. Oh, you're my special prey. Got it. Oh, I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it. Until I kill you. You're all I think about.
Take him away.
Snake then comes to strapped to a torture device in front of Liquid Snake, who accuses him of stealing the birthright which was rightly his. Also present is Revolver Ocelot, along with Sniper Wolf. Liquid takes a sample of Snake's DNA. Apparently they need it to correct the mutations of the genome soldiers. They still need the DNA of Big Boss though. Liquid explains that their demands have still not been met. Liquid calls Snake Big Brother, and tells him that they are the last surviving sons of Big Boss. He tells Ocelot not to be so careless like he was with the DARPA chief, and they also speak about the ninja and that Mantis is dead. He needs them to find out what killed Baker and Decoy Octopus. Liquid then leaves, annoyed that the US aren't giving in to their demands, almost as if they have something up their sleeves, as does Sniper Wolf, leaving Snake there with Ocelot. He mentions Campbell's name, indicating that Campbell knows more about Metal Gear than he's been letting on. Ocelot mentions the keycard that Meryl gave Snake. He asks where the others are, and says that apparently there's some trick to using the key. Ocelot then proceeds to expose Snake to some shock therapy. Despite the high voltage, Snake is able to resist the torture. Not able to get any information out of Snake, Ocelot has him thrown back in his cell. In his cell he sees the corpse of the DARPA chief, but this is the look of a man who has been dead for days, and not hours. The guard patrolling outside has a cold after someone took his clothes. This must be the same guard that Meryl knocked out earlier. Snake corners Campbell and demands answers. The colonel pretty much confirms that he knew all along what the weapons test was for. Campbell says that not even the president had been briefed about the Metal Gear Rex project. He says that tomorrow the president of the US and the Russian president are due to sign the START 3 Accord. That's why this terrorist attack cannot go public. That and America wants to remain the world's primary superpower. Another reason this cannot go public is the president's opposition to eugenics, and the Genome Army are a result of those experiments. Snake then noticed how the DARPA chief's blood seemed to have been drained, but they can't think what the explanation is as to why the chief looks like a days-old corpse. Anyway, Snake needs to try and escape somehow. He can try getting under the bed in order to hide and make the guard think he's escaped, but that doesn't work.
What the hell are you doing?
Unable to find a way to escape, Snake is subjected to more torture by Ocelot. Ocelot then speaks, saying that Liquid has a close friend high up in the Russian government, who is the head of the Spetsnaz, and that he wants to buy Metal Gear. That explains where the Hind D, which is a Russian gunship, came from. A down payment. Ocelot says that he's not in this for money, but he wants to see Russia reborn, to lead a new world order. Back in the cell, Snake speaks with Naomi. He wants to talk to someone to get his mind off of the pain. He asks Naomi about her family, but she says that it's a sore topic. Snake says that he had a man who says that he was his father, but that man is now dead, by his own hand. Big Boss. He talks about leaving Foxhound and retiring to Alaska, his trauma, and then Naomi opens up. She says that she had an adopted brother and that he was much older than her, but that he's now dead. Snake says that he finds it hard to trust people. He says that the only friend he has is the Colonel, but that he had another friend, Frank Yeager, Grey Fox. They were friends when they were both part of Foxhound, prior to Grey Fox going on the mission to Outer Heaven. Snake mentions they were still friends even whilst they were fighting each other, as they just viewed each other as professionals on opposite sides, and that war is no reason to destroy friendship. After this call, it seems that the guard there has the runs, so keeps going to the bathroom. Whilst the guard is gone, Otacon shows up wearing his stealth camo, and he gives Snake some food, as he thought he might get hungry. He gives him some ketchup too. He also gives him a level 6 card which can get him out of the torture room, and he hands Snake a handkerchief which he got from Sniper Wolf. He says that she's nice to him, and that she must be a nice person because she likes dogs. The guard comes back from the bathroom, so Otacon has to split, but Snake has a plan and uses the ketchup as it resembles blood, and this fools the guard into investigating. Snake then knocks the guard out, grabs his gear and escapes the torture room. However, he now has a cold and occasionally sneezes. Pressing on, Snake discovers that Ocelot placed a bomb into his equipment, so Snake discards it, avoiding a grisly death. Snake also manages to get some cold medicine too. Going back to where Merrill was shot and having a flashback to it, Snake is then comforted by his colleagues over codec, but then a very interesting conversation takes place.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No,
I guess it's in the genes.
The genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adult. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake, good luck.
You'll see why that's important soon. Snake then makes his way to the communications tower but gets caught by a security camera and has to ascend the stairwell whilst being chased up it by what seems to be an endless supply of soldiers. Taking them all out and getting to the top, Snake tries to get through the door to the walkway, but it won't open with the card. Otacon calls and says that the door is frozen shut on account of it being so cold outside. He tells Snake of another walkway and it's on the roof, so Snake goes to the roof and he spots the other door that he needs to get to on Tower B. However, as Snake is traversing the rooftop, someone fires a barrage of missiles causing a large explosion on the roof, and this has destroyed the walkway. The culprit is Liquid, who is piloting the Hind D. He says that he can't let Snake go any further and tells him to die. Using a rope he got earlier on, Snake manages to use it to rappel down the building. Reaching the bottom after avoiding Liquid's barrage, Snake takes out a bunch of soldiers waiting for him and moves across the walkway, all whilst being pursued by Liquid, and he heads into Tower B where he finds a Stinger launcher. Very handy for what's going to happen soon. Snake finds that the elevator is not working and that the way down is blocked. Heading back up, Snake runs into Otacon again. Almost getting himself shot, Otacon says that he took the elevator up, which confuses Snake as the elevator didn't work for him. But he asks Otacon to do him a favour. He needs him to get the elevator to move. So Otacon heads to fix it. Snake then ascends to the roof and hears the drone of the Hind D outside. Stepping out, Snake faces off with Liquid, avoiding the many attacks that are directed towards him by his brother. Using the Stinger launcher, he is finally able to destroy the Hind D.
That takes care of the cremation.
Going back inside, Snake finds that Otacon has fixed the elevator, but when he is on the elevator and riding it down, the weight limit goes off.
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my stealth prototypes are in there with you!
Fighting the soldiers in the elevator with the help of thermal goggles so they can see them, Snake manages to take them all down. Reaching the bottom level, Snake is relieved to leave the communication towers behind. He steps outside into a large open area and is fired upon. It's Sniper Wolf, and it's time to take her down and get revenge from Meryl. Otacon calls and begs Snake not to kill her, as he's in love with her. She hijacks the transmission and goads Snake on, with the naive Otacon trying to get in the middle of it. Now, Snake can either use the sniper rifle to take her out, but a much lazier way is to sit around the corner and use a Nikita launcher and use remote missiles to kill her. After a few missiles, she's toast, and Snake approaches the dying sharpshooter. She tells him a bit about herself, that she grew up on the battlefield and was taken away from it by a man she calls Saladin. This was Big Boss. She asks Snake to kill her, and then Otacon shows up, crying, saying that he's in love with Sniper Wolf. Snake accepts her request for death and delivers it using his SOCOM pistol. Otacon is distraught, but he says that he'll continue to support Snake however he can, and Snake then heads for the underground base. Making his way through a furnace, Snake finds a large cargo elevator, and after beginning to ascend, he is ambushed by more soldiers. Again, they are no match for a clone of Big Boss, and Snake takes them all out. Remember that interesting conversation from earlier where Miller questioned Naomi about her family? Well,
Snake, I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, about her grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI.
Yeah?
And then going undercover to investigate the Mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied?
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then, there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started in 1960, in Chicago, not New York.
But
you better check it out. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, and that ninja. Too many strange things are happening.
Are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
At the bottom, Snake enters a storage area which is, quite frankly, pretty cold, but he's not alone. Vulcan Raven is down there and Snake defeats him in battle for the final time. After he's defeated, he gives Snake a level 7 security card and tells him that both he, Snake, and the boss, Liquid, are from a different world and one that he does not wish to know. Leaving Vulcan to get devoured by his ravens, Miller calls about Naomi again.
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, maybe we'd better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah, go on, Master.
Well, basically, Dr. Naomi Hunter is not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been sent to sabotage this operation.
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
Anyway, after that, Snake pushes forward, and he arrives in the hangar where Metal Gear is being stored. Otacon calls, and Snake comments on how it's strange that he stood in front of Metal Gear, but there's no one there. Otacon said he overheard them talking, and he heard that they've already input the PAL codes. He says that the only thing left to do now is to use the override system that Baker told Snake about, but Snake only has one key. Otacon says that he's trying to access Baker's private files. Otacon eventually calls and tells Snake that he found out a secret about the Metal Gear project, and it's that the nuclear warhead is designed to be fired from Rex's railgun like a projectile. The missile doesn't use fuel, therefore technically it's not a missile, so it can circumvent some international treaties. What's more is that it won't show up on radar, the ultimate weapon. Again, if word of this got out, then it could bring the US president down, as the UN would denounce the United States. It seems that the Colonel knew this all along too. Otacon says that they never got around to testing the weapon, and they only ever ran simulations. Snake mentions the optical disc with the simulation data on it. Otacon then finds out that Arms Tech is in financial trouble, so Baker had an ulterior motive, as his company was also fending off talks of a hostile takeover. Also, there was a lot of money being paid to the DARPA chief in bribes. Snake ascends the platforms above Metal Gear Rex and approaches the control room. He overhears a conversation between Liquid and Ocelot.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the safety device. We can launch anytime.
There's still no response from Washington. It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business.
Should I set it for Cherniton, Russia?
No. There's been a change. The new target is Lopnor, China.
Why, boss?
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
Liquid. But why? There's nothing there.
Wrong. It's a nuclear test site.
A nuclear test site?
If we nuke a major population center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from China.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Of course. And in the process, the president will be forced to divulge the existence of a new and highly destabilizing nuclear weapon to the Chinese. What do you think that will do to the US's reputation? Or the president's?
And with the CTBT, that means that China and India. I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this new weapon, they'll all want to contact us. Washington won't be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the president will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big Boss's DNA and $1 billion.
$1 billion? That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox-Die vaccine in our demands.
Fox-Die? It killed Octopus and the Arms Tech president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox-Die was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after Metal Gear's test launch is successful.
He's a very prudent man.
There's nothing to worry about. The Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Galukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
But he's the one who gave us the Hind and most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we could put up quite a resistance here. Since Mantis died, the Genome soldiers' brainwashing has started to wear off. I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What are you saying?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Galukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar. And on top of that, this base is full of spare nuclear warheads. Once we get the DNA and the money, the world will be ours!
What about your promise to Colonel Galukovich?
I have no interest in the revival of Mother Russia.
You're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Big Boss's dream. But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is entered again, it'll be deactivated.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Armstech president are both dead.
Does Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
He didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live. She's Campbell's niece, and Snake cares for her. We'll keep her as our ace in the hole.
Meryl, she's alive.
Speaking with Otacon again, he's found the information on the override system. He tells Snake that the PAL key he got is not one card, it's all three. It's made of a shape memory alloy. This is a material that changes shape at different temperatures. Looking at the input terminals, one is yellow for room temperature, one is blue for low temperature, and the final one is red for high temperature. Snake needs to insert the card key in the right shape for each terminal. Liquid then spots Snake on the monitor, and Ocelot shoots the key card out of Snake's hand, and it falls down into the drainage ditch. They sound the alarm and Snake fights his way down, but he manages to grab the key from the drainage ditch. Going back up to the command room, because the key is at the correct room temperature, Snake inserts it and that's the first key card done. Backtracking to the cold warehouse where he fought Vulcan Raven, he waits there for a bit and the card is now cold enough to use. Rushing back, that's now the second key done, and now time for the final one. Snake now needs to head all the way back to the furnace. On the way there though, he receives another call from Miller regarding Naomi.
No one else can hear us, go ahead.
Sorry, but I didn't want the Colonel to hear.
Okay, so what's up?
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
Yeah?
He's the one who told me about it. It looks like the DIA recently developed a new type of assassination weapon.
An assassination weapon?
Snake, have you ever heard of something called Fox Dye?
No. Fox Dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. I don't know all the details, but...
What are you trying to say?
It's too similar.
What is?
The cause of death. Didn't the Armstech president and the DARPA chief, I mean, Decoy Octopus, die of something that looked like a heart attack?
Yeah.
Well, apparently Fox Dye kills its victims by simulating a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
Nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Does the Colonel know?
I'm not sure.
but he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
What kind of interrogation?
Well, I'd like to avoid the rough stuff, but we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi, I can't believe it.
That means the Fox dye vaccine must be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake, you might be infected too, you know.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
With no other choice but to press on, Snake gets to the furnace and is now to wait until the key is warm enough. And when it is, he heads back and Naomi then contacts him. She explains that she was an orphan that was found in Rhodesia in the 80s. She says that she was alone for a long time until she met her brother and him. She explains that her big brother that she spoke about earlier was Frank Yeager. He was a young soldier when he found Naomi, sharing his rations with her. She explains that she met Big Boss in Mozambique and he brought them both, her and Frank, to America. And then Big Boss and Frank went back to Africa to continue the war. And then, as we know, Snake killed Big Boss and Frank too in Zanzibar land. And that's when Naomi vowed revenge against Snake and she joined Foxhound. She waited 2 years and all she thought about during those 2 years was her obsession for revenge. She explains that she'll have her revenge on Liquid too. Asking about Dr. Clark, Naomi says that Grey Fox killed Dr. Clark. Naomi helped him cover it up and helped him hide. She thinks that Grey Fox legitimately went to Shadow Moses in order to fight Snake. She tells Snake about Fox dye.
Fox dye is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. The TNF epsilon is carried along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And then they cause a heart attack?
The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then, the victim dies.
Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
Listen, Snake. I'm not the one who made the decision to use Fox dye.
Huh? You weren't?
No. You were injected with Fox dye as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that. No, that's not the whole truth.
Huh?
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake,
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake!
Naomi!
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox dye was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
Putting the final key into the system, the result is not what Snake was expecting. He has unknowingly entered the detonation code, and Metal Gear Rex is now ready for launch. He receives yet another gut-wrenching call.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Master, what's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us too. I really must express my gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory alloy business.
What are you talking about?
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove
useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Foxdie.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Foxdie vaccine. To me, their ace in the hole is useless now.
Ace in the hole?
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. Ah, poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
The command room then fills with gas and Snake needs to get out of there, fast. He calls Otacon and eventually, and thankfully, Otacon opens the door for Snake. He now needs to go after Liquid. Liquid is stood by Metal Gear Rex, taunting Snake about how he is a pawn, that stopping the nuclear launch, rescuing the hostages was all just a diversion. He says that the Pentagon only ever needed Snake to come into contact with the sons of Big Boss. It's why Kenneth Baker and Decoy Octopus died of apparent heart attacks. Snake had unknowingly been a carrier of Foxdie for the Pentagon, so they could wait until every one of the terrorists and Snake had died, and they could go in and retrieve the undamaged Metal Gear Rex and the bodies of the Genome soldiers. He explains that Naomi had the Pentagon fooled too. They thought she was working for them, but she is not so easily controlled. Liquid explains that they have a spy working in the Pentagon, and he told them that Naomi altered Foxdie's program just before the operation. No one knows how or why though. He mentions a vaccine for it, but that only Naomi knows if that's an actual thing or not. He says that Snake, the carrier, himself and Ocelot are apparently all unaffected. Liquid implies that since they are brothers, if Snake is not dead yet, then he's not concerned. Liquid explains that they are products of Les Enfants Terribles, and that Snake got all the dominant genes whilst he got the flawed ones. Liquid believes that he was the garbage that was made from what was left, after they had already made Solid Snake. He explains how it is hate that he has for Big Boss, and not love. Liquid is annoyed that Snake stole his chance for revenge against Big Boss. He vows to finish the work that Big Boss began by surpassing him and destroying him. Liquid then boards and activates Metal Gear Rex, boasting of its might. Heading down ready to do battle with it, Snake avoids its attacks and tries to identify a weak spot, but its scanning area is wide thanks to its radome, and he's having trouble with it. But he eventually manages to weaken it somewhat by using the Stinger launcher on it. It looks like this didn't do much, but Snake receives some help in the form of Grey Fox.
Nice try, Snake! Die!
Hurry! Get away! Grey Fox. A name from long ago. It sounds better than Deep Throat.
So it is you.
You look terrible, Snake. You haven't aged well.
I'll send you back to hell!
Fox, why? What do you want from me?
I am a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents.
I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother.
Fox.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it.
There you are!
We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving. Fox!
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use royal harriers.
Fox.
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
Destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox! Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Snake aims the stinger launcher but cannot bring himself to pull the trigger. Liquid then crushes Grey Fox under the foot of Rex. Snake, now desperate to get revenge for Fox, fights the Metal Gear and Liquid. With the radome destroyed, Liquid now must rely on his eyesight to find Snake below him. Moving underneath Rex gives him an advantage, and after a few hits with the stinger launcher, Rex is toast. The Metal Gear explodes and seizes up. Snake is then thrown back and is knocked down, and he sees Liquid moving towards him. Liquid is then standing over him, and they're on top of Metal Gear Rex. He talks about honor and Big Boss's dying wish. He talks of liars and hypocrites running the world, and he talks of people like him and Snake losing their places in a world that no longer needs them. Not like Big Boss was needed in the Cold War. He's still planning to launch a missile and get his $1 billion. He wants eternal chaos in a world gone soft. War is a game, and Liquid dreams of being a large sphere of influence in that game. He asks Snake a valid question. Why does he continue to follow his orders after his superiors all betrayed him? Liquid tells him that that's because Snake enjoys all the killing. He says that they were created to be that way. He then talks some more about Les Enfants Terribles, creating the most powerful soldier possible, modelled off of Big Boss. He explains that there were 8 clones but only 2 survived, as the other 6 were intentionally aborted in order to encourage stronger growth in the remaining 2. The 2 that survived would become David and Eli, Solid and Liquid. Then, as we know, David was brought up in America and Eli was sent to England, and then later ended up in Africa. Anyway, Liquid goes on to tell Snake that they are not Big Boss's only children, and he mentions the Genome Soldiers, the men that Snake has spent the best part of a day or two killing, were Big Boss's sons too, his brothers. But he says that the Genome Soldiers are a failure. He talks about asymmetry, how nature favours it, and extinct species all show signs of this symmetry. The Genome Soldiers have this symmetry. They are dying at a genetic level, as is Liquid, and Snake too. He realises that Liquid wants Big Boss's DNA so that he can save the Genome Soldiers. Liquid says that he needs to break the curse of his heritage, and that the first thing he needs to do is to kill Snake. He tells Snake to look behind him, and Meryl is there, unconscious, but alive. Liquid explains that the Pentagon know that Metal Gear is destroyed. Calling Campbell, he confirms it. The Secretary of Defense has taken over the operation, and they're going to bomb Shadow Moses Island with tactical nukes. Campbell says the Secretary of Defense knows all about Naomi having double-crossed the Pentagon and is worried about Fox Die. It's a cover-up. Campbell vows to stop the nuclear strike, or at least buy Snake some time. Campbell explains that Foxhound was the subject of an undercover investigation, and that Meryl had been sent there in order to manipulate him, forcing him to cooperate with them in exchange for her life. He says he'll cancel the bombing run, but then...
What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
He's been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason.
Ridiculous.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed that he was in command of this operation.
You bastard.
There won't be a speck of evidence left. I'm sure the President would want the same thing.
President ordered this?
President is a busy man. I have complete authority here.
How do you plan on explaining a nuclear attack on Alaska to the media?
Don't worry. We've prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the Genome Army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all?
He was my friend.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do.
Liquid then unties Snake and says that they'll need to finish this before the airstrike. Meryl has a bomb next to her, and in 3 minutes, or when Meryl dies, it'll go off. They then face off, and Snake defeats his brother in hand-to-hand combat. Liquid falls to his death, and Snake saves Meryl. She says that they tortured her, but the thought of Snake gave her the strength to survive. Otacon then speaks with Snake and tells Snake there's a way out via the loading tunnel to the surface, and they can get to it via the parking garage next door. He says that he's going to stay there and take care of Snake's escape route, opening security doors. Heading into the parking garage, Snake and Meryl clear the guards out and use a jeep to get out of there. With 10 minutes before the airstrike, Snake and Meryl battle their way through various security checkpoints. But it's revealed that Liquid is alive, and he's in pursuit of them. Firing upon Liquid, they eventually reach the end of the tunnel, and both vehicles crash.
Meryl, are you okay?
Yeah, just a little shook up.
Meryl, can you move?
It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
I can't see him either.
Liquid's dead. Uh-oh.
Snake! Snake!
If he's dead, that means...
Don't say it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the president. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid and the nuclear strike?
The orders were rescinded. The F-117s and the B-2 Spirits have returned to the base. Once again, I have complete authority over this operation.
I see.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
I wonder about that.
In any case, the danger's over. Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
Really? Thanks. I've got a present for you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos. This time of year, the glaciers are pretty calm. You should be able to ride right out of there. I'll bet the boys at the DIA and the NSA never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Okay, Roy. Are you gonna be okay?
Don't worry. I've got an insurance policy. A hard copy of all Mei Ling's data. As long as I've got that, you, me, and Mei Ling will be fine.
The battery on these nanomachines will run out soon. They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
Roy, just tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Meryl will be fine. She wasn't included in its programming.
What about me? It killed Liquid.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe. Maybe now he's finally found some peace. He wasn't really my brother anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like a ghost. A ghost looking for a place to die.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox Die too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time's up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you.
Snake and Meryl then leave Shadow Moses Island via the snowmobile and head into the Alaskan wilderness. But there's one person from the Sons of Big Boss who is still alive.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Those two are still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox Die should become activated soon. Right on schedule. Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes, the inferior one was the winner after all. That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one. Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to rule the world. No, sir. No one knows that you were the third one, Solidus. What should I do about the woman? Yes, sir. I'll keep her under surveillance.
Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
After the Shadow Moses incident, the US government denied any involvement, and a cover story was put out there with it being told that the terrorists that took control of the facility were part of a radical right-wing terrorist group who wanted their fellow members released from prison when, of course, in reality, the terrorists were from the US military's Foxhound unit. Naomi, on the other hand, was charged with treason and was sent to prison, but less than a month after this she managed to escape. Natasha Romanenko also wrote an exposé, a book about the Shadow Moses incident, in which she seemed to imply that Snake had something to do with Naomi's escape. Snake had absolutely nothing to do with Naomi's escape, which we'll find out more about later on, but due to his increased disillusionment towards his own government and Otacon's resignation from arms tech, the two of them formed an organisation called Philanthropy. This group is an NGO dedicated to the eradication of Metal Gears, and philanthropy is also recognised by the UN. Secretary of Defense Jim Houseman, who ordered the bombing of Shadow Moses Island, as mentioned, was arrested, and later ended himself with a gun. But it's revealed that he had annoyed the Patriots, as bombing the island would have made a cover-up difficult. So one can safely assume that his self-deletion was in fact an assassination, carried out on behalf of the Patriots, who were working behind the scenes during the Shadow Moses incident. You know that Liquid died, that they left his body lying there in the snow? Well, since Ocelot had a missing hand, well, he claimed Liquid's arm for himself, but you'll hear all about that very shortly. But let's now fast forward to 2007. So 2 years have passed since the Shadow Moses incident. Snake and Otacon, or rather Philanthropy, have received intel that another Metal Gear has been developed called Metal Gear Ray. It was being transported via an oil tanker called the Discovery, to keep it hidden, and was moving along New York Harbor. Snake walks across the George Washington Bridge and boards the ship via bungee jump using stealth camouflage, which rather unfortunately breaks upon landing. Although someone, namely Ocelot, has seen him arrive on the ship and says, right on schedule. On the deck, Snake speaks with Otacon, and he mentions that the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market by Ocelot, who remember had obtained the optical disc from Snake, which he'd received from Baker. Anyway, it seems there are a lot more Metal Gears around now. The one they are after today, though, is an anti-Metal Gear vehicle, and is under the jurisdiction of the United States Marine Corps. Snake scouts the decks of the ship and spots Marines patrolling it. Therefore, he is to use non-lethal force, and only when necessary, and is to remain hidden. Otacon says that he got the intel for this mission after he hacked the Pentagon's files. He says that the Metal Gear they're looking for should be below deck somewhere. Snake then spots something happening on the ship.
What?
Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon, how many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
Whoever these guys are, they've taken control of the tanker, but Snake's mission still stands, and that is that he needs to get photographic evidence of Metal Gear. They can then leak the photos and expose the whole thing. Otacon says that he'll be waiting for him just past the Verrazano Bridge checkpoint once Snake is done getting the evidence. Making his way across the deck, Snake eventually enters the crew quarters. He makes his way through the various sections of the ship, and avoiding various traps set by the mercenaries, Snake arrives on the ship's bridge in order to find out where the ship is headed. He hears the sound of Russian choppers and spots more mercenaries arriving on deck. He also discovers that the ship is headed 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, meaning that the prototype, Ray, is ready for solo testing and combat worthy. In the middle of Snake and Otacon's conversation, though, they are disturbed by something. He spots a female mercenary. Investigating, he moves in. She's speaking to the man who seems to be the leader on the radio, giving them an update on their progress in securing the tanker and planting explosives. She is pregnant, and after being told to leave the tanker by the person on the radio, revealed to be her father, she refuses to do so. After she waves her transport chopper away, Snake confronts her. She introduces herself as Olga Galukovich, but the two end up in battle. Snake defeats her and tranquilizes her, but he is soon spotted by a UAV drone belonging to the US Army called a Cypher, and the drone takes a photograph of him. Otacon calls with the news of who the colonel is. He's Sergei Galukovich, a GRU colonel, and he is Liquid's friend in the Spetsnaz that Ocelot mentioned during Snake's interrogation. The man that Liquid was going to sell Metal Gear to after Shadow Moses. Otacon confesses that this information on Metal Gear Ray wasn't found by him, but that it was provided via an anonymous tip with the initials EE. Otacon says that he has a sister with the initials EE, Emma Emmerich, and he last saw her 10 years ago. Moving down below deck and heading through the engine room, Snake hears the intercom state that they've passed the checkpoint for the Verrazano Bridge. He eventually spots a bunch of soldiers emerging, and they make contact with Colonel Galukovich, who asks them to keep his daughter Olga safe. They spot Snake, the alarm goes off, and he is engaged in a firefight with the mercenaries, but he takes them all out. Afterwards, Snake goes through the hatch they entered through, but a surviving soldier watches him and reseals the hatch. He is then approached by Ocelot, with the soldier addressing him as Shalashaska. He shoots the mercenary in the head, indicating that once again, Ocelot is up to his old ways and double-crossing people. He makes sure the door is sealed and tells the dead soldier that the colonel will be joining him soon. Snake, meanwhile, gets a call from Otacon, and Snake explains that the ship may be planning to change course, as the exits to the deck are all sealed. He's made it to the hold and spots a briefing taking place, with the Marines watching their commander delivering a speech. Making his way round the Marines, being careful not to alert them, Snake reaches the furthest hold and sees it, Metal Gear Ray. He then takes photos of Ray, making sure to get the Marine markings on it. Since Otacon thinks that someone is monitoring their transmission, he says that Snake needs to use a nearby workstation to send him the photo evidence, just in case, as he thinks that sending them over the codec is not secure. So after locating the workstation, Snake uploads the photos and sends them to Otacon. As the Commandant was wrapping up his speech though, Ocelot appeared and introduced himself. After a tense standoff, Galukovich takes the Commandant at gunpoint, with the whole situation being broadcast to the other Marines. Ocelot says that explosives have been placed all over the ship. Galukovich's soldiers show up and Ocelot tells them to get a move on as they're almost at the target. They then start up Metal Gear Ray. The Colonel explains that he is planning to sell Metal Gear Ray to Russia so that he can restore Russia to its former glory. However, Ocelot, in classic Ocelot fashion, betrays Galukovich and tells him that he has a different set of plans for Ray. He's taking it back, apparently, and returning it to the Patriots, the Lalilule Lo. Galukovich asks whether Ocelot is still in league with someone called Solidus. Ocelot then says he and his daughter will die there, and Galukovich attempts to shoot Ocelot, pushing the Commandant into the crossfire. Galukovich and the Commandant are both killed. Ocelot then proceeds to shoot all the Colonel's men too. He tells the Marines to run if they plan to live, and he blows the explosives planted on the ship. He then makes his way up to hijack Metal Gear Ray. Now, here's where it starts to get balmy. Ocelot's right arm starts to spasm, and he then begins to talk like Liquid Snake, taunting Solid Snake. Ocelot seems to be trying to fight back, telling Liquid to get out of his mind, but Liquid's influence is strong. He reveals that Big Boss's clones don't live long, and Liquid says that he lives on through his own arm. Ocelot then, under the control of Liquid, and escapes in it after using the weaponry on board Ray to destroy a large part of the ship. Between that and the Semtex, the ship is torn apart and many Marines and mercenaries die. Snake can only watch as Ocelot, and Liquid I guess, get away with Ray. Ocelot tells the President that he has the photographic evidence of Snake on the scene, and Ocelot thanks the President for the use of the UAV drone that caught Snake there on the ship. Unfortunately, since the tanker that Ray was being transported on was an oil tanker, this was reported to have resulted in a large oil spill which saw thousands of gallons of crude oil being discharged into the sea and into the New York harbor. This also led to Philanthropy being labeled as eco-terrorists, and the cover story was that the Marines had gone in, but Snake blew up the tanker, killing them all. Snake was considered deceased in the incident and a clean-up operation was then set up. The photos Snake took did make it to the public, and the public became aware of the development of Metal Gear Ray. 2 years later, in 2009, the cleanup is still going on. An oil fence was constructed and an offshore decontamination facility was also constructed called the Big Shell, and it did a good job of both cleaning up and also becoming symbolic of the protection of the environment. But on April 12th, the Big Shell had been seized by a terrorist group calling themselves the Sons of Liberty. They were comprised of a former Special Forces unit called Dead Cell, formed initially by the then US President George Sears, and they are accompanied by Sergei Galukovich's mercenaries, now a private army without a country ever since the tanker incident. The terrorists are demanding $30 billion, and the reason that figure is so high is because they have a valuable hostage. Since a government tour of the facility was going on whilst the terrorists were taking control of the facility, the President of the US, James Johnson, was there. They have taken him hostage, and unless their demands are met, the terrorists say that they will blow up the Big Shell, which of course will result in a catastrophic environmental disaster. Within hours, Roy Campbell, seemingly back in command of Foxhound, had sent someone in that he refers to as Snake. This operative finds a hole in the Big Shell's fence and swims through it, starting his infiltration of the facility. His orders are to simply rescue the hostages there in the facility, including the US President, and other parts of the operation, such as finding the explosives, will be carried out by SEAL Team 10, who don't even know about Foxhound's involvement. This Snake makes contact with Campbell and says that the hole cut in the fence was brand new, meaning that someone went in before him. Campbell says that this operative's codename will no longer be Snake, but will instead be Raiden. Moving forward, Raiden hears and spots a guard having been taken out. This must be the person who infiltrated before him. Entering the next room, Raiden spots another of the Galukovich mercs having been knocked out, and someone ascending in the elevator. After speaking with another person supporting his mission, Rosemary, who is also Raiden's girlfriend, he uses the elevator to ascend. Campbell then shares that the terrorist leader is called Solid Snake, but Campbell says that it can't be the Solid Snake, as he died in the tanker incident 2 years prior. He tells Raiden that the SEAL team have made it to strut B and C, and Raiden is on strut A. The President has been spotted on strut B. After managing to obtain an M9 tranquilizer gun and gaining access to the strut, Raiden heads across the bridge connecting struts A and B, and he gets a call from the Colonel.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in?
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the President. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the President! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the President's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
It doesn't take long for Raiden to reach Strut B, and he hears and sees the grisly demise of SEAL Team 10's Alpha Zero team at the hands of something or someone. Entering the room, he spots the mysterious man feasting on one of the soldiers. Asking the man what he is, he cuts himself, stating that he's killed 5 today, and then says 6 and jumps at Raiden. About to kill him, another Navy SEAL enters the room and fires upon the man, who disappears, although not entirely, as he jumps down at the SEAL and attacks him, cutting his arm. He comments on the man's strange smell. The man drops the SEAL, and the SEAL tells Raiden to shoot. The man, addressed as Vamp by someone on the radio, tells this woman on the radio that he'd found something interesting before disappearing. Raiden then speaks with the SEAL.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded.
Huh?
Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
Raiden says that he has no prior field experience, only VR training and simulations. According to Raiden, it's indistinguishable from the real thing, as it includes pain simulation as well. Raiden then receives a call from Campbell, and Pliskin notices that the kid is wired with nanomachines. Campbell asks if Pliskin saw Raiden's face, and says that it's a top secret mission. Checking out the bodies, they notice that a Navy captain is there too. Pliskin then stumbles, and then puts that down to the fact that he's lost some blood being attacked by Vamp. Pliskin gives Raiden a gun, and they hear a call over the radio, with Bravo 20 stating that they are between struts B and C, and they're in a gunfight. Raiden asks Pliskin if he's going to answer them, but they are seemingly wiped out as the line goes dead. Pliskin needs a few more minutes to recover, so he gives Raiden his codec frequency, and Raiden heads over to investigate the bridge between struts B and C. He spots the SEAL team there, firing upon a woman who is stood there on the connecting bridge to Shell 1, and the bullets are not hitting her. They are being diverted away from her. She's standing over the president, and after begging them to kill her, the SEAL soldiers refer to her as Fortune, another member of Dead Cell. Vamp comes out and carries the president into Shell 1 along with a briefcase. Additional SEAL soldiers move in and fire a grenade at Fortune, but it's a dud. They approach her and she fires her railgun upon them. Not only does Fortune wipe out the SEAL's Bravo team, but she's also destroyed one of the bridges to Shell 1. Raiden needs to find another route there. Making contact with Campbell, he says that the terrorists seem to have a Harrier II fighter jet, which they used to take out some cargo choppers that were deployed for an assault. Campbell is worried that this will mean the terrorists will execute hostages in retaliation, but for now the mission objectives have changed. Since the SEAL teams have been wiped out, the bombs that the terrorists planted are still active, so Raiden needs to make contact with the explosives expert that the Bravo team brought with them to the Big Shell. He'll be in Strut C. Raiden tries asking about Dead Cell, but this is brushed off, and Raiden feels like he's stuck in some sort of nightmare, and that he'll eventually wake up from it. After the call, Raiden heads into Strut C and hears a disturbance in the kitchen. Opening the door, he spots a guy in there. Pliskin is there too, and tells Raiden that the man is not one of the bad guys. The man introduces himself as Peter Stillman. He's a consultant for the NYPD's bomb squad. He'd retired after he failed to defuse a bomb inside a church which killed many people, whereas he only hurt his leg. Despite this, his legend as a bomb disposal expert still remains. But his reason for being there is because one of his former students is a member of Dead Cell, a guy that Stillman calls the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. Stillman asks if Pliskin and Raiden are with SEAL Team 10, and Pliskin hesitates, saying that they are with another squad. He says they don't have experience with bombs, but that they can both help. Stillman says that he arrived with an engineer, a skinny guy who was apparently a security systems architect for the Big Shell. However, Stillman hasn't seen him since they arrived. He tells them that they can't fully defuse the bombs yet, but he shows them both a temporary freezing measure. The spray freezes the detonator and puts it out of commission for 24 hours. Pliskin leaves but says Semper Fi. Stillman immediately tells Raiden that Pliskin is not a SEAL, as Semper Fi is Marine Corps talk. Pliskin is also wearing a headset, indicating that he's a team leader, and that team leaders are normally kept away from the field. Both Raiden and Pliskin then look for the bombs, splitting up, with Raiden handling bombs on Shell 1, and Pliskin the ones on Shell 2. Using a sensor to locate the bombs, which contain a signature used by Fat Man, his cologne, Raiden tracks down all but 2 of the bombs on Shell 1's struts. Whilst he had been doing this, Raiden received a mysterious call from someone, just like Snake did back on Shadow Moses. The mysterious person, also calling themselves Deep Throat, warned that there were claymore mines on the bridge. Raiden challenges this person, and the person panics and says to call themselves Mr. X instead, and upon telling Campbell about it, he says that the person's transmission was sent from within the Big Shell. Searching Strat E's heliport for the final bomb, Raiden overhears a conversation on the helipad between Olga Galukovich and a man. I guess that explains who's been leading the Galukovich mercs since the death of Sergei. Olga mentions a cyborg ninja with a sword. She also mentions that she saw a man hiding underneath a cardboard box on the connecting bridge to Shell 2, and the man says that he's seen someone using that trick before, and that they'll set a trap on the bridge to Shell 2. Raiden then tells Olga to freeze, and she rather acrobatically throws herself over the edge. Calling Pliskin, he seems to know that Olga is there, as he was briefed on it. He tells Raiden that she commands the Galukovich mercenaries, and he warns him that she's tough and that he should watch himself. The Harrier II jet is on the helipad, and after freezing the detonator, Raiden speaks with Stillman and Pliskin. Pliskin says that he checked out the bottom of Strut H and found that Fat Man had packed a lot of C4 into the bottom of the strut. That was the real bomb, and the others were just diversionary. The bombs at the bottom of Strut H, though, cannot be detected using the sensor. Pliskin offers to try and spray the bombs from a distance, but Stillman says that there's something not quite right about this bomb. He says that he'll go and check out the bomb on Strut H. Raiden and Snake get back to what they were doing, and Raiden freezes the final bomb. Speaking with Stillman, he says that he has a sound sensor that can reveal whether the scentless C4s are in proximity. After going back to the pantry in the kitchen and grabbing the sensor, Raiden gets another call.
Peter, I have sensor B.
Good. Head to the bottom of Strut A.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right, the one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
Rushing down to the bottom of Strut A, where he began his mission, Raiden gets another call from Stillman. He says that Fat Man has bested him. There's a proximity trigger on the bomb. Pliskin tells him to get out of there, but there's 30 seconds left on the bomb, and Pete has a bad leg, so he's accepted that his time is up. He is then taken out as the bomb goes off. Raiden then freezes the detonator, avoiding a larger catastrophe. The Colonel says that the central section of the shell is flooding, but any toxins stayed in containment. The bomb threat is over, for now, and Raiden still needs to rescue the President, so he heads back to the elevator. Another call from the Colonel sees him reveal that as retaliation for trying to disrupt their operations, the terrorists have now executed a hostage, and they say they'll execute one more every hour until their demands are met. Raiden protests and wants to save all the remaining hostages, but is forced to back down. Proceeding, he is confronted by Fortune, who, bizarrely, accuses him of killing her father. She begs for death and fires on Raiden, but since bullets can't hit her, he ends up having to avoid her fire. The Colonel then says that Fat Man placed a bomb on the heliport and asked for Raiden. Eventually, Vamp shows up, addresses her as Queen, and tells her that Fat Man is out of control. It seems that him planting bombs everywhere and threatening to blow up the big shell is not in alignment with Dead Cell's goals, and he's acting alone. Vamp states that he's not loyal to their commander, and Fortune and Vamp leave. Raiden fires upon her whilst her back is turned, and the bullet strikes Vamp in the head. Fortune weeps, and it seems that she longs for death, believing that whoever her father is, he's punishing her, and that she's cursed. Raiden gets into the elevator and heads back up to the top of Strut A. However, Vamp is apparently still alive, saying that he already died once already, and that he cannot die twice. Raiden then makes his way over to disarm the bomb on the heliport. Doing so, he speaks with Fat Man. He drinks some wine and indicates that he could not give a hoot about ransom money. He explains that his ambition is simply to be the greatest bomber of them all. He insults Stillman and says that he beat him. As mentioned, Fat Man was a former student of Stillman, and such is his prowess that he had built an atomic bomb by the time he was 10 years old. But anyway, calling Fat Man a criminal only serves to enrage him, as he claims that he's an artist. Fat Man skates around the heliport planting bombs and firing on Raiden, so he has to multitask in order to make sure the bombs don't go off and to take down Fat Man too. After taking him out, he lies there dying and says that the party is not over and that there's one more bomb remaining. Raiden demands to know where the bomb is, and Fat Man says that it's really close by. After he dies, it turns out that he's sat on it, and Raiden disarms that one too. Calling the Colonel to tell him the good news, Raiden shares that it's strange that Fat Man didn't seem to know about Dead Cell's ransom demands. The Colonel says that he was likely and very intentionally left in the dark about it. Then Pliskin calls and tells Raiden that he's had a little help from a friend. Pliskin says that the hostages weren't in Shell 2, so they must be being held in Shell 1's core. He states that there are no lifeboats and that it doesn't make sense, given how far they are from Manhattan. He says a chopper rescue will have limitations on the number of passengers they can take. Pliskin says that his friend can fly a chopper. Raiden mentions the Harrier jet, and it's not on the heliport, so it must be out somewhere. Whilst Raiden is heading on over to the Shell 1 core, and now that we've met all three members of Dead Cell, we should probably take a quick look at this group. As mentioned earlier, they were formed by ex-President George Sears, and the name was to reflect their anti-terrorist function, and they would spring attacks on government facilities as the real terrorism simulation, to show people only trained in VR, like Raiden, how to deal with the real thing. At some point, their leader, Colonel Reginald Jackson, was arrested on corruption charges as well as misappropriation of government funds. The group unraveled after Colonel Jackson died in prison, with the group becoming more and more extreme, attacking allies of the US and even civilians. Their reign of terror ended 6 months prior to the Big Shell incident, where most of their unit was wiped out in a plot by the US military along with Stillman, and there are now only 3 left, those 3 being Fortune, Vamp and Fat Man. But the latter was only really interested in leaving a legend behind, of himself being the Emperor of Explosives. The truth is that Dead Cell were framed and abandoned, taking the fall in the Patriots' cover-up, and were labelled as killers and terrorists. Dead Cell's primary goal became to wipe the Patriots from the face of the earth. Leaving the heliport, Raiden is confronted by a cyborg ninja. Raiden asks if the ninja is the mysterious Mr. X, and the ninja neither confirms nor denies that they are Mr. X. Being asked if they're with Foxhound, Mr. X replies that they are a messenger from the Lali Lule Lo, who are of course the Patriots. They switch to codec, and Mr. X says they've been ordered to give Raiden backup and to give him certain intel. The ninja is pretty secretive and tight-lipped, but they reveal that the person who knows the location of the president is a Secret Service agent called Ames, and that Ames is being held amongst the other hostages. Raiden learns that Ames is a pacemaker, so he'll need to obtain a directional microphone in order to listen to the difference in the sounds of the hostages' hearts. He'll also need a disguise, as he needs to pass off as a guard as well as an AK-47U. The ninja then tells Raiden that the terrorists have a nuclear weapon too. The ninja reminds Raiden about the Navy captain from earlier, who had half a handcuff attached to him and had a briefcase, the nuclear football, that was missing. This means that the terrorists have the launch codes. The ninja then also reveals that the Big Shell is not even a cleanup plant. Dead Cell didn't even need to bring the nuke as it was already there. Mr. X says that Metal Gear is being housed there at the Big Shell, but the Big Shell is essentially a research and development center for building the new Metal Gear. Questioning the Colonel, he denies knowing about Metal Gear being there, but we all know that the Colonel has a fairly estranged relationship with the truth. Not getting anything from the Colonel, and learning that he needs to go to the Shell 1 core to meet with Ames, Raiden obtains the AK-47U that he needs, and goes there next. Infiltrating the Shell 1 core, Raiden obtains the directional microphone, uses a guard's eyeballs to gain access to the hostage hall, and listens out for the heartbeats, whilst avoiding being spotted by guards. He eventually finds and makes contact with Ames. So a little on Richard Ames, as he's actually quite a significant character. Major Richard Ames was at one point married to Nastasha Romanenko, the nuclear arms consultant aiding Snake during his mission on Shadow Moses. He was at the time working for the Defense Intelligence Agency, and it turns out that Foxdie was actually his project. He was also having an affair with Naomi Hunter at some point too. Anyway, he was the one that coerced Campbell into carrying out the mission, and for Campbell to keep quiet about Snake being the Foxdie vector and the true purpose of the mission. Ames was also a Patriot spy, and after breaking into Nastasha's home and forcing her to assist Snake, he was actually ordered by the Patriots to kill her after the mission. But he didn't, as he still loved her. Ames then disappeared at some point, and Nastasha thought that he'd been killed, releasing her expose and dedicating it to him. But in reality, Ames had been promoted by the Patriots to colonel and went underground until he was needed by the Patriots, who arranged for him to pose as a Secret Service agent in order to monitor the president's supposed anti-Patriot sentiments. But let's continue on. Ames states what we've just said, that he was sent in by the Patriots, and seems to insinuate that Raiden was too. Ocelot is sat in a control room watching and listening. Ames is very much aware that someone will be listening to them, so they switch to codec communications.
Are you on?
Right here. Do you really know where the president is?
Almost certainly. He was moved to the first floor of Shell 2's core section.
The first floor? The core of Shell 2? Is he still there?
I don't know. I can't get a response.
You don't think he's been like the other hostages?
Hmm?
A hostage was killed in retaliation after the SEAL 10 disaster, remember?
What are you talking about? Regardless of what they do to other hostages, they won't touch the president.
What makes you so sure?
The case.
You mean the nuclear button they took?
Right, and the case won't do a thing by itself. That case may be the single most advanced example of a weapons failsafe system. The password is nothing less than the physiological data of the US president.
Physiological data?
The president's own vital signs, heartbeat, brainwave pattern, blood pressure and so on are constantly monitored and relayed by his internal nanomachines. This information, along with the DNA pattern, serve as a biometric password, unbreakable even by the latest parallel processor supercomputers. The password entry itself cannot be performed unless brainwave patterns and heartbeats fall within normal parameters, rendering chemical and other forms of coercion impractical. In other words, the login must be made of the President's own free will. As a failsafe, the input must also be reconfirmed hourly, even after the initial login. If a valid confirmation is not forthcoming, the system will automatically cancel the login.
And that's why they can't harm the President.
At least until the bird flies.
Is there really a new model of Metal Gear here?
Absolutely. The black case serves as the launch key to Metal Gear as well.
Why would they hide Metal Gear in an offshore plant?
Haven't they told you anything? The entire thing was planned. The oil spill, the tanker accident that caused it, everything. The big shell was built specifically for the development of a new Metal Gear model. The inspection tour was to check its progress.
What's going on around here?
Wait.
Ames spots a man seemingly making an effort to hide his identity, but Ames says that it's Snake. So listening into the conversation with Ocelot, Bryden overhears them talking about the death of Fat Man, something that according to this Snake does not matter, as he considers Dead Cell a bunch of madmen. They consider that Fat Man may have been working for them, being the Patriots, and they talk of an intruder in a sneaking suit. Snake says that Foxhound was disbanded 4 years ago, so he thinks that everything that is going wrong with their plan must be the Patriots. They talk about needing the confirmation from the President that Ames was talking about. They mention needing a girl to start the system, and Ocelot mentions that this girl has been drugged. Snake then mentions that they only have a few more steps to outer heaven. Olga Galukovich then shows up. She asks Ocelot who the cyborg ninja is, to which he replies that he doesn't know. She says that she will find out, and she accuses Ocelot of just standing there and watching her father Sergei die 2 years prior. She mentions Shadow Moses. She states that the ninja isn't one of her men. She threatens to kill Ocelot if he sells them out, and he warns her never to point her gun at him again. Olga leaves and Liquid begins to take control of Ocelot again. And this is something that Snake is aware of, as he reveals that they had spent a lot of money for Ocelot to have the best transplant surgery available on his arm in Lyon. Ocelot begins to suspect that someone's presence there on the big shell is causing whatever is left of Liquid to become angry to try and take control of Ocelot. Snake then leaves, telling Ocelot that he has an intruder to take care of. Speaking with Ames again, he says that Solid Snake died 2 years ago, and that he is there in the big shell. That either he survived or there are 2 Solid Snakes. Ames then says that the threat of a nuclear strike wasn't a threat at all, but that it was the objective all along, to perform a high-altitude detonation, which will result in a disruption of electronic equipment caused by what's called an EMMA pulse, a very large EMP basically. Ames says that the plan of the terrorists is to liberate Manhattan and turn it into a republic, a new outer heaven, hence the terrorists calling themselves the Sons of Liberty. The conversation is cut short though as Ocelot approaches.
What do you think you're doing?
I asked him to remove these. I'm ill, you see.
I always knew that the DIA turned out second-rate liars.
What are you talking about?
No need for denials. We know what you are, Colonel Ames. They knew that the President was planning to betray them. So they sent you in to keep tabs on him. Am I right?
You.
Sorry, Colonel. You failed to carry out your duties.
You'll never escape the Lali Lulelo.
Is that so? What the?
You tricked me. I understand now. Ocelot.
You? Which team are you with? Show me your face. You know who he is.
No, he is not one of mine.
Identify yourself. We meet at last. Take hostages alive!
Hurry, get away!
But you died!
Leave this to me.
With an intruder alert put out, Raiden needs to escape the Shell 1 core and heads over to Shell 2. He speaks with the Colonel and is getting increasingly annoyed about the Colonel keeping information from him regarding the mission. Since the President is cooperating with the terrorists, and considering they are going to get rid of the President soon, Raiden needs to save him before the terrorists get the confirmation. Getting to the Shell 1 and Shell 2 connecting bridge, Raiden receives a call from Pliskin warning him about the explosives that have been set up. Raiden needs to short the control units in order to deactivate all of the explosives before proceeding. Otherwise, it's bye-bye. Shooting the control units, Raiden speaks with Pliskin, who has managed to obtain a Kasatka helicopter. The chopper can only hold 13 people, so they'll need to do multiple trips to Manhattan. Pliskin then introduces his friend, Otacon. Unfortunately, this introduction is cut short by gunfire. Asking the Colonel who Pliskin is, as Raiden suspects that he is Solid Snake, the Colonel is saying nothing other than what we know. That Otacon, along with Snake, founded Philanthropy and destroyed Metal Gears around the world. Raiden is not buying that for 1 second, that the Solid Snake from Shadow Moses could ever be a terrorist. Strangely, the Colonel says that they even recovered Snake's body from the tanker. He also confirmed that the DNA results from the body confirmed that it was Snake. After this chat, Pliskin and Otacon are in the chopper, and Raiden turns to see the man who claims to be Solid Snake standing in the doorway. He says that he's been waiting for Raiden, and he becomes the second man to say that Raiden has been sent there by the Patriots. He claims that he's the boss to surpass even Big Boss himself. He then says that he's Solid Snake. This prompts a furious reaction in Pliskin, who yells that this man is not Solid Snake and to stop impersonating him. I think the mask just came off. Pliskin is the real Solid Snake, if that wasn't obvious. Snake, the real one, then fires on the explosives behind the man, and this knocks him forward. Then he loses his cape, revealing a special exoskeleton suit that he's wearing that can deflect bullets and is made from the same technology as Metal Gear Ray. This man is Solidus Snake, the third clone of Big Boss from the Les Enfants Terribles project. He is knocked from the bridge by a grenade round and he lands on top of the Harrier jet, which is being piloted by Vamp. With the Harrier a threat, Snake throws Raiden a Stinger launcher and he proceeds to battle the fighter jet. With a few well-fired missiles, he's able to incapacitate the jet. Solidus has lost an eye in the fight and he looks at Raiden as the Harrier plummets towards the sea below. But then Metal Gear Ray comes up from the water, grabbing the Harrier, presumably taking Solidus to safety. Annoyed about the loss of his eye, Vamp rises from his seat and Solidus tells him to go. Vamp then runs across the water and up a support pillar. Speaking with Snake, he reveals that the body that they used for identification after the tanker incident was actually Liquid's body, and since he and Snake share the same DNA, they ID'd it as Solid Snake's body. Otacon explains that they stole his frozen body from an organization. Snake and Otacon admit that they are still an NGO, Philanthropy, and they mention that Otacon has his own personal motive behind this mission. The terrorists have Otacon's sister, Emma, somewhere in the big shell. Moving his way around the structure, Raiden is now able to enter Shell 2's core, the location where the president is being held. He hears Olga Galukovich speaking on the phone with Solidus. He tells her that the real Solid Snake is in Shell 1, and she replies that her father has unfinished business with him. She is told that the launch comes first, which she's not happy about. She doesn't have nice words to say about Ocelot either, but the person on the phone says that they need to start their final checks. The man says Olga is to keep the president alive for the next hour until the next confirmation. She says to turn the currents on, and this activates an electrical walkway, no doubt leading to the room containing the president. Raiden needs to find a way to destroy a circuit panel inside the room the president is in order to get to him. She finally states that she wants to leave for Russia when they're done, and she wants half of the money too. She then leaves. Speaking with the colonel, he recommends obtaining a Nikita launcher. Raiden can then guide a missile into the room via the vents. In order to find one, Raiden has to swim through the now flooded section on level B1. In one of the rooms there, he finds the launcher. Just as the colonel suggested, Raiden guides the missile through the vents and blows up the circuit panel, deactivating the electrified walkway, and he goes to speak with the president. After saying he's prepared to accept the consequences of his betrayal, mistaking Raiden for a Patriot assassin who is there to kill him, and with his confusion that Raiden is there as Foxhound, the president has a lot to say. Switching to codec for their privacy, he says that he put the code in for them because he wanted power, whereas they wanted destruction, which he does not agree with. He explains that he doesn't really have any power at all, as the true power is in the hands of the Patriots. Politics, military, economy, they run everything, even choosing who becomes the next president. There is no democracy at all. President Johnson describes the government as a well-staged production aimed at satisfying public opinion. He further explains that these days, the Patriots are a group of 12 men, even the president doesn't know who they are, and these people call themselves the Wise Men's Committee. All President Johnson had to do was pledge his loyalty to them, and he would later become the president. All he wanted was to be a member of the Patriots, and intended to use Metal Gear as a bargaining chip. What he didn't know is that Solidus wanted to challenge the Patriots. We'll get to why a bit later, but Johnson says that without the Patriots there'd be civil war and protests. Anyway, Johnson says that Metal Gear Ray is not the new Metal Gear. He then reveals the Big Shell itself is a Metal Gear, and the Big Shell cleanup facility is a front. Johnson says that the connecting elevator is on level B2 in the core of Shell 1. He reveals the plans behind this new Metal Gear called Metal Gear Arsenal. The Patriots created the Big Shell so that they could develop Arsenal gear. It's an impregnable fortress which carries more than a couple of thousand missiles along with nuclear warheads, which is protected by mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units. Arsenal can also take control of the nation's armed forces along with its nuclear armaments. Johnson says that Arsenal will establish a new form of control, one which the Patriots will use to keep themselves in power. He talks about the Patriots trying to manage and control what they predict to be the incoming flow of digital information. He says that something called the GW system is the Patriots' trump card or their secret weapon, and once this GW system is incorporated, then Arsenal will be operational. The nuclear football served as the key for activating Arsenal, and since the code sequence has already been inputted by the president, they don't have long before GW is connected with other external systems. Johnson says that Raiden needs to find Emma Emmerich, Otacon's sister, as she is the only one that can stop Arsenal once it has been activated. She's also the system programmer for Arsenal gear. Apparently she's there in the same building on level B1. President Johnson says that he heard Ocelot saying that she's being held in a locker room. After being given a disk that disrupts control functions between GW and Arsenal gear, it's essentially a virus program that Johnson calls a digital foxdie, the president then demands to be killed.
Now, kill me.
What the?
There's no time to argue. The final check for my vital ID will start any second. If you kill me now, you'll at least prevent the nuclear strike.
Cut it out!
Do it! That's your role! Pull!
No!
Do it!
That's abusing your right to free speech, Mr. President. Or is it ex-president?
The president! Why did you...
Alas, my finger must have slipped. I'll see you around, carrier boy.
Forget him. He did us a favor. Without free will, there is no difference between submission and rebellion. My only real choice is to put an end to this charade. Let me at least have the freedom to end it myself.
What are you...
Find Emma. Stop Arsenal. This is my last order as your commander-in-chief. I'm counting on you.
With the president dead, the colonel says that the authority for a nuclear launch now lies upon the vice president, meaning that the threat of a nuclear strike is gone. Raiden then speaks with Snake and tells him that it seems like Ocelot killed the president on purpose. Snake reveals that he and Otacon knew all about the Big Shell's true purpose, and they tell Raiden the finer details of what happened on the tanker, that it was the Patriots who attacked the tanker and stole Metal Gear Ray, as it was a thorn in their side. They then sank a real, fully loaded oil tanker in the area, and thus Big Shell was set up to clean up and contain the damage caused. So Raiden heads to the flooded section of B1 and swims through it. He comes across Peter Stillman's body and reaches the halfway point. There, he is once again confronted by Vamp. The blood-sucking freak says that Emma is just beyond a door there, and he says that she is of no use to them anymore. Raiden needs to get to her fast before the entire section is completely underwater. Vamp spills the beans and says that Arsenal gear is equipped with a purified hydrogen bomb. a bomb that is the result of a top-secret project ordered by President Johnson, and Solidus has no idea the bomb even exists. It becomes launchable when Arsenal is activated, meaning that a nuclear threat still exists even though the president is dead. An alarm then rings out stating that the final checks for Arsenal gear have started. Vamp knows all about the disc containing the virus that Raiden needs Emma to install. Vamp warns Raiden not to fall in the water, as there's no buoyancy in it thanks to microbes in the pool. Basically, if Raiden falls in, he's not coming back up again. Anyway, Raiden and Vamp fight, and eventually Vamp is defeated. Pushing on, Raiden eventually reaches the locker room where Emma is supposedly being held. Checking a locker, he finds her, introduces himself, and tells her that he's there to help her. She freaks out slightly when water rushes into the room. They need to get to the Shell 1 core, but they need to swim through the flooded sections in order to do it. There's one problem. Emma is afraid of water after nearly drowning when she was a kid. But before we go on, let's wrap up what happened to Huey Emmerich. So, Otacon just mentioned that Emma nearly drowned in their swimming pool when she was a child along with his father, who we know is Huey Emmerich. Emma is Otacon's stepsister. After Strangelove's death and Huey's exile from Mother Base back in the 70s, he, of course, was able to land back on his feet and met and married Julie Danzig, who herself had a daughter, Emma. Emma and Otacon got on well and were close, doing lots of things together as brother and sister. But Julie and Otacon got on a bit too well, if you catch my drift. The two had an affair behind Huey's back, but Huey found out and drowned himself. At some point, Raiden asks about Emma's fear of water, and Otacon is hesitant to reveal what he was doing whilst Emma was drowning. The truth is that Otacon and Julie were getting busy with one another. Huey died and Emma nearly did because Julie and Otacon were doing something that they shouldn't have. Otacon therefore feels pretty bad about his father's death, that it almost killed Emma, but he would keep it to himself, and he left. Julie, on the other hand, moved to England with Emma, and Otacon never saw either of them again. But let's continue on with the story. Swimming through the flooded sections, Emma reveals that she'd been injected with something and has trouble moving her legs, so Raiden has to help her walk too. They take a short break where Raiden fought Vamp, and after a short chat they push on and arrive on the other side of the flooded sections. Since the connecting bridge between Shell 1 and 2 is destroyed now, Raiden and Emma need to use the oil fence perimeter walkways to get to Shell 1. Raiden calls Snake, and after Emma has a little chat with Otacon in which he reprimands her for getting involved in Metal Gear, carrying on what he calls the family curse, she says that she wanted Otacon to suffer for him abandoning her and her mother. After their tiff, Raiden speaks with Emma and shows her the disc he got from the president. She says that the disc contains her program. The program itself contains a worm cluster and is designed to render the GW system useless. She goes on to say that she created the GW system, but she reveals even more.
It's a massive data processing system capable of controlling information on a global scale.
A data processing system?
That's right. The system's a social device for maintaining the Patriots' control.
You've lost me.
Well, in this day and age, information emerges from every direction and is freely distributed. A variety of information gathered by servers employing the latest in high-speed communication networks and P2P technology is rapidly circulated to individuals. In fact, the speed of this circulation process is accelerating on an almost daily basis. The Patriots seem to be afraid of this development. Apparently, they believe that their role will shift from dominant to dominated.
Huh?
Let me give you an example. You're aware of Solid Snake's anti-Metal Gear activities, aren't you?
Yeah, I know a little about it.
Well, that's just a small sample of uncontrolled information. I can guarantee you the Patriots did not want Solid Snake's name publicized. Now, look at it like this. Political scandal, corporate corruption, up until now, the Patriots have managed to keep a lid on these and other self-serving events. But with their existing data processing system, they're no longer able to effectively control the flow of information generated at the individual level. With the newly created system, they can fully regulate digital information. High-level information can be categorized in stages, given clearance levels, and deleted as necessary, never to be seen by the public. By deleting such information, the Patriots can shape the course of history as they see fit.
Somebody's bound to catch on.
No, the memory capacity, not to mention the lifespan of the average individual, is extremely limited. On the other hand, digital information lasts virtually forever. It doesn't deteriorate. GW is a system that allows the Patriots to decide what will be recorded in tomorrow's history.
So what we're talking about is one huge censorship system for deleting information which might be inconvenient to the Patriots.
Exactly. The actual physical core for handling the task, GW, is installed in Arsenal.
So Arsenal gear was actually designed to protect the GW system, wasn't it?
Yes. It's armed with everything, including nuclear weapons, and is fully equipped with cyber-terrorist countermeasures. Physically and logically, it's the ultimate fortress for housing GW.
But is the AI actually capable of controlling everything?
No. GW is only the system's core. It's only for deciding what data is stored or deleted. The actual subsystem for executing the task exists within our social structure.
Let me guess. The Y2K countermeasure contained a program designed by the Patriots.
Yes, and everything supplied from that day onward contains the same program.
Impossible.
Do you know how a computer operates? Do you really know the basic principles on how data is exchanged? Nobody's aware of it, but there's a subsystem in place, and it's about to be activated.
Is that why Solidus wants to burn out every electrical circuit in Manhattan with a nuclear blast?
Probably, but the overall system isn't actually complete.
What?
It still lacks the necessary factors for judging situations. I heard they were planning a major experiment in the next few days to provide complex data for GW to study. And suddenly all this happens.
Emma, it's not your fault. If it wasn't for the terrorists...
Yeah, you're right. Well, I think that's about all I know.
Right. Thanks. I think we'd better head for the computer room.
When they're near to the fences and after descending the strut, Snake calls again and says that he's made his way to the oil fences and can provide sniper support. Raiden covers Emma while she crosses over to Snake on strut E using a PSG-1 to take out any claymore mines, guards and cypher drones. Unfortunately, when Emma is close to strut E, the ever so annoying Vamp shows up and grabs Emma. Raiden aims and sends a couple of well-placed shots to his head and he flies back into the sea, finally dead. Well, we hope, anyway. It gets worse though as it's revealed that Vamp stabbed Emma but she is bleeding, badly, and she falls down. Snake runs down and grabs her, taking her to the computer room on level B1 of the Shell 1 core, and Raiden runs to make his way there. Making his way to the computer room, Raiden hands the disc to Snake. He informs Raiden that they can't stop Emma's bleeding as Vamp got some internal organs. Inserting the disc containing the virus, the download stops at 90%, indicating that the connection has been cut. Otacon thinks that the disc may have been altered after it was taken from Emma, and Raiden says that this could have been the work of the Patriots. Having no idea if the virus has worked or not, Snake says that their options are to either destroy it or to take out Solidus along with all of his men. Needing to access an elevator, Snake says that they will likely need help from someone inside. At this point, Emma dies as a result of her injuries, and Otacon is distraught. He talks about his guilt regarding his part in his father's death, and Emma nearly drowning. They then hear that Arsenal gear is ready for launch, and that means that Shell 1 will sink soon, so they need to get the hostages out of there. Otacon will handle that while Snake and Raiden will head down via the elevator in order to sink Metal Gear if the virus has not worked. The lads then get to work. Approaching the elevator though...
You think he's gonna be okay?
He's tougher than he looks. Consider it done.
Now, how do we open this thing?
You can come out now.
A ninja? What the...
Arsenal's going to take off. We still need you to take care of a few things. This time, do not fail us.
Snake, what's this all about?
Bedtime, Raiden. I wouldn't do that.
You're changing sides now?
Change sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours.
Damn it. You!
Ready for some shut-eye?
A little bit later, Raiden comes to and finds himself strapped to a torture rack, with Ocelot and Solidus standing before him, talking about how Raiden doesn't actually exist in any database, but Solidus insists that he knows Raiden from somewhere. He addressed Raiden as Jack the Ripper before choking him out. Whilst Raiden is fighting for breath, let's learn a bit more about Solidus and his connection to Raiden. As explained earlier, Solidus is the third clone that came from Les Enfants Terribles. You'll recall that Liquid Snake had the dominant genes, although he was led to believe the opposite. We also know that Solid Snake had the recessive genes. Well, Solidus possessed both the dominant and recessive genes from Big Boss, making him an exact copy, a perfect clone of the Ultimate Warrior. He would be named George Sears and participated in the Liberian Civil War. Whilst there, he killed a young boy's parents, and Sears adopted the young boy called Jack, who was Raiden. Over time, he would train Jack to become a killer, and this was whilst Jack was 6 years old and part of Sears' small boy unit, which was part of an army known as the Army of the Devil. His appetite for killing earned Jack the nickname Jack the Ripper, and he was considered Sears' best child soldier, and the boy, by the time he was 10 years old, was leading the unit and fighting in the Civil War. At some point though, Jack escaped with the help of an NGO and Sears never saw him again. Sears then allied with him and had pledged himself to the Patriots, so they made him the 43rd US president. It was during his presidency that he created Dead Cell and had passed through anti-eugenics policies along with others. With his presidential term nearly over, Sears orchestrated the Shadow Moses incident by ordering Ocelot to infiltrate Liquid Snake's Foxhound unit and persuade Liquid to hijack Metal Gear Rex with his Foxhound unit, but this was Sears acting without the authority of the Patriots. This was done because Sears wanted revenge against them. After the Shadow Moses incident, the Patriots were furious about the nature of the Genome Army and Rex being revealed through his mistake. Sears then lost the presidency after Nastasha Romanenko's book came out. His losing the presidency was then revealed to the public as him simply having resigned. President Johnson was then, of course, appointed as Sears' successor. Sears would then learn that the Patriots wanted to kill him, and this led to him disappearing. He went underground and with the help of Ocelot took on the name Solidus Snake, taking control of Dead Cell and Galukovich's mercenaries, and you can now see why Solidus allied himself with Dead Cell because, as mentioned, they wanted the Patriots to be wiped out too. With Metal Gear ready and in his possession, his plan was to declare war against the Patriots. But back to the present. After that shocking revelation that Solidus is his adoptive father, Solidus still thinks that Raiden is a lackey sent by the Patriots, but doubts that he knows anything. Ocelot asks about Dead Cell, but Solidus says to just ignore them. Liquid then starts to take over Ocelot again, leading him to think that Snake is there somewhere. Solidus says that in 1 hour they'll demonstrate the power of Metal Gear Arsenal. Ocelot explains that everything is well with the GW system, and he turns around, taken aback by the fact that with the eye patch and the fact that he's a clone, Solidus is the spitting image of Big Boss. Solidus just laughs maniacally and leaves. Afterwards, Ocelot speaks with Raiden and says that as well as being inside Arsenal gear, they are also in the memory of Shadow Moses. He's got the disc, and then Olga shows up prompting Ocelot to leave. Olga says they are being monitored by a camera, so tells Raiden not to move, and they speak on codec.
Mr. X? Ninja?
Correct. It's me.
I thought you were the leader of the Russian troops.
No, that was just a smokescreen.
A smokescreen?
I was sent to provide you support.
Support? Who sent you? The Colonel?
No, the Patriots.
What?
I deceived my troops, betrayed them.
But why?
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots. It all started 2 years ago when I lost my father during the tanker incident. My men and I had nowhere to go, so we joined forces with an illegal Russian organization.
The Russian Mafia?
Something like that, actually. I learned much later that it was a subordinate organization of the Patriots. I was expecting at the time. When I gave birth to my child, it turned out I was in a hospital run by the Patriots. In the morning, my child was gone. My baby is being kept somewhere in this country.
Have you ever met your child?
No. Once a month, they send me a photo of my child via network. I've never even held the child in my own arms.
I see. Given your situation, nobody can blame you for what you did.
That's your opinion.
What about Snake? I thought you were enemies.
He wasn't responsible for my father's death. Actually, we owe him our lives.
She explains that she confronted Snake at the Big Shell, and that at some point they had fought one another. She mentions something called the S3 plan, but does not elaborate any further, just saying that Solidus needs to be stopped. She thinks that the Patriots had tampered with the program, and that is probably why the virus did not work. Olga then leaves, convincing the cameras by punching Raiden, but removing his restraints in the process. He then speaks with Rosemary and talks about his past. That the child soldiers were fed once a day and had gunpowder in the food, which itself had hallucinogenic properties mixed in. This kept the child soldiers drugged and controllable. He says that he has terrible nightmares, and the trauma from these memories is why Raiden and Rosemary have a strained relationship. Raiden says that he didn't want anyone to know about his past, but he knows why he had been chosen for the mission: to take out Solidus, as he's the only one who can. He says that he knew as soon as he saw Solidus. Rosemary then tells Raiden that there's things that she's done that she has not told him about. He then speaks with the Colonel, but he starts to act strangely. He tells Raiden that he needs to recover Arsenal intact. He's stuttering, correcting himself, and his voice starts changing. Raiden mentions that he'd never met the Colonel, not once. Asking who he is, the Colonel says that they have Rosemary. He then, as well as Rosemary, both start babbling about all kinds of nonsense.
Variety level 13. Rescue Meryl. The return of Ginola. You got a PSG-1? You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Meryl.
Rosemary even calls Raiden and tells him that their meeting was not a coincidence, that she had been ordered to keep an eye on him by the Patriots. She's a Patriot spy, but she says that she fell in love with him despite reporting every detail of his personal life back to the Patriots. Raiden realizes that's why she is involved in this mission. She insists that falling in love with him was not an act. She says that she's pregnant. Raiden makes his way through the hangar, which is housing a load of Metal Gear rays, whilst avoiding the elite Tengu soldiers that are there and guarding the hangar. Inside a connecting tunnel, Snake is there wearing his sneaking suit. He's brought Raiden's gear with him, so after getting suited up, they talk. Snake apologizes for using him as bait to gain access to Arsenal. Snake says that it looks like Arsenal is headed for Manhattan. After receiving a badass high-frequency blade from Snake and Olga the Ninja, they press on. A chat with Otacon sees Raiden mention that the Colonel's transmissions have been strange, and after digging around, Otacon says that the Colonel's transmission have been coming from inside Arsenal gear. The encryption protocol being used matches that of Arsenal's AI, the GW system. Otacon thinks that Raiden has not been talking to Roy Campbell at all, but has in fact been speaking to and taking orders from an AI, but not one created by GW. GW has been active in that it's been manipulating Raiden's nanomachines, leading to the Colonel, since Raiden has never met him, appearing through Raiden's limited expectations and experiences of the Colonel. After, the Colonel tries to derail Raiden by telling him they have Rose in the holds. Snake tells Raiden it's a trap. Raiden starts to freak out, wondering if Rosemary is even real at all. Taking out a load of Tengu soldiers and having to put up with GW trying to mess with Raiden's nanomachines, they are confronted by Fortune. She wants her revenge on Snake, as she still thinks he killed her father. Her father was the Marine Colonel, Commandant Scott Dolph, who was giving the speech aboard the tanker. Snake then tells Raiden he'll deal with Fortune, but for Raiden to go on ahead without him. Leaving Snake to fight Fortune, Raiden reaches the top of Arsenal gear. Solidus speaks and shares more about this S3 plan.
It came as a complete surprise when Ocelot discovered the S3 data from GW. Not a bad idea, though. Using fire to fight fire, creating the perfect assassin to retire Solid Snake's brother. S3 stands for Solid Snake Simulation. It's a development program to artificially reproduce Solid Snake, the perfect warrior. The result is a Foxhound Commando. When Foxhound no longer exists, a simulated Solid Snake shaped by VR regimen. Sound like someone you know, Jack? I'm sorry to see you reduced to one of the Patriots' puppets. But I've made use of you, and their plan too. Solid Snake's sudden appearance, your arrival. It was obvious the Patriots were among my ranks. I had to smoke out the agent before the mission entered the final phase. You came in handy. As bait.
Solidus then shows up and calls upon the mass-produced Metal Gear Ray units that are used to protect Arsenal. Raiden is then left to fight them, and after taking out many of the units with a stinger launcher, Raiden is exhausted and thinks that his efforts are futile as there are just so many of them. But then, just as he's about to die, Olga shows up. She says that she will hold off the Ray units, giving Raiden time to get away. She says that Raiden's vital signs are being transmitted to the Patriots, and that if he dies, her child dies. Solidus then shows up and grabs her with one of the tentacles from his exoskeleton, squeezing her throat, and he then shoots Olga in the head. Solidus wants to fight Raiden, but Ocelot speaks up and says that the AI, GW, is out of control. The Ray units then start malfunctioning, and Solidus rather impressively takes them out before cursing the Patriots and grabbing Raiden. Fortune shows up saying that she's captured Snake, and Raiden passes out. He comes to shortly afterwards and is still on top of Arsenal gear, being questioned by Solidus about why GW is now corrupted. He then accuses Fortune of planning to hijack Arsenal. She seems to be shocked that he knew that was her plan, and she reveals that Ocelot was in on it too. Solidus then reveals that he used Ocelot by getting him to suggest that idea to her in the first place. He says that he was actually planning to give Arsenal gear to Fortune and Dead Cell from the beginning. Solidus speaks that Arsenal gear is not as impregnable as it's made out to be, given that it needs a lot of defensive capabilities in order to function efficiently. He then reveals that taking Arsenal gear from the Patriots was never his real objective, but instead his objective was to obtain the 12 names of the Patriots, the men who were part of the Wise Men's Committee. He goes on to tell Fortune about the Patriots' aim of filtering and controlling the flow of digital information. Giving Arsenal gear to Dead Cell was so that they could use it against the Patriots to divert their attention, while Solidus would go after each individual member of the Wise Men's Committee. Solidus then wishes Fortune luck with her plan to strike at the Patriots using the hydrogen bomb, to which she replies that she's had enough luck. Ocelot then laughs. He explains that everything Solidus has done there has been scripted. An exercise set up by Ocelot and the people that he's working for, the Patriots. He talks more about the S3 plan and that it was conceived to produce soldiers on par with the legendary Solid Snake, the big boss of this era. He explains that the whole incident on the Big Shell has been a training exercise, part of the S3 training orchestrated by the Patriots. A recreation of the Shadow Moses incident. He lists a few parallels, such as Ames's death being similar of that to Baker and Decoy Octopus, who was posing as the DARPA chief, the appearance of a cyborg ninja, a digitalized version of Foxdie, the relationship between Solidus and Raiden being similar to that of the relationship between Big Boss and Snake. Dead Cell were to unknowingly play the part of Liquid's Foxhound unit. As Ocelot puts it, an impressive collection of freaks. Ames's death was carried out by the Patriots after they used his nanomachines to turn off his pacemaker. Olga was there at the request of Ocelot. He explains that the president played his part. The virus that they thought would shut down Arsenal gear was actually a virus that would wipe all the information about the Patriots off of GW. Then there's Fat Man. Ocelot confirms him as an agent of the Patriots. They had hired him to test Raiden before he would carry out the bulk of his mission. The only way the Patriots could get Fat Man to agree was for them to get Stillman to the Big Shell. If the Big Shell had been destroyed, then the exercise would have simply ended. Fat Man planting all the bombs was part of the Patriots' plan. This whole thing has been one big S3 training exercise. Everyone there are just pawns placed in order to create the perfect simulation. Ocelot then tells Fortune that he sunk the tanker 2 years ago, along with her father. It was actually also the Patriots that were the source of all the acts of terror carried out by Dead Cell. They had arranged for Reginald Jackson's arrest, as they knew that Dead Cell would become unstable without him, and this would justify the Patriots wiping out Dead Cell. The only variable they did not account for was the appearance of the real Solid Snake. Ocelot then fires a shot at Fortune. He hits her where her heart should be. I say should be, as Fortune's heart is on the right-hand side. She falls down, and Ocelot says that her luck and her being protected from bullets is all nonsense. She is only capable of this via a device that the Patriots created. Turns out that Fortune really does want death, as she's more annoyed at the fact she could have died much earlier. She fires on Ocelot but misses him, as Ocelot is now the one wearing the device, shielding him from harm, as Solidus demonstrates. Fortune collapses, then Ocelot climbs Metal Gear Ray, activating it. Sat in the cockpit, Ocelot says that he has the data he needs from the exercise. Ocelot fires upon Solidus, but he starts deflecting bullets. While Solidus and Ocelot are squaring up, Fortune gets to her feet. Turns out she really is quite powerful, and she deflects Ray's entire payload to Ocelot's bewilderment. Then she dies, for real this time. Snake screams out and Ocelot gets taken over by Liquid again, who has sensed Snake's presence there. He addresses Snake and Solidus as brothers. He says that he's been in the arm all along, waiting for the right time to wake up. He explains that he was controlling Ocelot on the tanker. It was Liquid in control of Ocelot that leaked information about Arsenal to Otacon, and why Snake and Otacon went to the Big Shell. Liquid wants to go and bury the Patriots for good. He says that he chose Ocelot as his host because Ocelot knows their location. He says there's only room for one Snake and one Big Boss before jumping back into Metal Gear Ray. Snake slips his cuffs and Liquid dives into the sea, with Snake diving in after it. At that point though, Arsenal slams into Manhattan, or more specifically, Federal Hall. Solidus finds this very amusing, stating that today is April 30th. It's exactly 200 years since George Washington took office as the first president of the United States. Solidus says that he wanted to bring back the founding principles of the US, those that had been destroyed by the Patriots. This would be his outer heaven. He says that now everything is to be wiped out by their digital censorship. He says that he just wants to be remembered. Normally, that would be by reproducing and having offspring, passing on one's legacy. But since he is a clone, same as Solid Snake, neither of them can reproduce as they were engineered that way. With the Patriots' flow of information, evidence of Solidus's existence will simply disappear. He says that he will triumph over the Patriots, liberating them all, and they will all become the Sons of Liberty. The Colonel then calls, and again, being asked what or who he is, he says they are not what you'd call human. They talk about the flow of information, that humans have always kept records of their lives, pictures, symbols, books, and the like. This information, when passed on, doesn't always tell the whole story. The Colonel says that in this digital world, trivial information is growing every second. The volume of information available to society that basically anyone can access supposedly threatens the development of human society and will reduce the rate of evolution. Raiden challenges their idea of censorship, but at one point the AI tells Raiden that they have his best interests in mind and that he should listen carefully like a good boy. They argue that they do not want to control content, but to create context, but they do make some very interesting points.
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. All rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The Patriots think that the world going on the way it's been going, the world will not end with a bang, but with a whimper. Raiden questions what gives the Patriots the right to decide what's necessary.
Absolutely. Who else could wade through the sea of garbage you people produce, retrieve valuable truths, and even interpret their meaning for later generations?
That's what it means to create context.
The AI says that the age of digitalized civilization has given even more power to the individual, too much power to an immature species. The Patriots want to control human will and consciousness, to influence human behavior. The Colonel then reveals that the S3 plan does not stand for Solid Snake simulation at all, but in fact stands for selection for societal sanity. The entire Big Shell incident had not actually been to create another Solid Snake, but to test the crisis management capabilities of S3. That's why the Shadow Moses incident was a perfect scenario to use as an exercise, because of its extreme nature. If the model could control and solve the situation, then the system would be ready for anything. The Colonel then tells Raiden why he was chosen over the other child soldiers. Because he was the only one of them that refused to acknowledge his past as Jack the Ripper. Because he turns his back on whatever he doesn't like and sees only what he does like. He's, in the words of the Colonel, just like the masses that the Patriots feel that they need to protect. The Colonel says that since Raiden obeyed their orders and did everything he was told to do, the exercise was a resounding success. Raiden completing his mission was the final piece of GW. This is something that Major Zero spoke about in his final conversation with Skullface decades ago.
That's why we must depend on information control. People need an appropriate context for their lives. A context that's stimulating without being destructive. That balance is the basis of equilibrium.
You mean to say people will blindly accept your context without developing any allergies?
If we're to unite the world, literacy must be suppressed. To suppress the information immune system, to borrow your metaphor.
Immunity to information.
It's done, Exo. This world will become one. I have found the way. The world that the boss envisioned will finally become a reality. Race, tribal affiliations, national borders, even our faces will be irrelevant. The nature of communication itself will change, and it will make mankind whole again.
I have no intention of hiding behind your technological veil, Major.
The Colonel then says that it's time for the final exercise. Raiden is to eliminate Solidus. Raiden refuses, but the Colonel reminds him that if he dies, then Olga's child dies. The Colonel then mentions that Rose is the same way. If Raiden dies, then she also dies. The Patriots have got Raiden cornered, essentially. They will collect the data from the fight, and the exercise will be over. Raiden then speaks with Solidus. Solidus says they need to fight and decide which of them has the privilege of survival, and he tells them that he killed his parents. He says that the clues to the whereabouts of the 12 men of the Patriots that were in GW have been erased. Solidus wants Raiden dead so that he can get those names and locations from Raiden's nanomachines and from his neural network. Solidus and Raiden then face off on the roof. Solidus is tough, as to be expected, but Raiden prevails, almost severing Solidus' spine. He then dies after falling from the roof. Raiden then heads down to street level. Snake shows up and speaks with Raiden. He says that he will find Olga's child and that he put a transmitter on Liquid's Metal Gear Ray. He thinks that Liquid is headed for the Patriots, but also has a feeling that the Patriots gave Ocelot a bogus location. He also says that he and Otacon will do what they can to find the names of the Patriots. He still has the disc, and they will get to work trying to uncensor the names. He says that the disc Raiden had earlier on was actually a dummy disc, as they couldn't afford the Sons of Liberty getting their hands on the real thing. This real disc was designed to only destroy the part of GW containing the identity of the Patriots. Wanting to go with Snake and Otacon, he is told to stay, as he has things he needs to do first, and people he needs to talk to, namely Rose. Snake then leaves, Raiden sees Rose, and the two then reconcile. They agree they will spend time making a life together and finding more out about each other together. She touches her stomach, indicating that she is indeed pregnant. Much later on, Otacon contacts Snake after he'd gotten done decrypting the data on the disk.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disk.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people. There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but...
But what?
They're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
For those who are unsure, they're talking about the philosophers here. Let's now fast forward to 2014. War has now changed. The world's militaries don't really go to war directly anymore. Instead, wars are now an endless series of battles which are fought by mercenaries and PMCs and machines. Soldiers have nanomachines in their bodies which enhance their abilities, and those are heavily linked to the gear they use. These nanomachines control soldiers' emotions and their genetics, and everything is monitored and kept under control. There's no longer an age of deterrence, but an age of control. This has prevented destruction by WMDs and nukes. In the words of a tired Snake, he who controls the battlefield controls history. And now much older Solid Snake is visiting the grave of Big Boss at Arlington Cemetery. It seems he still has admiration for his father and mentor, despite having to kill him in Zanzibar land. A chopper lands and Otacon emerges.
Otacon, even the dead have ears.
Snake,
We've got to go. You've got an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon. The test results.
Proteome analysis was positive, but the mRNA analysis turned up negative. The wrinkled skin, the hardened arteries. Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome. But none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So?
Well, judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say...
a year at best, right?
Yeah. Snake, let's try another doctor.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
Naomi.
Snake!
Colonel. Good to see you.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The Analysis and Assessment Staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work.
Huh?
We found him. In the Middle East.
To cut a long story short, Ocelot, now going by the name Liquid Ocelot, a fusion of both Revolver Ocelot and Liquid Snake, thanks to the arm, has resurfaced. The outer heaven that Liquid talked about forming in 2005 on Shadow Moses has come to be. Acting through Ocelot, he's managed to build Outer Heaven and controls 5 of the world's largest PMCs: Purve Armament, Praying Mantis, Raven Sword, Werewolf, and Gvatka. Snake, now going by the codename Old Snake, heads to the Middle East. He is to track Liquid down and to put him down for good. Arriving with a group of soldiers belonging to a local militia, Snake infiltrates the war zone and makes his way around the two sides that are fighting. He avoids being taken out by a bunch of machines called Irving units, or geckos for short, and makes contact with Otacon. He says that he used something called a Metal Gear Mark II to scout the area prior to Snake's arrival, and that Snake can find it up ahead. Otacon mentions someone called Sunny. Sunny is Olga Golukovich's daughter, and after the death of Olga, Otacon adopted her. Anyway, Snake continues on and finds the Mark II, which displays a screen for Otacon to communicate with Snake and to keep tabs on his mission progress. The Mark II gives Snake what's called the Solid Eye. This device shows 3D radar images and provides night vision. Snake looks outside and sees that the government's PMC troops are still engaged in firefights with the rebels. The Mark II also gives Snake some weapons, a handgun and a tranquilizer gun, and Otacon states that it's becoming increasingly difficult to find guns that aren't limited to user control through nanomachines. Snake needs to meet with some informants who said that they saw Liquid, so he leaves. On the way to their location, he meets a black market arms dealer who goes by the name Drebin 893. He will provide his services to Snake, for a cost of course, but he gives Snake a free M4 assault rifle and a fresh shot of nanomachines so he can effectively use it, since Snake's ones are, well, they're old. Later, after seeing a soldier being caught taking a dump, Snake arrives at the informant's location at the Advent Palace. He is surprised to see a foxhound logo. He is even more surprised to see Meryl as one of the informants. She comments that he's looking old, and he explains his accelerated aging. Meryl seems sad about this given her attachment to Snake after what they went through on Shadow Moses Island. Meryl is the commander of this unit called Rat Patrol. One of the soldiers, called Johnny or Akiba, is the soldier that Snake saw earlier relieving himself, and it seems that he's got some stomach problems. Meryl explains that Liquid had arrived in the area 4 days prior, and she shows Snake an image of a woman that was with him. Meryl thinks that she may be some sort of advisor or maybe a scientist. She says that she's heard a rumour that there's an assassin targeting the PMC leader, who of course is Liquid. But officially, Snake is there to assess the impact of the PMCs on the UN's protection of refugees. She mentions a system called the Sons of the Patriots. It's a system which is designed to monitor every single soldier engaged in combat, be that a soldier of an army of the state or a PMC. This is why the soldiers are all injected with nanomachines. Pretty much everything is monitored by this system and collected by the AI at the core of the system. This system is being used by governments, militaries, and the PMCs. Meryl says that even the police are starting to use it. Even Meryl's unit are backed up by this system. The user ID weapons system also means that the system can lock out any PMC or group who wish to carry out a terrorist attack or a coup d'etat. Snake brings up the Patriots being behind it, but Meryl is confused by this because, of course, the Patriots are a secret organization. Meryl explains that Liquid's PMC will have to have been registered, meaning that his PMCs are being constantly monitored. Meryl's team has been sent to sniff around the PMCs and to monitor the activities of Liquid Ocelot. They are the 6th team to have been sent, as all the others had been captured and killed. Snake mentions being sent by Campbell, and this angers Meryl. Turns out that she's not very happy with her uncle. He's actually her father after having had an affair with Meryl's mother and remarrying, but Meryl refuses to accept that he's her father. Their sensors start going off, and a private troop known as the Frogs have shown up. They were a private army belonging to Liquid. Meryl discovers that it was Johnny that gave away their unit's position, and after helping the unit fight off the Frogs, and after parting ways with Meryl and her unit, Snake pushes onto Liquid's location. On the way, Snake comes across a unit getting obliterated by a unit called Beauty and the Beast unit. He sees someone telepathically controlling one of the soldiers into shooting his own men. For a moment, he thinks this may be Psycho Mantis back from the dead. After witnessing this, Snake arrives at the PMC camp. He spots Liquid Ocelot and Meryl's unit. He receives a call from Meryl on her codec, and she's angry that Snake is there to kill Liquid and not to assess the threat like he said before. She won't stand in his way, but she's a peacekeeper, so she won't be able to help him. Liquid then says to activate it, and all the soldiers in the area, minus Johnny, begin to foam at the mouth and start convulsing. They all display different emotions. Some of them laugh, some of them cry, and some get angry and begin fighting each other. Snake is somewhat affected too. As he moves towards Liquid, he senses that Snake is there, addressing him, and he leaves. The woman with him, the scientist, who is revealed to be Dr. Naomi Hunter, approaches him and injects herself with something. She tells Snake to go and fulfill his destiny, and after Liquid leaves with Naomi, Snake is carried to safety by Johnny. Snake then wakes up a day later on the Nomad, a bit worse for wear and not knowing who saved him. He explains that Liquid was there. Snake had grabbed the syringe Naomi had used, and Otacon confirms that it's Naomi's DNA on the syringe. He says that he received a video mail from Naomi after what had happened.
Snake, I'll make this quick. I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research. It's Liquid. Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers. To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are 3rd generation. But their design is derived from that of the 1st generation. And the basic technology is still the same.
1st generation?
I was the one who created the 1st generation, a nanomachine colony, part of which was Foxdie. 9 years ago, at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body, Snake. The technology used in Foxdie was incorporated, inherited really, by SOP. That's why Liquid has me helping him hijack the system, because I know how Foxdie works. Please, you must rescue me. Liquid's found a loophole he can use to get into the system. Preparations for his insurrection are nearly complete. There's no time to waste. Snake, hurry.
After listening to her message, Otacon reveals that Naomi also sent a location data, and a call with Campbell sees him state that the location Naomi sent is likely the site of Liquid's main base. He explains that this location has an ongoing skirmish between a regime put into power by PMCs and a rebel army formed from the remnants of the old one. The rebels have also hired a PMC in order to stir things up, so it'll be pretty hostile there. One of the PMCs belonging to Outer Heaven, Perv Armament, are calling the shots. Asking where Meryl is now, Campbell says that she left the Middle East and was in the process of tracking down Liquid. He says that Naomi is their only lead. Campbell gives the Nomad the clearance to land at El Dorado Airport in Colombia, and once again Snake is a UN inspector. Snake arrives and Campbell mentions to him that Liquid's aim is to turn off the SOP system. This is something that cannot happen, as with it, the world is experiencing relative peace. He soon sees that one of the Beauty and the Beast unit are there, along with Vamp. This one is called Laughing Octopus, and she seems to be mimicking Snake, with Octopus turning to one of the rebels, telling him to remember her face, or rather, Snake's face, and to tell his fellow rebels that this is the face of the man that killed their comrades, and then she lets the soldier escape. It seems they are there looking for Snake, but after they fail to find him, they leave. Otacon states that Snake's Octo camo suit that he's wearing was based off of DARPA designs, and mentions that Laughing Octopus is probably wearing the same one. Snake then proceeds and uses the battles between the PMC and the rebels as his cover. Whilst doing so, he is introduced to Rosemary. Yep, Raiden's Rosemary, who is a psychological counselor with the Combat Stress Platoon, and she helps assess the effect of combat on the stress response of soldiers. Oh, and she's now Campbell's wife, so that's interesting. Also explains why Meryl was angry. Campbell says that after the Big Shell incident, Rosemary and Raiden broke up and they lost all trace of him. Snake reveals that Raiden was the one that rescued Sonny from the Patriots. Moving on, Snake gets a mysterious call, and the person speaking warns Snake about an ambush ahead. Snake suspects that it's Jack, Raiden, but the man says that Jack is dead. Avoiding the ambush, Snake has his cigarette snatched by Drebin's monkey Little Grey, who then smokes it and throws Snake an apple, indicating that he should try the healthy option. A chat with Drebin reveals some interesting information. He reveals that he tracked Snake via the nanomachines he injected him with in the Middle East, and they hear a commotion outside. Drebin tells Snake that it's the Beauty and the Beast unit, or the BNB unit for short, a group of soldiers that belong to the PMC. They go in where there's a mess that needs cleaning up. Drebin says that their orders are quite simply to eliminate Snake. He said that they are all women, and that they have all been traumatized by war in some way, being turned into war machines. What's left of their humanity is buried deep within them. He explains that the beast part of them is what is on the outside, as war transforms people into beasts. There's a beauty inside, a fragile and scarred heart lies within the shell. However, Drebin reveals that there's a rumour that their natural bodies cannot survive out in the open for very long. We're talking minutes. He lists them as Raging Raven, Laughing Octopus, Crying Wolf, and the Screaming Mantis. In name, they all seem to be inspired by the members of Liquid's old Foxhound unit. Drebin reveals that they make up the Snakehound unit. Asking Drebin if he's with the Patriots, he says no, and says that the term Lalilulelo was involuntarily used by people with nanomachines in order to safeguard from people speaking the true names of the Patriots.
No, I was set in by the Lalilulelo, just like you.
Asking if the Patriots are human, Drebin says that they are now just a group of AIs. The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. The Patriots are the war economy, which is run by the system and not by people. This is the AI, developed first by Dr. Strangelove and then perfected by Sigint. Snake wonders if there's a way to access the Patriots AI from outside, but Drebin shuts that idea down, saying it's impossible, which leads Snake to wonder what Liquid's plan is. Drebin then departs. Continuing on his mission, Snake receives a call from Raiden.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku. Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
Rosemary then asks that Snake not mention that she's involved in this mission, and that Snake should just leave him be. Asking her what happened after the Big Shell incident, She said that while she was pregnant, Raiden started remembering more of his past and started drinking and getting into fights. Snake arrives at the Vista Mansion where he finds it under siege by the rebels. Infiltrating the mansion, Snake finds Naomi, who appears to be afflicted with something that is causing her great pain. Speaking with her, she asks about Otacon. She says there are no guards there, as she's not a threat. Snake sees something there nearby, but he asks about what had happened in the Middle East. She says that the soldiers' emotion ran amok due to the system. Liquid thought that the SOP system was one designed to maintain order and control in battle, and whilst this is true, the system has another function, and that is to control people's senses. This is useful by way of it preventing soldiers from panicking during battle. It can control their pain too. A growing war economy needs more soldiers, and whilst the system can improve the abilities of these soldiers, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They're earned through battle. She explains that what happened in the Middle East was a test. Despite this, they considered the test a success. The nanomachines stopped functioning and the PMC soldiers were free from the system, but because of the emotions that had been dulled by the system, all that came flooding in and the soldiers could not take it. This was first seen in Grey Fox, nullifying his broken heart with nanomachines, which I guess is why he was so desperate for Snake to inflict pain on him during their fight in Shadow Moses. Liquid initially planned to get rid of this system, but seeing what happened at the test has changed his plans. He now wants the body of Big Boss for his DNA in order to create a perfect army of soldiers, to take control of the system and overthrow the Patriots. A plan he calls the Guns of the Patriots. Snake says that he's never been under the control of the system, so Naomi says that she wants to examine Snake's body. She's upset to see what is happening to Snake. Doing some tests, she tells him what doctors could not. That his accelerated aging is a failsafe built into his body during the cloning process on the Les Enfants Terribles project carried out by Dr. Clark. It used Terminator genes, which prevented reproduction in case these clones were stolen by the enemy, since they were clones of Big Boss. She tells him that he has about half a year at best. But she's not just talking about his lifespan. She's talking about Foxdie, that the virus she injected him with prior to the Shadow Moses incident has now mutated. It had killed all the targets it was meant to kill, and it's just been sitting there, dormant inside his body. Eventually that virus will start to target other people, and this will happen in around 3 months' time. Naomi asks if he's been injected with something at any hospital. Snake remembers that Drebin injected him with nanomachines in the Middle East. She gives him a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. Asking where Liquid is, Naomi says that she cannot tell him until he frees her. Nonetheless, she says that Liquid left there the previous evening, but she will not tell him any more. She says that she's being watched. During their conversation, Naomi starts to experience some more pain, and PMC soldiers burst into the room and grab Naomi, telling her that she's no longer safe. Snake goes to follow them but is attacked by frogs, who are being commanded by Laughing Octopus. He battles her, but despite her abilities in blending into the environment, he is able to defeat her along with the frogs accompanying her. Afterwards, after saying that she's scared, she apologizes for laughing, and after Snake finishes her off, she dies. After picking up an Octo camo mask, which will likely help with concealing himself, Snake gets a call from Drebin, so he confronts him as to what he injected him with. He says that he didn't inject him with a virus, but he did so just to track him. He sheds some light on the woman Snake just fought, Laughing Octopus.
She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village with a passion. Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the Devil's Child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon, like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, It gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Leaving the building, Snake starts to struggle a bit. He sees some tracks and deduces that these must be the tracks of Naomi and the PMC soldiers that took her. He receives a call from Raiden, who gives Snake some tracking tips that he learned from his time in Alaska. So, he tracks her. Using the Solidus infrared, Snake comes across a helipad, and he sees Naomi being led to a chopper by Vamp and numerous PMC soldiers. Shooting Vamp in the head, Snake is fired upon by the PMC members. Vamp, of course still alive, says that they've got the go-ahead, and he passes out. This likely means that Liquid has found a way to shut down the Sons of the Patriots system. The soldiers on board take a shot of something which will likely bypass the negative effects of being disconnected from the system. The soldiers on the ground, though, appear to suffer the effects just like the soldiers in the Middle East. Naomi shouts at Snake to use the syringes she gave him, and some geckos join the party. Our good friend Drebin then shows up and rescues both Snake and Naomi. Vamp wakes up at this point and the wound on his head heals. But of course, he's still on the chopper as it flies away. With Drebin driving, Snake mans the turret on the Striker and sees that the soldiers that are disconnected from the system are almost zombie-like. Taking out soldiers and geckos, they are able to escape in the end after a tense chase. After a while, they make it to a small village. Drebin ends up crashing the Striker, and Snake spots Raiden on a roof. He's now a complete cyborg ninja, and he proceeds to take out some geckos.
Snake, it's my turn to protect you.
Raiden has given Snake and Naomi the chance to get away, but they're not out of danger as the Gecko proceed to attack the village and terrorize the locals. They eventually make it to Otacon on the chopper, and they leave the area seeing that Raiden has been captured by the Gecko units. Vamp shows up and stabs Raiden, however he notices that Raiden does not feel pain. Vamp wonders if Raiden is immortal, like him. Raiden responds that he is not immortal, he just does not fear death. Snake shoots one of the restraints, and Raiden gets free. He and Vamp fight, with Raiden eventually defeating Vamp by stabbing himself in the torso in order to injure Vamp. Vamp asks if Raiden will be the one to finally kill him. He then collapses. Otacon then picks up Raiden too. Vamp then wakes up as his wounds have healed, how predictable, and he calls Liquid. He tells him that Naomi got away, but Liquid replies that it's all part of the plan. It seems that they tried to use Solid Snake's DNA to get into the system, but it was not pure enough. This is why they need Big Boss's DNA. The PMC soldiers there in South America suffered brain damage, and nothing is salvageable. Liquid speaks of another group in their hiding place, and Liquid finishes the conversation by saying that he needs Vamp there with him. Meanwhile, on the chopper, Raiden is in pain, and Otacon comments on Vamp's ability, stating that he has to be immortal. However, Naomi states that this is not the case, as Vamp possesses a unique nanomachine base that allows him to regenerate and recover at a faster rate. She says that she is the one that developed this nanomachine base, but that someone else had perfected it since, and Naomi says that in a sense, she's responsible for Vamp. On the other hand, she says that Raiden needs a transfusion of artificial blood, as he's losing too much. Raiden then, before he passes out, tells Snake to go and meet Big Mama. Back on the Nomad, Naomi gives Sunny some advice on how to cook eggs properly, by telling her to keep the lid on. Sunny says that her cooking eggs is a method of fortune telling, that if the eggs turn out good, then something good will happen, and vice versa. Naomi then gives her a blue flower to Sunny, a flower that she grabbed from her lab before she was taken. Afterwards, Naomi tells Otacon that Liquid is now in Eastern Europe, looking for Big Boss's body. As we've learned, it's the final key to Liquid being able to gain access to the Sons of the Patriots system. She says that Solid and Liquid are pretty darn close to Big Boss, but still different due to the Terminator genes. Snake and Liquid weren't exact matches to each other either, which is why Foxdie killed Liquid but not Snake. As you'll remember, Naomi had programmed Foxdie to kill Liquid, and Snake, as at the time she thought they had the same genetic code, so she just used Liquid's code in the programming. And these differences, therefore, are why the Patriots also created Solidus, as he would be the perfect match. Snake and Otacon says that they'd need Big Boss's body, and that Big Boss is dead. Naomi then reveals that the cells of Big Boss had been kept alive and his body is currently in a lab as a brain-dead shell. Snake is pretty shocked to learn that the guy he had killed in Zanzibar land is actually still alive. Sonny manages to hack the Patriot database via Arms Tech security and finds out the location of Big Boss's body. Naomi is looking at Raiden, and after what happened to her brother Frank, Grey Fox, she is annoyed and unhappy that cyborg ninja experimentation is still going on. She reiterates that Raiden needs artificial white blood, and soon. She says they need the proper equipment to treat him regardless. Raiden states that they can find this equipment in Europe. He mentions Dr. Madnar. Yep, the same Dr. Madnar that Snake had apparently killed in Zanzibar land had recovered from his injuries and had gone on to save Raiden's life at one point. Otacon, who clearly has something going on with Naomi, wink wink, then calls Campbell and gets landing clearance. Snake takes some rest and has a smoke, whilst Naomi and Otacon talk about their pasts, and that they had both developed technology that in some way harmed the world. Naomi is sad that her technology helped create Vamp, who then ended up killing Emma. Then they, get friendly in the helicopter. So Snake arrives in Eastern Europe. He needs to be careful because he's on a PMC blacklist. They'll shoot Snake on sight if they spot him. The place is under the control of another of Liquid's PMC's Ravensword. Ravensword's target is the Paradise Lost Army, and their leader is Big Mama. This is the group that Liquid mentioned to Vamp. Paradise Lost should be somewhere nearby, so Snake needs to make contact with Big Mama and find Big Boss's body before Liquid. When it came to going through a checkpoint which will blow his cover, he hesitates, causes a scene, and Snake is pulled to the side by Meryl, who is there with her Rat Patrol unit. Meryl comments that he's looking younger. A lot younger. No, Snake hasn't been magically cured of his premature aging, but he's wearing the Octo camo mask he took after his battle with Laughing Octopus. They go somewhere else due to Johnny being a moron and attracting the wrong kind of attention. Meryl says that after what happened in the Middle East, the US president finally understands the threat of what Liquid is planning. Meryl has a lot of soldiers at her disposal, and they're all there mixed in amongst the US forces there ready to move in on Liquid. Snake disagrees with Meryl's plan, saying it's crazy. He explains that things are a lot more complicated. Meryl is being stubborn again, but once again it comes down to her hatred of her father, Roy Campbell. She says that if things get out of hand, they can put a total lockdown on the PMC's weapons so they cannot fight back. 2 PMC soldiers then enter, and Snake starts violently coughing. Although the two disagree on her plan going forward, they part ways. Otacon contacts Snake and says that the best way to try and find where the resistance is to follow one of its members. Otacon also says they got in touch with Dr. Madnar, and Naomi and Sonny are on their way to him now. After identifying a member of the Resistance, Snake tails him to a church and makes his way inside. Then, after disarming a bunch of the Resistance's men, he meets Big Mama. She refers to him as the legendary soldier. Big Mama is Eva. She calls him by his real name, David, and tells him how he's grown. You remember, of course, that Eva is Solid Snake's mother, having given birth to him and Liquid for the Les Enfants Terribles project. She mentions that Liquid is in a bitter struggle with none other than Zero, who is still alive, somehow. She tells Snake about the formation of the Patriots, its original members, which of course includes her. As we've discussed, the Patriots are now an empty shell that consists of AIs that created and that control the war economy. She mentions her past and how she met Big Boss on Operation Snake Eater, whilst a double agent who was working for the Chinese. She tells him about Big Boss leaving the Patriots because of Zero's differing opinion over the boss's dying wish, and Big Boss starting MSF, about Outer Heaven and Zanzibar land. The latter two being things that Snake is very much aware of. Zero developed weapons, amassed armies, and used information to extort, also he could become more wealthy. He'd completely lost sight of what the boss wanted. He'd become obsessed with gaining control of awareness. Eva, however, says that both Zero and Big Boss misinterpreted the will of the boss. Their idolatry of the boss is effectively what drove them apart, and everything going on in the world stems from this misunderstanding. She explains that after Snake had taken out both Grey Fox and Big Boss in Zanzibar land, Zero had recovered both of their bodies, and as we know, Dr. Clark turned Frank Yeager into the cyborg ninja, which of course in turn led to her death. As for Big Boss, Zero still considered him an irreplaceable friend. After Big Boss's death, Zero unraveled further. He didn't want to hand his organization over to the next generation, so that is when he set up a network of AIs. This focus on AI had taken place way before this. Essentially, Zero didn't trust anyone else to continue his vision after his eventual death, in large part thanks to Big Boss leaving the Patriots. So this is why he wanted an AI system. His initial partner in this venture was Dr. Strangelove. After the Peace Walker incident, Strangelove had gone back to her previous employer, DARPA, and this is where she began developing the AI, later leaving the project. Then, as we know, she ended up going back to Huey, having Hal, Otacon, and was eventually killed by Huey. Remember I mentioned that SIGINT, Donald Anderson, had taken control of Cypher after the attack on Zero? Well, after getting control back again, after the death of Skullface, and learning from the mistakes that happened with the boss's AI and prior to his own death on Shadow Moses in 2005, SIGINT had taken over development of this AI network. Instead of sticking with Strangelove's rules, which would ensure the will of the boss, SIGINT instead allowed the AI the ability to learn for itself and to give instructions. So the AIs were to be a decision-making system formed from all the information he'd accumulated. It consists of 4 AIs. GW, which stands for George Washington, TJ, Thomas Jefferson, AL, Abraham Lincoln, and TR for Teddy Roosevelt. This is a digital Mount Rushmore, if you will. There would be one at the core to unite these 4 AIs, and this was JD, or John Doe. Snake recalls GW as the same one they destroyed during the Big Shell incident. The other 3 continued their work controlling all information in every aspect of global society. This includes economics, politics, law, morals, and culture. Eva explains that in the shadow of the system and its complete control, Big Boss is neither allowed to live or die. He is currently trapped for all of time in a brain-dead prison. Zero then transformed Big Boss into an icon to bind himself to his friend. She says that Ocelot planned to free Big Boss from the prison that Zero had created for him. They had gotten the help of Naomi Hunter, and they used Frank Yeager to kill Dr. Clark. Ocelot tortured the DARPA chief to death on Shadow Moses on purpose, meaning that Zero was all that was left. Eva says that she paid a price in that she lost Ocelot. All Ocelot has ever done is fight for Big Boss, and not for the Pentagon, the Russians, or for the Patriots. Ever since Operation Snake Eater, Ocelot idolized Big Boss. Liquid wants Eva dead, but she says that she was helped by Raiden, who helped her find the body of Big Boss by way of data that he'd obtained from GW via his nanomachines. Eva then shows Snake the body of Big Boss, which is in the back of a van being prepped for transport. The body seems to react to Snake's presence. Eva explains that his body is alive, but his consciousness is locked away by nanomachines, therefore technically, he's not brain dead. Receiving a call from Otacon, he says that Naomi is gone, having disappeared after she and Sunny returned from Dr. Madnar's. Snake thinks that she went back to Liquid. Snake sees some weird stuff, but Otacon says that they just set Raiden up on the dialysis machine, so he'll live. A Resistance member also notices the strange thing walking around, and the church is attacked by dwarf gecko, also known as tripods or scarabs, and the Resistance have to make a hasty getaway as the PMC are sending geckos after them. Snake accompanies Eva on her motorbike, still going strong after her adventures in Selenoyarsk. He and the other Resistance members take out geckos and race through the streets protecting Big Boss's body from the frogs. Giving them the slip, they are pursued by drones called Sliders, one of which is carrying Raging Raven. Avoiding missile fire, they draw Raging Raven and her drones away from the van. Snake fires on Raging Raven and the drones from the back of the bike. Eva gets shot, and eventually a missile takes them and the van out. Eva is slightly delirious on account of her being badly injured and thinks that Snake is Big Boss for a moment. Getting to her feet, she asks where the van is, and checking it out, they find the driver dead, and Snake goes after Raging Raven. He starts to cough and is in pain again, so takes one of Naomi's shots. Confronting Raven, a battle ensues, and Snake defeats her. Just as Laughing Octopus did, she sheds her outer beast shell, and she panics thinking that she's being attacked by birds. Snake finishes her off, and again, just like Octopus did, something happens to her body, and she dies. He receives a call from Drebin, and learns a bit about Raging Raven.
How old was she?
I'd say about 20. But she had years of soldiers' rage hidden away in that youthful body of hers.
Soldiers?
Yeah, the soldiers of Ake, a place that hasn't seen peace in a long, long time. She was captured by one side or another, and kept caged up like an animal, along with God knows how many other kids.
Anonymous violence.
Exactly. It's unknown whether her captors were with the government or the rebels. In any case, they got their kicks by abusing these helpless little kids day after day after day. That constant barrage, that battlefield rage slowly built up inside their bodies, their minds. The kids tried to keep each other's spirits up, always clinging to the hope that someone would come to their rescue, barely surviving off of scraps of food. But those soldiers didn't stop. They called the kids parasites and shit-eating ravens, beat them even harder. Then one morning, the soldiers just up and left, leaving the surviving kids to be eaten alive by the birds. Almost like one of those sky burials. One by one, their bodies were picked apart by ravens' beaks, until finally the flock came for her. But by some miracle, their beaks cut her bonds instead. And like that, she was liberated. In that instant, she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, and it smothered her soul. She ripped the ravens pecking at her to pieces, and then went after the soldiers. And when she finally caught up with them, she waited until nightfall like a hunter awaiting its prey.
Snake then returns to Eva, who tells Snake that the 3 vans that went out with them, all 3 were decoys, and that the boss's body is actually on a boat heading down the Volta River. All the rebels are to rendezvous down by the riverbank. So Snake helps her get to the Volta River, but they are being watched. Arriving at the waterfront, Snake and Eva discover that Liquid is waiting there for them, and the boat that was carrying Big Boss's body has been destroyed. Vamp and the other soldiers are there, along with Naomi, and Snake and Eva are surrounded. Liquid says that Naomi told him everything, and that now he has the body of Big Boss, which is something that Liquid has wanted ever since Shadow Moses. Snake and Liquid then fight, and Liquid defeats him using CQC, stabbing him in the process. He says that GW is now his, part of his army. Snake doesn't think this is possible since they destroyed it. Liquid explains that the worm that Emma designed only managed to cut GW up into little pieces. Liquid's people have since been able to reconstruct it from those pieces. Liquid says that once he destroys John Doe, the entire Patriots network will belong to him, and he'll build his haven free from all forms of control. Snake argues that Liquid's plan will only serve to recreate the Patriots. They continue to fight, but Snake is too weak at this point, and Liquid says he'll kill Zero and Big Boss and become a Patriot himself. Eva calls out to Ocelot, calling him by his name, Adam, but the influence of Liquid's spirit is too strong. Liquid then boards his boat and leaves. He runs into a US Army Marine patrol, which, as explained earlier, are there with Merrill. She orders him to stop and stand down, and the route is blocked off by many gunboats, and they have attack choppers in support too. Snake and Eva board Merrill's boat. The problem for them is that Liquid now has control of the SOP system, including GW, so he is able to disable all the weaponry and equipment that the US Army Marine forces possess, making them sitting ducks. The choppers crash and the US soldiers start convulsing just like the mercenaries in the Middle East and South America did. He then calls upon the frogs, and they assault Merrill's now defenseless forces, which results in many fatalities. Liquid then has Big Boss's body thrown onto the fire onto Merrill's boat. It lands in the flames, and Eva attempts to try and stop the body being burned, getting burned herself in the process, with Snake pulling her from the flames. Liquid then follows that up by shooting the body of Big Boss in the head. The left side of Snake's face is now badly burned, and he cries out for Otacon. The Mark II then manages to jump over to Liquid's boat. Johnny has saved Merrill from drowning by giving her CPR, and the two kiss. Eva then succumbs to her injuries and dies. Drebin then shows up and helps Snake, taking him back to the Nomad. Back on the Nomad again, Sunny is making more eggs and admires the blue flower that Naomi gave to her. Seems that aboard Liquid's boat, the Mark II had overheard a conversation regarding Liquid's plans. He wanted to launch a nuclear warhead at John Doe, which is a satellite. Naomi brings up that Liquid is unable to control the nuke with GW, and she is right. Outer Heaven have control of the guns and weaponry, but WMDs are still under the control of John Doe. His plan is to go back to Shadow Moses Island and use the railgun off of Metal Gear Rex, as it's the only weapon outside of Patriot control that can launch a nuke. Vamp says that Rex is pretty much ready, and all that is left are the final checks. He says that they can use a stealth nuke, so there's no need to worry about it being intercepted by the Patriots. Liquid says that as soon as John Doe is destroyed, the priority of GW will rise to 1, and this will give them control of all of the systems. The Mark II is then discovered and destroyed by Vamp. Campbell calls and says that with Liquid being in control of the SOP system, the world is experiencing its first ever total ceasefire. The war economy is completely stopped. Despite Snake's condition worsening, he needs to get ready to head to Shadow Moses. Otacon is concerned about their chances, given how powerful Liquid has become. Snake wants to take Raiden with him, but Sonny protects him and says that he's not ready. Raiden wants to go, but is ultimately denied, as his dialysis is not complete yet. He's still weak. Mei Ling makes contact with him and tells him that the nuclear disposal facility on Shadow Moses hasn't been touched since the incident. A forgotten island. She says that she'll be backing them up via the USS Missouri, which is nearby. So despite himself rapidly deteriorating, a little while later Snake infiltrates the island via the snowfield near the heliport. Making his way past patrolling Gecko, Snake arrives at the location he visited 9 years ago. Despite all the nostalgia, Snake moves on and enters a hangar, where he finds and fights off dwarf geckos. Making his way across the snowfield where he fought Vulcan Raven for the first time, Snake enters the nuclear warhead storage building. He eventually makes it to Otacon's office where he fought Grey Fox. Snake starts to struggle again and he gives himself another shot. Inputting a passcode, everything boots up, and Otacon reflects on what's happened since they first met in that very room. They speak about Grey Fox and the reason Naomi injected Snake with fox dye. They wonder why she joined with them in South America and then went straight back to Liquid. Otacon says that he looked at a security feed and he shows Snake footage of Vamp there with Naomi. They're heading for Rex's hangar, so Snake, after battling geckos, heads through the door at the back of the storage building. Snake emerges at the snowfield by the communications tower. This is the location where he had fought Sniper Wolf. He is then drawn into a battle against another member of the Beauty and the Beast unit, Crying Wolf. She's using a railgun as a weapon. Snake is able to take her down along with the frogs that are accompanying her. During her shedding her shell, she appears to be, as her name suggests, crying, and she says that she can't stop hearing the sound of crying babies. Once again, after putting her down permanently, Drebin calls with some background on Crying Wolf.
You don't need me to tell you there's whole nations in Africa tearing themselves apart in the name of ethnic cleansing. Well, she was born into that environment. When she was a little girl, her village was attacked by rival armed factions. Her parents and siblings were slaughtered, and she was left a refugee. She took her last surviving relative, her baby brother, and ran as far as she could away from the war zone. One day, they came across an enemy unit, so she took her brother and hid in an abandoned shack. And then her brother started to cry. She knew that if the soldiers heard the noise, they would find them and kill them both. So she wrapped her hand as tight as she could around his mouth. As the footsteps gradually went away, she came back to her senses. Her brother wasn't crying anymore. Horrified, she pulled her hand away, covered in sweat and spit. He wasn't breathing. They say wolves eat their own pups when they die. She was spotted wandering through the thick of battle, carrying her dead brother in her arms. She had visions, too. A wolf walking alongside her. Every night, the wolf would howl and cry, just like her brother did that day. Eventually, she made it to a government-run refugee camp. But by then, her brother's body had rotted away.
Oh, Mark II has now been replaced with the Mark III, and it opens the door for Snake, allowing him to move onto the underground base. Unfortunately, making it to the blast furnace, Snake finds the elevator is locked. Otacon says that there are casting and rolling facilities below the furnace, and Snake can use a drainage duct to get to the hangar. Finding the duct, Snake comes out in the hangar. Inside the hangar, he ascends and sees Rex, still there after 9 years with the railgun removed, as that is really all Liquid needed. Vamp approaches with Naomi, stroking him. She leaves Vamp to fight Snake and walks off, and the two fight one another. As before, Vamp is very quick, and upon doing damage he is stunned but able to quickly regenerate. Snake needs to think of something. Then he remembers the injections Naomi gave him. He grabs Vamp and jams one of the syringes into his neck, suppressing his nanomachines. Vamp is now temporarily mortal. Unfortunately, new geckos that self-destruct attack Snake. Then Raiden, whose blood transfusion is now complete, has recovered, and he fights and finishes off Vamp while Snake keeps the geckos at bay. Eventually, Raiden is able to mortally wound Vamp, and Vamp, then dying, grabs a syringe and injects himself, essentially finishing himself off by further suppressing his nanomachines. A tearful Naomi then reveals that Liquid is below them, and has taken something the Patriots refer to as the Ark, a warship that he calls Outer Haven. Liquid is planning to launch the nuke from Outer Haven. Naomi takes the opportunity to inject herself, and she reveals that she has cancer. Her body is being kept alive by nanomachines. By using the nanomachine suppressant, she is effectively condemning herself to death. She dies in the place that her brother also died. Otacon is gutted, as pretty much all of the women important to him, Sniper Wolf, Emma, and now Naomi, have all died. The geckos are coming, so Snake, Raiden, and the Mark III board Rex. With Otacon able to activate Rex with the Mark III, they use it to exit the hangar, and they fight their way through the tunnel to the surface. Emerging, Raiden is crushed by falling debris. Something flies out of the water, and it's Metal Gear Ray. Despite its ray dome having been destroyed by Grey Fox and the railgun having been taken by Liquid, Rex still has other weaponry. Since Otacon designed the thing, he has some tricks up his sleeve, and he activates a program he secretly built into it, in which it can use its hull as a weapon. Rex and Ray then face off. It's a bruising encounter, but Metal Gear Rex triumphs over Ray. Can't beat a classic. Liquid stumbles out of Ray's cockpit and Snake does the same. Liquid then runs towards the pier with an injured Snake giving chase. Turns out that Eva wasn't exaggerating when she said Mount Rushmore earlier. Outer Haven is a Mount Rushmore-like, featuring the faces of Big Boss and his sons. This is Outer Haven. Snake then collapses in pain whilst Liquid says that he will now destroy the John Doe satellite using the railgun. Raiden is still trapped underneath the rubble. Struggling to reach his sword, he dislocates his shoulder, grabs his sword and cuts his arm off to free himself. Liquid, unable to simply leave, wants to kill Snake, so he has Outer Haven slam into the pier, but Raiden rushes towards Snake. Using his strength, Raiden stands in between the ship and Snake, giving him time to get to safety, but then Raiden is crushed by the ship. He calls out for Rosemary before he seemingly dies. As mentioned earlier, Mei Ling's ship, the USS Missouri, is nearby, and fires upon Outer Haven, forcing it to retreat. Snake looks for Raiden's body and collapses, passing out as a helicopter lands. With everyone together, they all discuss how the Missouri is having trouble keeping pace with Outer Haven. Liquid is heading out to the Bering Sea in order to use the nuke to destroy the John Doe satellite. Mei Ling states that Liquid will eventually have to surface to make the preparations for launch, and that time will give the Missouri a chance to catch up. But since the SOP system has shut down most of the Missouri's capabilities, the crew will have to rely on the naked eye in order to try and spot Outer Haven. She says that a strike team need to head on to Outer Haven and upload another worm cluster into the GWAI on board Outer Haven. Mei Ling then talks about the dangers. That GW is equipped with directed energy weapons, which are essentially microwave weapons. These waves will essentially evaporate any human being within range. Of course, Snake volunteers for this mission, and Meryl and Johnny will go along too. Naomi left some intel for them, lots of intel on Haven. Otacon says that the reason Naomi got onto the Nomad in the first place was to get close to him, but she ended up turning to Sunny, and she left her plan with her. The plan was inside Naomi's necklace. Sunny then took Emma's worm cluster code and worked that into Naomi's program, and this program will do real damage to GW. Giving himself another shot, Snake, in response to Otacon saying that someone else should go on this mission, says that he still has things to do. Having closed the distance to Outer Haven, Snake, Meryl and Johnny prepare to board the ship. Otacon reveals that Raiden's body was recovered and miraculously he will live, but he's in no condition to fight. Drebin is there and he informs Snake that the strike team will be catapulted onto Outer Haven. The Colonel then makes contact and tells him that Outer Haven is a modified version of Arsenal gear. It'll be crawling with unmanned weapons like geckos. It's also guarded by the best soldiers all the PMCs have to offer. Campbell speaks with Meryl. He tells her it's time to do her duty and that she is his pride and joy. In the meantime, the railgun prepares to fire, and a naval battle then commences between the two ships. Getting near to it, the strike team are then catapulted onto Outer Haven. Johnny falls into the ocean, Meryl is yeeted off somewhere on the ship and has hurt her ankle, and only Snake lands where he was supposed to, and he is immediately fired upon by frogs. Battling through them, Snake heads towards the ship's stern, the location of GW. Descending via an elevator, Snake comes out in a large area and sees Meryl lying there. Snake has to battle against more Outer Haven troops. He is then confronted by the final member of the Beauty and Beast unit, Screaming Mantis. Mantis attempts to control Meryl just like Psycho Mantis did on Shadow Moses Island, but she is saved by Johnny. The Haven troops then reanimate and Johnny is shot. Screaming Mantis, who is levitating with the help of her suit and has two dolls either side of her, uses her powers to control Meryl. She is messing with Snake's mind too, so he uses his nanomachine suppressant syringe to prevent her from doing so. Focusing on the dolls, he sees that one is of Psycho Mantis and the other is of the Sorrow. Taking these puppets, Snake is able to find a way to defeat her, and he puts her down. As with the other members of her unit, she sheds her shell, and afterwards Snake kills her. After this, Psycho Mantis appears in her place and says that he's the one controlling the unit through her. He starts boasting about his powers of psychokinesis again, but then he seems to be banished. The Sorrow then appeared to speak and had encouraging words for Snake, saying that the spirit of the warrior will always be with him. Screaming Mantis's thing, as you guessed, was screaming, so afterwards Drebin calls and tells us all about her.
Mantis came from South America. She was born and raised in a country racked by never-ending civil wars. Her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. This was when she was still a little girl. Hunted by enemy death squads, she was separated from her family. She barely managed to escape with her life. Ended up in the basement of this one building. It was full of corpses that had been dumped there. Almost all of them had been tortured to death. She was petrified with fear. And then, she heard the sound of heavy boots on the floor above her, followed by shrieking screams. The kind that would make every hair on your body stand straight up. She had stumbled across a makeshift torture chamber. Somebody'd locked the door, and she was trapped. It was dark, it was dank, and it was full of a wretched stench. She couldn't sleep with the screams of torture victims all around her. All she could do was sit curled up in one corner of the room, trembling. A week passed, then 10 days. She managed to keep hydrated by drinking the filthy water pooled up on the floor, but there was no food. Being trapped in that kind of place, half crazy from hunger, did a serious number on her mind. Did you know female mantises eat their mates? The screams went on day and night. She covered her ears, but it didn't help. And then, she was saved by a little black mantis that taught her how to block out the screams, how to plug up her inner ears.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm saying, Snake, that when she couldn't stand the hunger any longer, she started feeding on the corpses, but only the male ones. She didn't realize who was doing it. In her mind, it was a female mantis devouring her mates. It was like one big twisted waking dream. There was no mantis, of course. It was all a hallucination. Nothing more than some story spun by another person she'd created inside. Her unstable mind was what made her so vulnerable. Later, they ripped out what was left of her psyche with drugs and hypnosis and implanted the persona of Psycho Mantis. It wasn't her will that controlled the B&Bs. It was Psycho Mantis, half assimilated into her soul, pulling the strings. Screaming Mantis was just another puppet.
The Beauty and the Beast unit is dealt with, but Snake needs to continue on with his mission. Checking on Meryl, she asks after Johnny, and yet more Haven troopers join the party. Meryl holds some of them off and tells Snake to go destroy GW while there's still time. Thankfully for Meryl, as she's just about to run out of ammo, she is saved by Johnny, who gives her more ammo. They continue to hold off the Haven troops, and during their battle, Johnny reveals that he has no nanomachines, which is why he's not affected by what's going on. He says that every time they had mandatory shots, he avoided them purely because he hates needles. He says that all of his stomach aches, and the subsequent diarrhea, were happening because he didn't have the nanomachines to suppress them. He says that he joined her team because he wanted to be near to her, as he loves her. He then proposes to her and she says no, only because she turns the tables and asks him to marry her instead. And he says yes. Oh, and Johnny says that he's loved her ever since Shadow Moses. Yep, Johnny is this guy. Meanwhile, Snake heads down the long corridor and pushes on, battling numerous dwarf geckos. He eventually finds himself outnumbered by more Haven troops. Snake collapses but discovers that he has barely any drugs left. As the troops approach him with knives, Raiden, who of course is missing his right arm, shows up and defends Snake. He requests that Snake let him upload the virus, as his body will be able to withstand the heat from the microwave weapon. Snake does not let Raiden do it, as this is his duty. Snake says that Raiden still has his youth, and he is dying. Raiden would stay in the corridor though and would keep the Haven troops at bay. Snake then enters the microwave corridor, making his way past the weapons. He collapses and crawls the rest of the way. It's so bad in there that his octo camo suit melts, and his solid eye explodes. Despite this, Snake makes it to the server room, and Mark III uploads the virus to GW. Snake is swarmed by dwarf geckos, but with the virus uploaded, they are deactivated, the soldiers attacking Raiden, Meryl and Johnny start convulsing, and the attacks on the Missouri stop, with the unmanned Ray unit sinking into the sea. Otacon says that JD has been erased too. A video then plays on the screen in the server room.
Snake. Hal. It's you, isn't it? I hope you're listening. The virus you uploaded is using GW as a conduit to annihilate the entire AI network. It's set to destroy all 4 AIs, along with JD, the core that tied them all together. I've set this video to play back once they're all gone. Sons of the Patriots was only the beginning. The Patriots were planning to use nanomachines to implement the system over the entire population. I had an obligation to stop it. With a little help from Sunny. She helped me. She believed her talents could help you all put GW to rest. What she created was an anti-AI Fox dye. But this virus's name is Fox Alive. It's the conceptual opposite of the nanomachines that I created all those years ago. We wish to free the captured foxes, to let them run free in the wild. By the time you hear this, I'm afraid I'll be gone. It's a strange feeling, leaving a message to be delivered after you've died. Hal, if you're listening, I'm sorry. Sorry I deceived you. It hurt me more than anything else, lying to you like that. I wanted to apologize to you before, but I never got the chance.
Me.
And yet, in the end, you helped me feel the joy of living. Thank you, Hal. Thank you. Hal. Snake, hear me. Our country is an innocent child once more. A new dawn is rising. Now, she can build a new destiny for herself. Snake, the time has come. You've earned your rest.
The rose petal is about to fall.
Snake? Snake! Snake!
With Snake dying on the floor, Otacon managed to get him out of the server room. However, whilst he is getting medical assistance, Liquid took Snake to the very top of Outer Haven. He says that the war is over, and that having the AI destroyed is exactly what he had hoped for in the first place. He talks about the Philosophers and how they were formed, their secret pact, what happened between Big Boss and Zero. Liquid injects Snake with some more drugs and says that this is their final moment and that they are not yet free. So Snake and Liquid engage in hand-to-hand combat. It's a long and brutal fight, and every so often, Revolver Ocelot's mind takes back control before being wrestled back by Liquid. Eventually, Snake defeats Liquid again. At this point, Liquid's control ends and Ocelot is now back in control. He says that with the SOP AI destroyed, Big Boss's ultimate dream of Outer Heaven had now been realized in Outer Haven. He tells Snake that he's pretty good, and then dies. Afterwards, Otacon discovers that Sonny's program destroyed the brain of John Doe but left the brain stem intact, meaning that any essential networks that were important to society were kept intact. This prevents total chaos, but the US was able to live free for the first time in decades. A little later, it's Meryl and Johnny's wedding day. Campbell arrives and congratulates his daughter. It's a bit of a frosty affair in which Meryl points a gun at him, but they end up reconciling and he walks her down the aisle. Everyone is there, minus Snake, and they're officially married. Drebin makes an appearance too and helps the couple celebrate with a shower of flowers. During the celebrations, a drunk Drebin speaks with Otacon. Basically, Drebin 893 is a Patriot agent, a war orphan and a former child soldier, which is why he was able to hack into the SOP system so easily. This means that the Patriots encourage gun laundering. As the number in his name suggests, he's not the only Drebin. It also seems that Drebin was under orders to assist Snake and Rat Patrol in their mission. This was so they would succeed in taking out Liquid, but they did not foresee that they'd actually end up removing the Patriots' planned control of society. Drebin also mentions that Meryl and her Rat Patrol unit were also under Patriot orders. He explains that Rat PT-01 is an anagram of Patriot. Drebin says that he holds no ill will for them destroying the Patriots, as he and his other Drebins are starting their own company, simply called Drebins. Drebin thinks there will be a need for people in his line of work eventually. Sonny has made her first friend, and Otacon says that she can give him the Mark III. She asks where Snake is, but Otacon says that he's sick, but that he's gone on a trip to get better. Meanwhile, Raiden, who has recovered, has had implants to make him look more human. He's lying on a bed getting some rest, and is visited by Rose and a young boy. Raiden ignores them at first, but Rose tells him that this little boy is his son, John. It seems that Raiden was led to believe that her pregnancy with his child failed, and that Rose had a child with Campbell. And she tells Raiden that her marriage to Campbell wasn't real. It was just in order to protect them and Raiden from the Patriots whilst he completed his mission. This lie also meant that Colonel Campbell had to sacrifice his relationship with his own family, Meryl, in order to protect Raiden, Rose, and the boy. Raiden looks at his son and suddenly all the rage in Raiden disappears. He says that he's done running and he, Rose, and John can now be a family. Snake, on the other hand, is back in Arlington Cemetery visiting the grave of Big Boss again. He collapses in front of it, and for him, the last thing he needs to do is to end himself in order to rid the world of the genes of Big Boss and to remove the threat of his ticking bomb. The mutated foxdie virus inside him. He cannot go through with it in the end, and he remains alive and struggling. He then hears a voice behind him.
That's right. Good. No need for you to go just yet. It's been a long time, Snake.
The two of them point their guns at one another before Big Boss drops his. He then disarms Snake, overpowering him, but tells him that he's not there to fight with him. He tells him that he should put down the gun, and live what's left of his life. He goes on to explain that the body in the van back in Eastern Europe was not his body. That was actually the body of Solidus. He had been rebuilt, essentially, using pieces of Solidus and Liquid. Liquid had managed to access the SOP system using Solidus's body because, remember, Solidus was a perfect clone of Big Boss. So much so that Zero and the proxy AIs went after Solidus because he thought that Solidus was Big Boss. Big Boss has been kept in a state of eternal sleep. John Doe and the proxy AIs had him sealed away using the same technology that had the Beauty and the Beast unit locked in their shells. For Big Boss to awaken again, the SOP system had to be destroyed. He explains that both Ocelot and Eva wanted two things: to bring him back to life and to destroy the Patriots. Such was Ocelot's commitment and love for Big Boss that in order to fool the system, he would receive nanomachines and psychotherapy to transplant the personality of Liquid onto his own. He became Liquid's mental doppelganger, meaning that Liquid's arm had no such power. Once the virus had opened the door to the system, they were able to learn some very interesting information: the location of Zero. Big Boss turns around, and there sits the wheelchair-bound Zero, also known as Cypher. As expected, he's in a vegetative state due to what Skullface did to him. Big Boss says that this man was the source of it all, and he does not even realize it. He's unaware of the fact that he led the world to the brink of ruin. Despite their bad blood, Big Boss says that he doesn't hate him, he just feels pity. Big Boss wonders if Zero really hated him or whether he feared him. He says the original members of the Patriots, Paramedic, Sigint, Eva, Ocelot, are all dead, and that only Zero, and I guess himself, are all that is left. Their true goal was to erase Zero. Big Boss then unplugs Zero's oxygen tank, and finally Zero is dead. Big Boss is now the final remaining Patriot. He tells Snake that he erased him 2 times before, and today will mark the 3rd. Big Boss says that the fox die inside Snake is what eventually killed Eva and Ocelot. Naomi had told Big Boss everything that had happened, including Snake's fox die virus. Then, Big Boss keels over in pain. He realizes they did it again. The Patriots had used Snake to kill him. It was the injection that Drebin gave him. It was fox die, programmed to kill Eva, Ocelot, and Big Boss, and that makes sense given that we now know that Drebin was a Patriot agent. Big Boss asks Snake to help him over to the grave of the boss. He passes on a message from Naomi about the old fox die in his body. The new fox die in his body is preventing the old one from reproducing. This means that his body is no longer a threat, and that the fox die will only live for as long as Snake does. He does say though that the new fox die will start to mutate as well. That's if Snake is able to live that long. Big Boss then tells Snake to not waste the life he's got left by fighting. He then helps Big Boss up, who says that he never thought of Snake as a son, but that he's always respected him as a soldier and as a man. He says that the moment he killed the boss, he had died. He says that he understood the true meaning behind what her dying wish was. That it wasn't about changing the world and reuniting it as one, but leaving it as it is, in peace. Big Boss and Snake then make peace with one another. Big Boss then passes away at the grave of his mentor. Otacon then makes contact with Snake.
Snake, wait up! You forgot these.
No thanks. I'm quitting.
Snake!
These things will kill you.
Where will you go? Our fight is finished. There's nothing left for us to do.
No. There's one thing I still have to do. I have to see this age off. See what the future brings.
Sounds good to me. I'll go with you.
Otacon, I'm gonna be dead soon. You don't have to come.
You said it yourself, Snake. There's nothing inside you can pass on to the next generation. No genes, no memes. You're man-made. You're a beast.
I know. A blue rose. There won't be any happy Beauty and the Beast ending for me. What little time I have left will be spent living as a beast. A shadow of the inside, of the old age.
Exactly. That's why you need me, as a witness.
A witness?
Yeah. Someone on the outside to bear witness to your final days. Someone to pass on your story. Not that I'm the only witness. But I'll remember everything you were and stick with you to the end.
Otacon.
Besides, you wouldn't let me suffer Sonny's eggs alone, would you?
And that is the story of the CORE Metal Gear Saga. As of writing this now, this script is at 128 pages of mind-melting Metal Gear lore. This was a gargantuan effort, and it took a good year to produce this video, so do me a favour, in return, if you enjoyed this video, then please leave a like on the video, as it does really help. For those of you wondering where Rising Revengeance is, as mentioned before, that will be covered in a separate video as it's a spin-off. And if you want more long-form videos covering multiple titles in a single franchise, then I've done videos on Mafia, Hitman, Metro, Cyberpunk, Outlast, and Gears of War. There are plenty more coming, but I'm glad that I've finally got round to tackling this monster. Anyway, that's it from me. If you're not subscribed, then do it, as you'll be able to catch future content from me, and comment your favourite Metal Gear moment from the series below. But for now, take care, and I'll see you in the next one.